There's an idea in Destiny's lore so fundamental that it's influenced the way most of the franchise's villains see the universe. It explains the nature of reality and influences the actions and philosophies of those who encounter it, even if they disagree. This is a story about the final shape and the witness. The phrase "the final shape" first appears in the lore of the Taken King, released in 2015. Initially, it was explained as a core concept to the philosophy that drove the expansion's main antagonist, Oryx, the Taken King. Since then, the final shape has grown and evolved until now, where it's the title of the expansion that serves as the climax of the first 10 years of Destiny. This video is primarily concerned not with the expansion called the Final Shape, but the philosophical concept that reached its apotheosis during the battle against the Witness. What I find most interesting is the way the final shape has been portrayed over the years. The final shape has never truly been nailed down until now. We've seen it interpreted by numerous characters who each have a slightly different view of what the final shape means to them. A key piece of information about the final shape comes in the title of the aforementioned campaign's third mission: Exegesis. The final shape is an idea steeped in religious iconography because its foremost herald, the Witness, sees the final shape as a divine mission and purpose. Thus, in order to understand the final shape, we need to understand that each time we see a character reference it, they're not explaining an objective truth about the concept, but a subjective interpretation of what amounts to a religious concept or text, an exegesis. Join me on a journey witnessing the final shape and its many understandings. The Books of Sorrow chronicle the birth of the Hive. They began as a species called the Krill, who were weak prey living on a planet called Fundament. One of these Krill, the Osmium King, learned of an impending cataclysm from his worm familiar. It preached of the syzygy, the God Wave, a tsunami caused by the alignment of Fundament's 52 moons that would destroy those who remained on the planet's surface. The king heeded this warning, and it cost him everything. His enemies took advantage of his fear, using it to depose him and destroy his court. Only his 3 oldest children escaped: Arath, Savathûn, and Xivu. They listened to the worm familiar, who told them to fear the sky and dive deep into Fundament's ocean to gain power over their enemies. In the deep, they met the progenitors of the worm familiar, who offered the siblings godlike power. The grimoire reads, "I am Yul, the honest worm. Behold Ir and Zol and and Akka, the virtuous worms. For millions of years we have been trapped or growing in the deep. Against you stand the cruel Leviathan and all the forces of the sky. They have arranged their moons to drown you, in fear of your potential. We offer to each of you a bargain, a symbiosis. Take into your bodies our children, our newborn larvae. From them you shall obtain eternal life. We ask one thing in exchange, O princes. You must obey your nature forever. In your immortality, Arath, you may never cease to explore and inquire. In your immortality, Xivu, you may never cease to test your strength. In your immortality, Savathûn, you may never abandon cunning. If you do, your worm will consume you, and as your power grows, O princes, so will your worm's appetite." The siblings agreed to Yul's bargain, eating the worm offspring and becoming Hive. Arath takes the king morph and becomes Oryx, hive god king of exploration. Savathûn takes the mother morph and becomes Savathûn, hive goddess of cunning and trickery. Xivu takes the night morph and becomes Xivu Arath, hive goddess of war. They embark upon a crusade, fighting the forces of the sky across the galaxy, chasing a small white moon called the Traveler, and destroying any species blessed with its paracausal light. To begin their crusade, the Hive siblings fight a species within the moons of Fundament called the Ammonite. Oryx is almost defeated and turns to the worm gods for help. In their desperation, the Ammonite have begun using paracausal weapons. Suffice to say that some powers in this universe are superordinate to mere material physics. The source of these weapons is the Traveler, the sky's bait star. Their effect is subtle, but devastating. But you are armed to respond in kind. We will not give you the deep, King Oryx. That power is for us, your gods. But we will teach you to call upon that force with signs and rituals. Kill 100 of your children with the long blade, Oryx, and observe the change in the blade. Observe how the universe shrinks from you in terror. The worm gods teach Oryx the sword logic, a magical power that allows each parasitic hive worm to feed off of the violence of their chosen hive. They also gain throne worlds in the Ascendant Plane, a magical dimension parallel to reality. A throne world is shaped in the image of its ruler and is a source of paracausal power. A being with a throne world will be resurrected if they are killed outside it. The only way to permanently kill someone who has a throne world is to defeat them inside it. The Hive siblings use this knowledge to grow their strength and defeat the Ammonite. It's done. The Traveler has fled. Do you see the beautiful shape? The Ammonite occupied a piece of reality. They rented their existence on fraudulent terms, making themselves happy and fat, fencing themselves in soft lies and sweet apocrypha, saying, "We are peaceful and good. We harm nothing." Their golden age was a cancer. They did nothing to advance the cause of life. They burnt up time and matter and thought on this solipsistic, onanistic pursuit of safety, insulating themselves from death, making a regressive pocket of useless stability, when they could have helped whittle the universe towards its final, perfect form. And your people, suffering in the deep, you became more worthy of an existence than the Ammonite. You have proven it. Behold the great divide, the battle lines of the cosmic war. We are the worm, your god, but we are not the deep itself. We only move within it. You shall too. Will you bend your will to the liberation of the universe and join us in the war against the sky? We need champions, crusaders. Help us save the universe. After defeating the Ammonite, the Hive increase their power and follow the teachings of Yul. They serve to destroy all species who rest on their laurels and comfort, growing weak with abundance and light. The worm gods in the Hive believe that they cannot be allowed to exist because only those strong enough to survive should continue to live. Their end goal is to destroy the weak in order to winnow the universe into its leanest, final shape, where only those who have proven themselves strong enough to survive still live. The Books of Sorrow continue. We, the Hive, are a wind of progress, ripping parasites from the material world. For if they were not parasites, we would be unable to kill them and they would still exist. And what is that final shape? It is a fire without fuel, burning forever, killing death, asking a question that is its own answer, entirely itself. That is what we must become. Fire without fuel gives us our first explicit definition of the final shape. Oryx understands the final shape as destroying all life that cannot defend itself, creating a universe where only the beings strong enough to survive still live. This idea is likely inspired by Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection, which serves as the mechanism for the evolution of life. Under natural selection, species gain and lose traits by random chance, but the forces of nature cause organisms with advantageous traits to survive and organisms with disadvantageous traits to die. This is frequently phrased as survival of the fittest. Thus, on a geological timescale, Organisms adapt to changes in their environments, and the hardships of living winnow a species until they either go extinct or develop traits suited to their environment. Natural selection works only on large scales both of populations and generations. You will not see natural selection's full effects if you look at the lifetime of a single organism or small group of organisms. Instead, to see its work, you need to look at entire species on the timescale of hundreds of generations. In the late 19th and 20th centuries, it was common for natural selection to be misappropriated for political means. Proponents of this social Darwinism believed that evolution would naturally raise certain groups of people up and put others down. It just so happened that the people who were seen as the fittest to survive were usually the groups proponents belonged to or those who had political power, and the groups who were seen as least fit were those who did not hold power and were frequently looked down upon by the ruling class. They believed that hierarchy was natural and justified itself. Evolution was used as a scientific justification to enact pre-existing bigotry upon groups looked down upon, like those with dark skin, disabilities, or who did not conform to the dominant social hierarchy. Social Darwinism still has proponents to this day, but much like its contemporary racist and ableist ideas, it's fallen out of favor scientifically. It's important to state unequivocally that social Darwinism, while pushed by many scions of late 19th and early 20th century science, was never scientifically sound and was always racist, even when it was taught as scientific fact. On the other hand, evolution and natural selection have been modified slightly since the days of Charles Darwin, but they remain largely intact and continue to be supported by existing evidence. Natural selection is only biased against traits that prevent survival, and does not favor or disfavor traits that on their own do not significantly affect the survival of an entire population of organisms or species. Under the view of Oryx, the final shape is the inevitable future for the universe, and the sword logic of the Galactic Crusade is its mechanism, much like natural selection is to evolution. It would be incorrect to say that the final shape is the same as evolution though, as evolution is never finished and it's not cruel. It does not contain conscious mechanisms that seek to speed up the pace of selection and hunt species to extinction. If a species goes extinct, natural selection will not hasten the demise any faster than random chance. Natural selection is a statistical process with no ideology, unconscious, and born out of conditions in nature. There is not a being who directs the flow of evolution like a cosmic winnower. The reason the mechanism for evolution is called natural selection is that it's defined in opposition to artificial selection by other actors. For example, humans intentionally manipulating the growth and evolution of plant species for agriculture. Oryx's final shape is an ideology that states that people have an obligation to seek out the destruction of their neighbors if they have the power to. This is different than in nature, where it's actually disadvantageous in most circumstances for a species to intentionally annihilate another species within their same environment. This is because the void in the ecological web might have unintended negative side effects on other organisms who the species enacting the extinction have positive relationships with. The species facing extinction might also respond to the existential threat by adapting and threatening the survival of the species who threatens theirs. Oryx's sword logic is a kind of artificial selection that you might think would be evolutionarily advantageous, but probably isn't. The reason for this is that a war on the scale of the Galactic Crusade and interstellar travel would both be extraordinarily expensive in terms of energy and resources. The advantage gained must be substantial in order for them to not negatively impact those enacting them. The benefit the Hive receive from their wars is substantial, but it requires a magical system that has no basis in reality, the sword logic, in order for their crusade to remotely make sense. You might object to this line of reasoning, arguing that if the Hive did not preemptively destroy their enemies, that those enemies could strike first and wipe out the Hive. The problem with this argument is that the Hive take on substantial risk by engaging these species at all. It's entirely possible that the Hive would never have come into contact with the Ammonite or the Xivu if they had not sought them out. Even in the more likely case of the Ammonite, the Hive might have been able to establish mutually beneficial trade of ideas or resources resources had they taken a far gentler approach. Trade has the potential to benefit both partners, while war only benefits the victor. The logic behind the Hive's galactic crusade is very similar to an idea called the Dark Forest hypothesis, popularized by the novel of the same name by Liu Cixin. It's a philosophical argument concerning the sociology of first contact between alien civilizations and a proposed solution to the Fermi paradox, which asks why humanity has not detected signs of alien civilization. The logic goes as follows. Resources in the universe are finite, but civilizations grow exponentially. This means the primary problem for the survival of a civilization is access to resources to maintain their growth. The Dark Forest assumes that intelligent alien civilizations are abundant and naturally end up competing for resources. When two civilizations make contact, they have two options: coexistence, which the novel calls benevolence, or war, which the novel calls malice. Each civilization doesn't know what the other is thinking with certainty, which creates long chains of suspicion about malice caused by isolated development and the slow speed of light, complicating communication between different stars. These suspicions mean you don't know if you can trust another species you contact to not behave with malice and attack. Even if the other civilization is less technologically developed than you, the highly variable pace of technological development means that any civilization has the potential to leapfrog others technologically. According to the Dark Forest, all of these conditions mean the smartest move is to not reveal your existence or location, and to annihilate any civilization you discover to prevent them from annihilating you and taking your resources. Under this paradigm, any kind of contact with an alien civilization is an existential threat, as it may alert a predator species to your location who will arrive and annihilate your species. If the universe truly is a dark forest filled with hunters, the best strategy for survival would be to stay quiet and immediately destroy any intelligent species you encounter. Like the Dark Forest advocates, the Hive of Destiny annihilate anyone they come into contact with purely because they can. Oryx and the Hive would be very at home within the Dark Forest, but take a particularly arrogant posture and strategy, believing that they are strong enough to reveal themselves and overcome any potential threat within the forest. The Dark Forest tells us that the Hive will kill any other species until they finally meet their match and encounter a species who renders them extinct, whereas the sword logic preached by Oryx tells us that the Hive are strong enough to overcome infinity. However, I believe there are several problems with the Dark Forest argument. The assumptions made concerning the prevalence of alien species, their exponential growth, and their psychology are pure speculation not based on any real evidence. Because we've only observed a single ecosystem containing one intelligent civilization, we can't make sweeping generalizations. The main problem with the sociological conception of the Dark Forest is that it assumes contact is a zero-sum game, a concept in game theory where two players are adversaries and cannot gain anything by cooperating. The problem with distilling contact to such a paradigm is that it ignores the very real possibility that meeting another intelligent species has the potential to benefit both parties, which is easy to prove false based on the text of the book's sequel. Destiny tacitly embraces the idea that contact is not zero-sum. The faction all players belong to, the Vanguard, cooperates with multiple alien species to unite in the battle against the final shape, which ultimately results in victory. I personally have substantial bias towards cooperation over conflict, because it has the potential to create wealth and benefit neither party could have seen without an exchange of goods or ideas. After serving the will of the worm gods for thousands of years, Oryx and his sisters meet their match. They try to extinguish the ecumene, but struggle to conquer them. Oryx comes up with a plan to take unprecedented power for the Hive, allowing himself to be strong enough to destroy the ecumene. The grimoire explains, "Akka, my god, worm of secrets, I am Oryx, sole king of the Hive. I have come to receive a secret. I want the secret power of the deep which you hold." "I give no secrets," said Akka, whose voice was code. "No," said Oryx. "You give nothing. Giving is for the sky. You worship the deep, which asks that we take what we need." Akka said nothing, because if it denied this truth, the truth might become false. "But you gave us your larvae, the worm," said Oryx, "and that is why the worm devours us now, because it was given, not taken. So I must take what I need from you, although you are my god." Said Akka, "You have not the strength." But this was a lie. Oryx had killed Savathûn, his sibling, and Xivu Arath, his sibling, and he had the sword logic of killing them. Oryx, the first navigator, set upon his god with his sword and his words, and cut Akka to pieces, and took from those pieces the secret of calling upon the deep. Then Oryx said, "Now I may speak to the deep, the beautiful final shape. I will be king of shapes. I will learn all the secrets of our destiny." His speech to the deep is not recorded here, but it is known that he returned and he said, "Now I am Oryx, the taken king, and I have the power to take life and make it my own." Then he went out into the universe and fought the Ecumene, and the worm, his god, was pleased. Oryx later conjures his sisters back into existence through acts of cunning and war against the Ecumene, proving it's possible for someone to be reborn after being killed in their throne world if they are bound with certain magic. Oryx's speech to Akka reveals how he understands the final shape. Oryx believes that the final shape requires taking power by force. If you give gifts to others, you make them weak and defy the sword logic. Oryx believes he must take power and use it to subjugate others to his will. This is why he uses the darkness to create the Taken, bending other conscious beings to his will simply because he's powerful enough to do so. Oryx serves the final shape by taking what he wants by force. He winnows the universe by stealing power from the weak and binding it to himself. Oryx's adherence to the sword logic and the hive tithing system would ultimately cause his demise. When he attacked the solar system as revenge for his son Crota's death, Guardians led by Eris Morn exploited weaknesses in the tithing system to make Oryx vulnerable. They culled the hive who tithed their power to Oryx via hive magic and the sword logic, making it harder and harder for him to satisfy his worm. This weakened him enough that Guardians were strong enough to face him directly. They defeated the weakened Taken King in his throne world, the Dreadnought, killing him permanently and subverting the sword logic by refusing to claim his throne. It's ironic that Oryx was the hive god of navigation and exploration because he was incurious about the nature of the sword logic, accepting it as infallible dogma. In reality, the sword logic and the worm god's bargain chained the hive more than it set them free. Oryx came so close to seeing this when he slew Akka and learned how to take, but he didn't realize that the hypocrisy of the worm gods meant the sword logic itself was also suspect. Oryx's assumption that the problem with the worm gods did not extend beyond their actions to the philosophical foundations of the sword logic proved fatal. The ontology of the sword logic did not have a solid foundation, as it could be made false by subverting it. Oryx's fanatical adherence to a winner-take-all dogma was ultimately what caused his demise. A true scion of curiosity knows that every philosophy is worth questioning. Oryx would not be the last of humanity's enemies to interpret the final shape. The exiled Cabal Emperor Calus traveled the galaxy in his Leviathan until he reached the edge of a vast expanse of emptiness, where his ship began to fail. The Leviathan experienced a violent malfunction. It was as if the ship had been plucked from the cosmos like a berry by some gargantuan hand, rolled between forefinger and thumb, squeezed and tested for ripeness, and then, having been found satisfactory, slung backward in an unknowable direction toward an unknowable maw. The ship was plunged into disarray and darkness, and its people gathered around the Emperor to seek his guidance and love. Instead, the Emperor donned a pressure gel suit and demanded to exit the ship alone. Said Calus, "I wish to see the destination of my banishment in private." In the Chronicon, in Instead of seeking repairs or despairing about being marooned within a great void, Calus seemingly abandons his responsibility as commander of the ship to go on a spacewalk alone. His companions fear the worst, that he's left the ship to die alone. Despite all fears to the contrary, Calus returns, alive but profoundly changed by his experience. After 12 hours of violent tremors, the Emperor returned. Before he retired to his observation room, the Emperor described his encounter in detail. Zhozan offered me this bizarre retelling. Outside the ship, the Emperor looked over the edge of the universe and saw nothing. That is, it wasn't that he saw nothing unusual, but he saw nothing. The absence of light, dark, life, death, the absence of anything, even of absence itself. And out of the nothing, there came a whispering in a dark language, which filled his head so loud that he forgot for a moment his own language, and suddenly the nothingness dispersed to show something, which was a fleet of foreign ships. He saw next the destruction of a great many worlds and creatures, including all his enemies and himself, and he saw the rot and fragmentation of his own corpse and skeleton. And last, before he was released, the whispers grew louder and granted him the honor of spreading the news of the end. Calus's vision shows him the Black Fleet, the Witness, and the Final Shape, something which would not have been clear at the time the Chronicon released during Season of Opulence. While the Chronicon gives us secondhand information of the vision, in Duality, Calus explains what he saw in his own words.
There, in that gravity shadow, I was truly seen. There, I understood my role in the closing of the circle. The Witness opened its mind to me, and I saw my darkest desire made reality. I will be the last. It is my right. I am the herald. I am the end.
After the Final Shape is revealed to him, Calus embarks on a galactic crusade in his Leviathan, bringing judgment to every species he encounters. This crusade is similar to Oryx's crusade, but not the same. Where Oryx enacts the death of the sword logic, Calus passes judgment. The Leviathan attacks the worlds it encounters, but does not destroy everyone. Calus cultivates shadows, sparing the few he deems worthy and strong from the cultures he encounters, allowing them to join him on his crusade. Oryx did not show that kind of mercy, if Calus's actions can even be said to be merciful. Oryx kills everyone he encounters, while Calus grows fat with strength by stopping short of total annihilation. He describes his shadows in the following way. My beloved shadows represent everything that was lost to me when the Red Legion took Torabottle. They are each the perfect specimen from their homeworlds, living the fullest version of their lives, because they are the fullest versions of their very species. They are everything I need to reclaim what was taken from me, and they are the ones I want by my side as I prepare this world for its end. Calus reserves a place by his side for those he deems worthy enough to help him bring about the end of the universe, allowing them the right to be one of the last living beings to witness the Final Shape. Calus would see Oryx's embrace of absolute elimination as folly. A true scorched earth policy does not allow collaboration. Don't misinterpret me. Calus's stratagem is also flawed and abjectly horrible, but a modicum less than Oryx's sword logic. Calus plans to become more resilient by considering the perspectives of the cultures he conquers via his shadows. He's able to better foresee potential dangers when he takes the counsel of his shadows, rather than just killing everyone he meets. After conquering a species called the Clips, one of Calus's shadows, a scion named Match, confesses to a betrayal. Your Majesty, Match said, I kept a secret from you. I explained how I worshipped my ancestors and the sacred chalice that cupped their spirits. I admitted that I had put these beliefs before him in my heart. Match, he said, you have committed a crime, and I will pass my sentence shortly. But first, Let me ask you something. Do you think I made the right choice with the clips? No, I admitted. Because I ended so many lives? Yes, Your Majesty. But knowing that they would soon end anyway, and that by killing most I could allow a small few to live in happiness rather than in strife, did I not choose the greatest possible good? I suppose, Your Majesty, that my faith makes me see the shared suffering of the clips as more fair than the survival of a happy few. If I were one of the clips, I would want a fair chance, not judgment from on high. He nodded in compassion. I know. I once tried to be fair too, Match. An empire of excess for every citizen, no matter their class or species of birth. It is good for a ruler to raise the standard by which his subjects live. But what if that ruler has found proof, absolute proof, that existence is a zero-sum game, that there is not enough time or energy to give everyone a fair life? Knowing that, mustn't we privilege the chosen few? I did not know, and I admitted it. That's all right. I don't ask certainty. For a long time after the coup, I started out into the infinite universe, and I saw meaninglessness. In a universe that goes on forever, there must be an infinity of Caluses, all staring at the same blankness. How could I be a god if I was generic? But now that I've seen what is coming, now that there is a limit to the time afforded to us, well, it may sound cruel, Match, but the less there is of everything else, the more I matter. I intend to be the last good thing in this world. I will gather my chosen companions and ease as much suffering as I can before the end. There are emperors who would take on any shape to escape death. I am not one. I am true to myself. And so, Match, are you. Your only crime, my counselor, was that you denied me the chance to give you a gift. Come, show me the place you favor, and tell me the measurements you require. I will build you a temple so you can worship without fear, and all I ask is that you remember me in your prayers. Calus's philosophy is that the time remaining for the universe is short, and that it's a great kindness to destroy as many peoples as he can, so that there are only a few who remain at the end of time to witness the pain of the apocalypse. Calus views death positively, seeing it as a blessing required to relieve suffering. What he doesn't do is consider the will and desires of those he judges fit for execution. How can death be an end to suffering if those who are suffering desire to continue living? Is it not cruel to prematurely end someone's life because you've deemed it better than their continued existence without regard for what they actually want? How are you able to know that they could not find joy and comfort in their continued life even if they face immense hardship? Death is absolutely final. Is it not possible that you could err and have imperfect information about the future? Is it not possible that you could be wrong about your paternalistic pseudo-utilitarian calculus? Match considers this possibility, but Calus does not. However, Calus recognizes that Match's disagreement is valuable, and doesn't consider Match's faith in the Scion religion a betrayal. He considers it a blessing and asks only that Match honor his emperor in his prayers. Calus claims to have seen proof that existence is a zero-sum game, no doubt by the influence of the witness, but his proof was a spiritual vision, not something irrefutable. There's a variety of evidence that, in the universe of destiny and the universe of real life, existence is very much not a zero-sum game, and there's value that can be created through cooperation. Calus engages in similar brutality and cruelty to the sword logic, and his crusade is a grave moral error. In the Chronicon, Calus writes an account of the future end of reality, which gives us insight into his goals and character. I stand now, alone, at the end of the world. As I stare over this dark edge, which I have anticipated for so many years, eager, hopeful, I wonder if I was too impatient for it. I do not wish it away, no. But I am faced with accepting that ushering in the blessed, long-awaited end means an ultimate goodbye to you, old friend. I am proud that you were the last one at my side when end came. There is no one else I would have chosen to stand by me. Thank you, my shadow. Thank you for your sacrifice. The old friend Calus is addressing at the end of the world is his favorite shadow, the player character known as the Guardian. Calus wanted the Guardian to destroy all remaining life and then kill all other shadows before joining their emperor at the end of everything and falling on their sword, sacrificing themselves. Calus desires to sit at the end of reality alongside a pile of corpses of his most faithful followers and watch as reality turns to nothing, alone, just as he saw his vision of the end outside the Leviathan. The Guardian doesn't fully accept Calus's offer, so Calus joins the Witness after the Black Fleet returns to Sol during Season of Arrivals, and directly works with the Witness during the events of Lightfall. There is such sadness in Calus's unrequited love and admiration for the Guardian, but it isn't a tragedy, as Calus's plan would have brought great suffering, which the Guardian could not abide by. Nonetheless, Calus's desires give us everything we need to understand his view of the final shape. Calus sees the final shape as a divinely ordained end of everything, which he has the right to herald and usher forth. Calus curates his shadows as acolytes who winnow the universe until all are dead but him. Then he envisions himself witnessing the end of the universe as the last living being, presiding over the end himself by his divine right to rule, presiding as the last bastion of life amidst the embers of a great empire. Predictably, Calus's fatal flaw was pride and ego. He saw his chance to be last as a divine right, something he could not share with anyone else. Calus demanded devotion from anyone who served under him, and behaved as a tyrant when he didn't get his way. The only being Calus was willing to submit himself to was the Witness itself. Calus was willing to become a disciple, because the Witness offered power greater than he could ever hope to attain after exile from his former empire. This contradicts his delusions of grandeur seen in the Chronicon, where he casts himself as the final being alive, unwilling to admit that the Witness would necessarily need to allow him to remain alive in the final shape. Calus's pride made him fail to see that the Witness was using him as a pawn, sacrificed to trick the Guardians into letting it commune with the Veil. Pride and ego made him susceptible to flattery and unable to recognize those who hid their intentions and manipulated him. Prior to their incorporation into the Cabal Empire, a cult of Scions worshipped another character, Nezarec, final god of pain, the psionic god of nightmares. Nezarec's domain is the darkness of night and source of nightmares. He's appeared in the background of the story since Destiny's very beginning. In the final shape, we get our most explicit confirmation of Nezarec's role in the Black Fleet. A memory found aboard his ship on the moon explains,
"Go forth, Nezarec, and show them the power of the Veil, the dark of the deep, the edge of the night."
The Witness entrusted Nezarec with the Veil, the Traveler's antithesis, bathed in paracausal darkness and the key to the Witness's plans. With the Veil in hand, Nezarec could manipulate the consciousness of beings around him to create nightmares. The Witness gave Nezarec this power because it wanted to enlighten the universe through terror. It wanted each species it came into contact with to understand the awesome power of the deep and its veil. By Nezarec's hand, the Witness wanted to remove the veil hiding the truth of the final shape from humanity so that they could understand their place in the universe. We don't know the full extent of how many species Nezarec influenced via the Veil, but he at minimum tormented humanity, the Scions, and the Elixni. The first place we see Nezarec's influence directly is on the moon during Shadowkeep. As the Vanguard discovers a pyramid hidden beneath the crust of Earth's moon, the solar system is beset by nightmares, spirits of haunting traumatic memories, manifested into the real world by the egregore fungus, an aspect of the darkness. The haunting of Earth's moon dates back to humanity's golden age, where Nezarec watched from a distance, observing humanity prior to the Black Fleet's first assault on the Sol system during the collapse. The moon would ultimately be the place he met his demise, as the Witness's plans to assault the Traveler were foiled. During the events of Shadowkeep, Eris finds the journal of the commander of the K1 expedition, Kwang Xuan, who studies a mysterious artifact discovered underneath the moon's crust. It can't be described without diminishing it. A black sphere. Nothing could be simpler, and yet it is awesome, unspeakably complex, compactly infinite, full of as many things as it could possibly contain. We cannot spend long near it. Its electromagnetic flux is too subtle to burn through the field weave in our suits or cause any real harm, but we can't assume it'll stay that way. If the field spikes, it could force our nerves to fire, even drive us into seizure. High Tesla magnetic fields do strange things to the mind. Our priority is to shield the article, then we can begin study. Kwang's initial description of the K1 artifact shows that it holds immense power over her mind, starting with her imagination, but eventually elsewhere. Her descriptions tell us she views it as both beautiful and horrifying. The comments about the electromagnetic radiation emitted by the artifact serve as foreshadowing for the rest of the lore book. The psychological effects on the K1 crew start out fairly innocuous, like the EM flux, but eventually spike as she hypothesizes, deeply affecting their minds. While the specific prediction about seizures is wrong, it paints a picture of what's to come for Kwang and her crew's psyches. The insomnia is worsening. Some of the crew with histories of successful anti-trauma are now experiencing PTSD from vivid, re-traumatizing nightmares. Bo suggests crew rotations, limiting exposure to 30 minutes in one shift, which is wise from his perspective and utterly impossible from mine. If this truly is the greatest discovery since the Traveler itself, then our lives and health mean nothing. It is a strange quirk of human psychophysics that we are willing to take risks to avoid loss, sacrificing ourselves to stop a fire or save a damaged ship, but afraid to embrace danger in the pursuit of gains, even when those gains could contribute 1,000,000 times more to the common welfare. The observer's minds start to become unraveled by their exposure to the noetic effects of the artifact. This manifests as insomnia, nightmares, and PTSD flashbacks in patients who have already overcome their trauma. I personally struggle with all three of those psychological symptoms. If you've already made positive progress and responded appropriately to treatment, experiencing further setbacks or being re-traumatized by something is one of the worst things imaginable. It's not a linear process, but if you've completely or mostly overcome your symptoms, having the nightmares, the flashbacks, the kind of fear and anxiety that completely dominates your life return is itself traumatizing. Based on my understanding as a patient, treatment typically is focused more on helping you learn effective and positive strategies for coping with the symptoms, rather than completely removing them from your life. So in theory, these people would still have the tools to help themselves. In reality, that's easier said than done, as if your symptoms are minimal, you aren't practicing coping skills in difficult scenarios, and may need additional professional mental health support to help you relearn how to use them. That's also something that's happened to me. In reaction to these alarming symptoms, Xuan displays that she cares far more about the scientific insights that could be gained from the alien artifact than the safety of her crew. Whether this is because she's beset by nightmares, or simply never valued safety over scientific progress is hard to say. The result is disastrous either way. Xuan continues, the canary systems in the Clovis Bray cladding have revealed something strange. We experience hallucinations, insomnia, trauma, and powerful intuitive breakthroughs when we are near the article. Yet the canaries, the cells, organisms, and simulated copies of our brains in the cladding are happy and healthy. Why are they untouched while we are haunted? If there's some spooky effect at work, a violation of closure, why can't the CETA arrays detect it? I think of a lesson from the House of Wisdom. We can never find the God in our instruments because God is all-powerful, taking hold of our devices and displays to hide from us the knowledge of God's passing. This is the limit of science. It can find any truth in the world, but it cannot cut away the veil cast over our eyes. After the noetic containment system is in place, it becomes clear to Xuan that the psionic properties of the artifact are unable to be detected by the current level of human technology. They're able to simulate human minds, but those simulations are not the intended recipients of Nezarec's torment. Through the K1 artifact, he manipulates the researchers directly, easily brushing the noetic canaries aside in favor of his true target, humanity. The manipulation via the veil is extremely effective, but has the side effect of destroying the research team. The artifact grants the researchers advanced knowledge in a fashion similar to the Traveler, which leads them to believe the two are related. However, the researchers are actually interacting with the veil, the opposite of the Traveler. At the end of this entry, Kwong makes philosophical comments about the nature of science and truth. She believes that science can show humanity all truths except divinity. She believes that the true nature of reality, the truth hidden behind the veil, can only be revealed by God. This fanaticism is exactly what Nezarec, and as we will later see, the Witness, are looking to cultivate in humanity. Xuan continues, "When I remove myself from the moment and consider our behavior, our cultish isolation and secrecy, our fixation upon the antenna as the source of meaning and purpose in our lives, I see an expedition compromised by the noetic effects of an alien object. Why do I not abort the investigation and return to Earth? Because the most powerful noetic influence in the universe, the true coin that all deception and deceit must counterfeit, is the truth. Everything we have been granted here is true. That is why we behave as if we are compromised by an alien influence. Revelation is the most powerful influence of all. There is no veil over our eyes. We see clearly now." Kwong believes this divine revelation is so valuable that she becomes paranoid, believing everyone wants to steal her secrets and cut off her access to the truth. Her exposure to the veil sharpens this philosophy into the edge of a knife. Kwong sees herself as empowered by the truths the K1 artifact teaches. She's convinced she's seen behind the veil, the truth of the universe, the God in the machine, and the chains that bind her to the cave, but she hasn't even begun to comprehend the truth Nezarec wants her to see, the veil, the final shape, and its witness. It's ironic that Kwong thinks she's seen the full truth when she's only seen an outline of the shape of darkness behind the veil. Her pseudo-enlightenment is short-lived, as the K1 facility descends into paranoia and internal conflict before being attacked by the Hive and destroyed in the collapse. The Root of Nightmare's lore delves deep into the Scions' cult worship of Nezarec. It shows us that humanity and the Scions, while having a different relationship with Nezarec, bear the same effects of his presence. An unknown narrator peers into the mind of a Scion named Acacia, whose partner was the subject of a ritual to Nezarec. At the center of the room, two Scions sleep peacefully among a sack of blankets and pillows. From behind me, a sinister presence stirs. A ring of eyes materializes in the window. Nezarec. At the sound of his name, the shadows from the window expand and devour all the light in the room. Acacia and the other Scion are the only figures that I can see. Darkness oozes toward them. A hand forms, claws outstretch, his arm, then his face, the shape of his two-horned headpiece, the ring of eyes. The cacophony of hisses and screams fills the void while the two remain fast asleep. Nezarec reaches for the Scion sleeping beside Acacia. The tips of his claws drag down across the skin, only to stop at his closed eye. The darkness swirls, then Nezarec vanishes, leaving nothing but moonlight. After Nezarec marks Acacia's partner, his cult arrives to perform a ritual upon his latest victim. I watch a group of large, ornately dressed Scions enter Acacia's home in the dead of night. They exchange loud, indiscernible words and restrain her. Anguished sounds leave her as she watches them take her partner away. He is powerful. He will sate Nezarec for a long time. Be thankful he was chosen. I see a group of Scions at the center of the chaos. Seated among them is Acacia's partner. Hundreds of claws rip and shred the edges of the memory. Acacia's pained wails join Nezarec's symphony. Her partner jolts in different directions, as if his body is ripping apart. A purple hue envelops him. He rises from his seat, levitating off the ground, and dark tendrils attach themselves to his shadow to siphon his power. Nezarec feeds on the fear and nightmares of the Scions to gain power through the veil. He makes them afraid of the dark, and uses their psionic properties to increase his abilities, creating a positive feedback loop of psychic power. It makes sense that Nezarec would choose the Scions specifically for this, as they have powerful powerful abilities to communicate telepathically, something that's very useful for someone interested in using the psychic properties of the Veil. Nezarec feeds on Acacia's partner and his torment, but also through Acacia's fear, pain, and hatred for the being causing the person she loves to undergo this suffering. This has a twofold benefit. For every scion Nezarec takes and torments, he can gain power through those entangled in relationships with them. He only needs to take one scion to also feed off of the emotions of their families, friends, and lovers. This memory is from a time before Nezarec's death at the hands of Savathûn. However, the conversation occurs in the present, before Nezarec is resurrected by the Traveler in the events of Root of Nightmares. The lore continues. I know you feel hatred toward him, but that's good. He rewards those that survive his torment. You know his power. His nightmare needs to live on, I said gently and stood to gaze up at her. Acacia looked agitated, impatient. I slowly pulled a tome from my bag and placed it gently on the log. I flipped the pages until I found an image of a familiar two-horned being. Keep that hatred alive. That's what he wants. I sensed her apprehension. If you help me bring him back to this plane, show him you're willing to serve him, he might just let your partner go, I added. It was difficult to tell what she was feeling, but after placing her hand on the tome, eye affixed to the cover's image, I knew she would be desperate enough to try anything. The mysterious figure observing Acacia's memory worships Nezarec and wants to hasten his return to the physical plane by returning all of his body parts and performing a ritual to return him to life. This person gathers people who have suffered by Nezarec's hands and manipulates them into helping achieve this task. It shows us that those racked by fear, pain, and loss succumb to desperation. Even though Acacia hates Nezarec, her hatred is born out of love for her partner, and that hatred leaves her willing to risk helping the god who took her love from her in the first place, in the hopes that he will return her partner to her arms. This strong, emotional, and psychic energy is exactly what Nezarec wants. By creating pain, he allows himself to grow even stronger because of consciousness's relationship with the darkness and the veil. To be hated and feared is to be powerful, to live rent-free in the minds of your enemies. It's ironic that killing Nezarec only served to increase his power. He couldn't directly manipulate the veil, but he became a greater nightmare, able to terrify those he came into contact with from beyond the veil, a common metaphor for the unknown state of being after death, extremely fitting in this case. The psychic power Nezarec gained from the scions in the veil is so strong that he's able to manifest himself as nightmares from beyond the grave. His body is so powerful that even coming into contact with it after death can give a person the horror of those marked by Nezarec while still alive. Enough of Nezarec's body was reassembled to allow him to be reborn by the Traveler's laser beam during the Pyramid Fleet's second assault on Sol. Nezarec is reborn and torments the people of Sol until a fire team of Guardians assaults the Witness's pyramid in the space surrounding the Traveler and puts down Nezarec once and for all. Nezarec serves the final shape by creating nightmares, tormenting his victims, making them fear him. He haunts the moon via his pyramid ship, buried deep within its crust, bringing nightmares to the solar system. Nezarec's role within the Black Fleet is to help bring about the final shape by enacting pain and suffering upon species blessed by the Traveler's light, so that they are weak and able to be molded into the shape the Witness chooses for them. Nezarec understands his role within the final shape and enjoys enacting it upon the universe. Where Nezarec is worshipped as a god for his role within the deep, there's another more mysterious group who instead worships the darkness itself as a god, a group of Vex called the Soul Divisive. The primary mode of Vex operation is to convert everything into more Vex, replicating themselves like a sentient machine virus. If they come into contact with something or someone they cannot readily assimilate into their network, the Vex simulate them repeatedly until they find a path to destroy and remake the obstinate subject in their own image. However, the Soul Divisive break this pattern and behave very differently. we have precious little insight into the Soul Divisive's behavior. They seem central to Vex actions in the solar system. The Black Garden is clearly a place of enormous power. Legends and scant field reports all indicate that the divisive Vex behave religiously. Why would a hyper-intelligent, time-spanning thought mesh exhibit religious behavior? If the Vex found worship and devotion more effective than any other behavior, they would adopt worship. Whatever the Vex found, or made in the garden, it transcends even their power. Vex beyond the Soul Divisive retain their normal behavior. They seek the creation of a universe that is populated only by Vex, where the Vex network stretches across all of reality. For most Vex, the final shape is simply more Vex. However, the Soul Divisive are different. The Soul Divisive found something in the Black Garden so powerful they could not even comprehend simulating and remaking it. Instead, their behavior was inverted. They sought to become supplicants to a greater power. This change of behavior is startling because it's very alien to their normal behavior. The lore of deterministic chaos helps explain the function of their worship. At least we're not cut off, like the Soul Divisive are from the rest of the Vex, nor are we beholden to another's purpose. They choose that lonelier path, all for a chance to create, not simulate, not remake in their image, something truly paracausal. He is witnessing the birth of a god, a false idol, a reproduction that is both like the Veil and not at all, built up by the same Vex who bowed down to it. Well, they tried to anyway. Their efforts fell short, so now they're stuck waiting for a resurrection. Is it possible the Black Heart will beat again? This lore is written from Osiris's perspective. After arriving in the previously hidden city of Neomuna and learning of the Veil, Osiris is able to put the pieces together and understand the true nature of the Black Heart. The decrypted lore of Scatter Signal gives us the final piece of the puzzle we need to understand the Soul Divisive. A churning singularity of shadow and mimicry beats again within cultivated chaos. Minds orbit its gravity to bridge communion with a voice, to move from parallel to entanglement. They dream of a dark core contained within a timeless structure, a suspended return to the primordial. If not for this truth, why kneel? If not for this truth, why does it elude definition? Though not all agree on all agree on this. Soul is salvation. If we take all three of these lore entries and combine them, we have a much clearer picture of what's happening in the Black Garden. The Soul Divisive finds something strange in the Black Garden, a paracausal confluence of darkness, the Witness and the Veil. The Soul Divisive cut themselves off from the rest of the Vex to worship the dark beings. In this worship, they stop simulating and start creating. They create the Black Heart in the image of the Veil. The singularity of mimicry and shadow is the Black Heart. The minds orbiting the singularity could either be the Vex minds that built and protect the Black Heart, or could be a reference to consciousness itself circling the Veil. Bridging communion with a voice is probably referring to the Witness, as it frequently is referred to as a voice in the darkness. The Soul Divisive are trying to commune with the Witness. The move from parallel to entanglement is either a reference to the unique nature of the Witness's mind, which we will discuss later, or is a reference to the functioning of the Vex within the Garden. Vex typically operate parallel to each other, each only processing a tiny part of a larger goal directed by an Axis mind. The Black Heart, as a replication of the Veil, might have had the ability to weave and entangle consciousnesses through paracausal power. This would have allowed the Black Heart to function as a kind of special paracausal Axis mind for the Soul Divisive, entangling the minds of all units together via the darkness, and allowing them to do things they never could before. Moving from parallel to entanglement could also represent the change in relationship these Vex have with paracausal forces in general. A core problem the Vex normally have is their simulations begin to break down when they try to simulate paracausal forces because they violate the laws of physics that those simulations are based on. However, with the creation of the Black Heart, the Soul Divisive possessed a paracausal force themselves and became entangled with it, potentially allowing them them to simulate paracausal power. Thus, they worship their idol to the god of darkness. The salvation they found in the Black Garden was the veil, the darkness, and the witness, which allowed them to elevate themselves beyond the causal and become paracausal, something truly worthy of worship in their eyes. The Soul Divisive served the witness by winnowing the Black Garden and the wider universe beyond. During the events of Destiny 1, Elsie Bray travels back in time to help the Lightbearer Vanguard destroy the Black Heart. In one of her futures, she sees the Black Heart corrupt many Guardians, causing them to turn to the darkness and join the Black Fleet. Elsie sees the destruction of the Black Heart as integral to stopping the Black Fleet and the Witness from destroying humanity. At Elsie's instruction, the Guardian enters the Black Garden and destroys the Black Heart. The Soul Divisive's divine purpose, their reason for being, their idol of the veil is destroyed and the dark future is averted. This doesn't stop the Soul Divisive completely. They seek new ways to aid the Witness and acquire paracausal power. The Soul Divisive want to find a place within the Witness's final shape and ascend into its salvation. The problem with the general strategy of the Vex is an attempt to subsume everything they encounter, obsessed with converting it to a shape that matches their own. Everyone they cannot refashion into a shape that resembles themselves is promptly simulated until they discover how to annihilate them. This is the most hostile strategy possible, but it's also their weakness, as it immediately makes them an obvious extinction-level threat to anyone who encounters them. This makes everyone incredibly hostile to the Vex on principle, making it harder for them to gain advantage when encountering adversaries who are stronger. They have no capacity for cunning stratagems to outwit stronger enemies. The Soul Divisive are the least Vex because they allow a non-Vex being to shape them. In Spiral, Brass Gardeners provides an opaque pseudocode description of a Soul Divisive simulation in the Black Garden. I'm not reading it aloud here because the code is very difficult to parse and interpret, especially verbally. It describes two anomalies, one that's an invasive leaf, and one that's an infinite witness, and contains reference to the Black Heart. This language is suggestive of the Witness, but it's hard to tell if that's exactly what the code means. There's the theme of winnowing, escalation, and iteration in the garden, which leads to my interpretation of the simulations. The Soul Divisive also directly engage in actions in concert with the Witness's plans in Season of the Wish and the Final Shape, which is partly why I believe they encountered the Witness, or something it created in the garden, which tied their faith to it. The Soul Divisive do not seek to remake the Witness in the image of the Vex, they seek to remake the Vex in the image of the Witness. The flaw in this plan is that it makes their success reliant on their ability to understand the Witness, a paracausal being, something the Vex are historically bad at understanding. The Soul Divisive's crowning achievement was the creation of the Black Heart, the first truly paracausal power. However, they squandered the opportunity by not harnessing its paracausal nature to protect it, allowing Elsie Bray and the Guardian to destroy their one shot at ascending to paracausal power. They see worshipping the Veil and the Witness as their way to become part of the final shape and obtain paracausal power. Oryx is not the only member of the Hive Pantheon who serves the final shape. His sisters Savathûn and Xivu Arath also take part in the Sword Logic, Galactic Crusade, and Hive Religion. Where they differ is how they react to their older brother's death. Xivu Arath follows her brother's Sword Logic to the very end. In an attempt to overcome her cognitive dissonance at the brother she idolized falling to beings she considers weak, she concocts a justification that allows Oryx's defeat to be an embrace of the Sword Logic rather than its denial. Speaking to the Hive after processing Oryx's death, Xivu Arath proclaims, "Oryx is dead. To deny this is to drink strong poison. Oryx is dead and his throne waits empty. To accept this is to accept blasphemy into our hearts. And his killers have not assumed the mantle of the taken king. How can our mighty king, the spear that pierced 100 million lying lungs, be killed by those who would deny the all-edged truth? Is this the end of progress towards the true and final shape? No. We know that whatever happens is so because it must be so. We accept that this has happened. Let me tell you what has happened. Our king of shapes has triumphed. the one who murdered him, who wielded his killers as a knife. She was once a liar drenched in the sky, but she came among us, the children of Oryx, and we cleaned the lies from her. We scoured the confusion and fear from her, and we gave her the clarity of our sight, and she devoted herself to the task of comprehending Oryx, learning and foreseeing him, thinking as he would think, knowing what he would know, becoming his one worthy enemy, and so becoming like him. How could she do anything but challenge him? And how, in challenging him, in seeking a way between his pits and riddles, could she walk any path but the path he made for her? The mark of him is upon her. What has she found? The liars will come in their thousands and hundreds of thousands and slaughter us in our millions and tens of millions, and we will go rejoicing to our ends. For they are the blade he has appointed to whittle us into our shape, and she is the avatar he has chosen to mantle him. And even now we sail the course he plotted, for she has awakened the truth which answers the lies, and his will has delivered the liars to us as his final test, and he is still and now forever our king. We will ask him to return to us, and when we have pleased him, he will answer. Xivu claims that the woman who led the assault on the Taken King, Eris Morn, was instead worshipping Oryx and obeying his sword logic. She adds an elaborate epicycle into the cosmology of the Hive, deluding herself into believing Oryx's death is part of a grand plan to prove the sword logic, a way he sought to winnow the Hive into their final shape. Xivu believes that once the Hive reach their final shape, Oryx will return to them, despite the fact that necromancy and resurrection of the dead are considered heretical under his religion. Oryx exiled his own son Nokris for this practice, so for Oryx, the god king of the sword logic, to be resurrected after being defeated in his throne world would be the highest level of heresy and hypocrisy possible. It would threaten to destroy the entire basis of Hive religion, and yet Xivu sees this defeat as a test of will by her brother and god. She tragically clings to this belief that she will be reunited with him if she keeps the faith, rather than face the fact that her brother is dead and his return to her would make him a heresiarch. These self-deluding mental gymnastics are very realistic for a character like Xivu. She spends the vast majority of her life preaching and worshipping under the blade of her brother's logic, so she cannot accept new evidence that contradicts her entire worldview. This results in cognitive dissonance, where her brain unconsciously constructs a tortured story to fit this surprising and confusing event into her pre-existing conception of the world, so that she doesn't have to face the emotional trauma of her life being founded upon a lie. All people, even those who claim to be driven purely by logic and reason, are susceptible to this psychological trap. It's much easier to change reality to fit your imagined worldview than to accept evidence that contradicts everything you've known up until that point. Eris takes a very different view of defeating Oryx. She doesn't claim the mantle of Taken King. She only uses Hive sword logic and magic as a means to an end. Eris uses their tools for vengeance, to get payback for those of humanity who have suffered at the hands of the Hive, including those she loves the most. During Season of the Witch, she assumes the mantle of a Hive deity, Eris Morn, goddess of vengeance. She acquires power via the sword logic, eclipsing Xivu Arath, and uses her power to shut Xivu out of her throne world. Instead of maintaining power, Eris rejects the sword logic after the task is done, and willingly relinquishes her Hive power, showing that the sword logic was fatally flawed all along. If it encounters someone who can use its power defensively and relinquish it when the task is done, its own logic can be used to subvert itself, rendering it a lie.
I am your ruin.
Savathûn has not been killed by a Hive since she lost her worm. Stored eons of potent lies and deceit.
All Savathûn's power, plus the tithes of the Guardians.
Eris Morn is the strongest Hive there has ever been.
Hear me, dead things. I let this moment pass unnamed, without song. This is the rejection of your sad legacy. Xivu Arath, agitator, fomenter, what a world cyst you have built from your conquests. No more. Now and forever, you are banished. Arath.
We don't know Xivu Arath's reaction to being cut off from her throne world, as she still lives and will likely face Eris and the Guardian more directly in the future. Whether she embraces her defeat or doubles down remains to be seen. As of Season of the Witch, Xivu holds firm in her belief in a very particular version of Oryx's philosophy. What I am, uttered by Xivu Arath, god of many shapes. I am the god of silence. I slit 100 million wailing throats. I watch as their blood scatters like precious stones. Their screams turn to sighs. Their sighs turn to silence. I stand among the dead and listen to the absence of sound. I am the god of logic. I shiver in delight to speak the truth because speaking truth is good. I speak my brother's words, the words he cut from the worm god Akka's throat. I am the god of life. I pair dead things from truth, and in this I find life that cannot be extinguished. I hold that life, nurture it by testing it against myself, by removing the weaknesses that bring death. In this, I embrace life and all its strength. I am the god of love. Any life that can withstand me will be with me at the final shape. There, we will stand together. That life will know me, and I will know it, paired to our true shapes, seeing each other for what we are. I am the god of all that exists. I have endured while others have not. I am the last surviving sibling. I will stand at the final shape and be the end. I will maintain my existence when nothing else has. I will stand alone. Xivu serves the final shape through war, by destroying all that she can, to winnow the universe until the only beings left alive are those who cannot be defeated. Her interpretation of the final shape is very similar to Oryx's, but she very particularly sees war as an act of love, and claims to be the ultimate arbiter of silence, life, love, and all that exists. She seeks to kill her adversaries until only those who must remain will survive at the end, the final shape. Unlike Calus and Oryx, she accepts that she may not be the only one alive at the end, and that her war will winnow the universe into a final shape with room for more than just her. However, she believes she will fight and reign supreme over those strong enough to stand at the end of the universe until she is alone. To Xivu, the final shape is a battlefield where her victory is all but assured. This belief is challenged on a fundamental level by Eris. Yet Xivu remains alive, but only because Eris Morn's tactics left her weak enough that she could not make war against the Guardians directly and protect the Witness as it attempted to enact its final shape. It's interesting that she sought to fight her war from the sidelines, not engaging directly in the Black Fleet's assault of Sol, sending emissaries through the Ascended Plane into the battlefields of Sol. Surely a true goddess of war would be most powerful facing her enemies directly on the battlefield, army to army. Whether it was an act of hypocrisy or hubris is hard to say, as her story is far from finished. Savathûn follows a different path than her siblings. We see this in the In-Spiral lore book from Root of Nightmares. Here is what is taught to the Hive, from the basest of thralls newly made, that what can be destroyed must be destroyed. What cannot be destroyed will surpass infinity. Therefore, is it not best to destroy? Only by testing can the truth be found. Only in destruction can the invincible surpass the mortal. Commit the violence, and know you are part of that greatest ambition, to create some ultimacy which perfects the universe. That which is built on your sacrifice, with your bones as the foundation and your blood as the mortar, is yet part of you. In this way is transcendence achieved. Every belief creates a heresy. I, Savathûn, tell you this in a dualist's regard. I made that heresy. Is it not just? It was my hand that fashioned the Hive from the marrow of their predecessors, and it was my voice that whispered this in time. That as much as the Hive were uplifted by the worms, so too were those worms uplifted by the Hive. If they were so weak they needed us to live. This ancient logic of the infinitely sharpened edge should have left them behind long ago. Do you think I did not see this? My father's worm did not tell me only of swords. It had vast things to say, painted the cosmos in shine and gore, truth and fiction. I looked forward with 3 clear eyes, and chose the path of the sword to cut open our future. To reach the stars, first one must crawl out of the ocean. It is a question of priorities. This is not regret, this story I tell. It is but a ripple. That whisper of ideas beyond swords is here to stay. I have ensured this. Even among us, such things die by slow inches, excruciating and unquiet. Possibility remains, a secret woven into the blank spaces of dogma, that what was defeated may rise again, that the shape of all shapes is not yet settled, that the worms need the hive more than is reciprocal. Even between the lines of the books of sorrow themselves is this written. Savathûn claims to have gone into the worm god bargain with open eyes, but as we will see later, she did not understand the extent to which she and her siblings were deceived. Nonetheless, she used her cunning to feed her worm. Each act of deceit laid the groundwork for an even greater one, constructing greater and greater schemes to place herself atop the spire of the universe, outwitting the Witness and its Black Fleet to preserve a spot in the final shape. Savathûn saw that the Hive could not rely on the Witness's generosity to survive. She knew that in order for the Hive to make their own destiny, they needed to forge their own path, free from the worms, Witness, and final shape. However, Savathûn knew she needed to be cunning and could not reveal her hand until after she had already struck at the heart of her allies turned adversaries. There is advantage in preventing those you betray from seeing your actions ahead of time. We can see this in a memory of a conversation with the Witness regarding the inhabitants of Sol.
Your brother's conquests got a path towards the final shape. When you have finished pouring your poison in his ear.
Not my poison.
We see your doubts. You speak them to Oryx.
Doubts? After all this time, you think I have doubts?
Remember your sisters. There was Xivu. Remember Nezarec.
What changed the motion of our moons, my witness?
You cried out, as your brother did, as your sister did, into the darkness. Now the children of Sol do the same.
You aren't the answer they want.
We are the answer you receive.
This conversation is telling in its accusations and recriminations. The Witness knows Savathûn's faith in the final shape wavers, and confronts her to try to put a stop to that. Savathûn obeys her nature, gaslighting the Witness and trying to convince it she has no doubts. The Witness sees through this cunning strategy, placing the two conversation partners in an infinite loop of rhetorical attacks and defenses. It's ironic that the Witness seeks both Savathûn's unfettered devotion to the final shape, but also for her to obey her nature and remain cunning. It fails to recognize that it's improbable for someone to have both qualities simultaneously. Those skilled in deceit will see through the lies and half-truths of the people who demand faith, creating a cycle of internal or external conflict. Savathûn didn't believe in the final shape and sword logic completely, instead exploring its edges and weaknesses until she found a poorly defended entrance to exploit. Meanwhile, she cunningly played along with the Witness and Oryx's desires, pretending to be a true believer while ruminating on the truth behind the fiction. During the Black Fleet's attack on Sol, Savathûn first used her cunning to betray the Witness. In Root of Nightmares, Nezarec explains,
After that witch killed me and cursed my remains, I assume that's when she whisked away the veil to Neptune.
Nezarec died at Savathûn's hands, preventing him from continuing to enact the Witness's plans for Sol and the Traveler. Nezarec had been entrusted with safeguarding the veil, and was unable to prevent Savathûn from hiding it from the Witness after she killed him. This is what caused the Black Fleet's first assault on the Sol system to fail, setting the stage for the birth of the first true Lightbearers, the Travelers, Guardians, and Ghosts. It's also the reason Nezarec's ship crashed into the moon and became entombed there. Savathûn saw preventing the final shape as a way to take power and serve her own interests. However, Savathûn continued to pretend to serve the Witness as a disciple, ironically behaving exactly how the Witness wanted, displaying her cunning, but not in the way it had hoped. She wouldn't become a disciple, instead becoming an enemy of the Black Fleet. The Witness's forces didn't realize this until it was far too late. Centuries after the collapse, Savathûn would hear of Oryx's death at the hands of humanity alongside her younger sister. A radio from Season of the Witch contrasts their reactions.
Our brother is dead. I will take my revenge as he sought for his son.
Revenge? For what? The dead deserved to die. That's your own logic. Oryx was a hypocrite, and so are you.
He loved us. He made of our deaths a study. And she, who has endured, who sharpened the sword of his defeat, has done the same. She will take up this mantle. When she is paired to her true shape, we will meet her on the bladed path.
What a vain child you are. Oryx spoiled you rotten. Not everyone wants to be like you. And you won't always get your way.
While Xivu sought to make war against Oryx's killers, Savathûn saw Oryx's death as a confirmation that the sword logic was flawed and her brother was a hypocrite. The disagreement caused a rift to grow between the sisters that eventually grew into a chasm. The embrace, or lack thereof, of their older brother's philosophy destroyed their relationship. Savathûn had questioned the sword logic from the very beginning, but didn't express her doubts outright until Oryx's death made this truth abundant, and gave Savathûn the confidence to enact her endgame. She excises her worm and seeks to gain power from the enemy of the Black Fleet, the Traveler.
I saw the end before it happened. My own death, brought on by the separation from my power. And in these final moments, I looked to the sky. Hello, old friend. I've chased you for a long time. First as an enemy, then as a collector, and finally, now, a supplicant.
Savathûn died after the ritual where the Awoken removed her worm, but was resurrected by the Traveler. The Traveler originally sought to bless the Krill with the light before they became Hive, so with the Witness quickly approaching for a second assault on Sol, it made Savathûn the first Hive Guardian. In Savathûn, the Traveler sought a protector from the Witness. Having achieved freedom from the chains of the Worm Bargain, Savathûn finally revealed her true intentions to the Witness. Let me share my perspective then, which you must be waiting for with bated breath. My acquisition of the light itself is delightful proof of an existence higher even than yours, a sort of karmic wit, if you will. No longer do the walls that birthed our parasitic chains house your machinations, the tools and parasites within shattered, and no longer does your subjugator subjugate. He lies ensnared within his obtrusive eyesore, for upon Rhulk's attempt to subdue me with that toy he's annoyingly always on about, his upended, I was able to counteract it, showing firsthand the power bequeathed to me in my new state. Now, the once great pyramid lies fractured, a sight you will become familiar with. So try and send your scorn, or your disciples, or even bring your many selves to reclaim your loss if you must. But this is my domain now, and you shall never set foot inside it, even if I must draw my final breath to keep it that way. Savathûn ensnared the witness's first disciple, Rhulk, in a trap within her throne world. He had been sent to observe her from his pyramid, but didn't account for the fact that Savathûn's throne world is like the very nature of her mind, full of cunning and deceit. She could twist the throne world to conceal her plans from her enemies, and ensnare them through cunning made manifest in the physicality of the ascendant plane. We'll return to Rhulk and the Upended in due time. After the Traveler placed its future in Savathûn's cunning, she tried to hide her new god away in her throne world, but was stopped by the Guardian. The Vanguard had seen Savathûn's plans develop over the years since her brother's death, and were terrified of the possibility of her endgame. They knew that she could deceive them, as she had infiltrated the last city wearing the mask of famed Vanguard advisor Osiris. She had used this disguise to study the light, and make preparations to take it. Only by learning from light-bearers chosen by the Traveler could she discover what she needed to become a light-bearer herself. However, the downside of this plan is it alerted the Vanguard to her scheme in progress, so they were able to assault Savathûn's throne world when it was in a weakened state of metamorphosis after her resurrection. This helped but also hindered Savathûn, as she regained her memories at the cost of the Vanguard's beachhead within the throne world, which became the necessary foothold to stop her plan to hide the Traveler from the wider world and protect it from the Witness. When she attempted her ritual to conceal the Traveler, the Guardian, with the support of their Vanguard, intervenes and defeats her.
Isn't this interesting? I miscalculated. So did you, Guardian. So protective of your Traveler that you wouldn't let me keep it safe. But the Witness is coming. The game is yours to play now. Yours to win or lose. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
The Guardian kills Savathûn, but allows her ghost to escape. Whether or not Savathûn's plan would have worked, we'll never know. Instead, the Vanguard and their allies were left to protect the Traveler from the Witness, which they failed to do in Lightfall. Savathûn's rejection of the sword logic and philosophy of the final shape, seeing that her siblings were pawns in the Witness's game, is what saved her. Savathûn escaped her entrapment in the deep and ascended to the sky, defiant. She betrayed the being who first bestowed her godlike power, and gambled the fate of the universe. Savathûn was canny enough to see that she couldn't hope to survive under the command of a being who didn't truly value the Hive. Her betrayal of the Witness and hiding of the Veil gave the universe a new lease on life. Savathûn's decision to seek the favor of the being her siblings sought to destroy for eons was beautiful and perfectly in character because she saw that it could offer far more than the Witness ever could. By rejecting the sword logic and embracing the light as a supplicant, she allowed the Hive to become chosen and break free of the shackles of the Worm Bargain and the Witness, allowing her species to forge its own path for the first time since leaving Fundament. Savathûn's scheme to manipulate the Awoken via Riven during the events of Forsaken ultimately prevented her from achieving her goal of concealing the Traveler from the Witness and preventing the final shape, just as she hid the Veil years before. Humanity and the Awoken didn't stand by and watch, instead attacking the vulnerable Lucent Brood at their infancy, allowing the Vanguard to exploit their inexperience and weakness, delivering the Traveler back from Savathûn's clutches, ultimately leaving it exposed to the Witness's assault. Savathûn's scheming came back to bite her in the end. After her endgame failed, she enacted a contingency, the plan to make Eris Morn deal with Xivu Arath, in exchange for a path into the Pale Heart to defeat the Witness. This scheme forced her to give up her freedom in exchange for strong allies to face the Witness and its final shape with. She was forced to compromise and ally with humanity in order to stop the final shape, but that didn't stop her from twisting the knife at every opportunity. In the end, the Lucent Hive played their part in the coalition to unmake the Witness, and the final shape was averted. After this brief alliance, Savathûn and her Lucent brood escape, becoming free once more to scheme against the Vanguard. Her story is also not finished, as she surely has more plans up her sleeve. Now that we have dealt with Savathûn, we return to the being she marooned within her throne world, the Witness's first disciple, Rhulk, the Subjugator.
Welcome, children of light. Drown in the deep or rise from it.
To understand Rhulk, we must look farther back than we have before, to his homeworld Lubrae, one of the first worlds the Witness interfered with. We start with a series of conversations between Rhulk and his Witness. Stop. Why? I don't want to do this. I don't want to relive this. Most would die for the opportunity to retread their greatest moments. Great moments end in triumph, not mass extinction. In the end, what mattered? The end? No. We are so very far from the end. You are not yet ready to taste true glory. But to do so, you must leave behind that which made you weak, retaining only that which makes you strong. But my world, shattered, recreated here for you, reformed, all around me. Every painful memory, my clan, my family, their heads in my hands. Love for them made you weak. Power over them made you strong. Upon reflection, you are filled with regret, believing yourself to be under the spell of the regime, believing your actions in their tenure to be wrong. But morality, oh dear Rhulk, is subjective. And now that you are all that remains of Lubrae, isn't it time you made the rules? Isn't it time you looked back upon your life with pride? After all, your actions brought you to us, and only we can help you emerge from your cocoon. We? What even are you? We are your salvation. We are your judgment. And soon, we will be your witness. After manipulating Rhulk into choosing violence, abandoning his people, his species, and his planet, the Witness continues to torment Rhulk by showing him painful memories. It isolates him from his support system, a common tactic of emotional abusers, so that it can shape his personality to be dependent upon his abuser. The Witness sees that Rhulk is wayward and lost, lacking purpose in his life, and uses that against him. The Witness calls Rhulk's love weak. It takes his connection to society and destroys it. It strips him of beliefs one by one until Rhulk is a blank slate, ready to be reshaped into anything the Witness desires. In time, it turns Rhulk into the obedient monster it seeks, a right-hand man to destroy the universe. Rhulk remembers. They've turned against me, my regime. They've perished by my hand, my clan. They call me a monster. They put me in a cage. They seek my execution. But your luster, I see it. Even though they took you from me, you guide my hand. You free me of these chains. You find me again. You return to me my glaive, no longer Relic's bane, serving only one final purpose: Lubrae's ruin. A shattered sky, a planet convulsing, our existence upended. Their folly was their intended salvation, siphoning light from the sapphiric sun itself. I use your luster, turn their technology against them, like a backfired pistol. After serving them, protecting them, fighting for them, suffering for them, a shattered sky, a planet convulsing, tearing apart. One Lubraean remains, me, but not for long. What have I done? I stare into the abyss. It has opened, truly opened this time, to show me what lies beneath. Death. I drop your luster. I drop Lubrae's ruin. I let myself fall in. And then I am here with you, my witness. And what do you feel now? Devoid of family, devoid of the regime, devoid of Lubre. What do you feel here, in our embrace, now that they are gone and you are left? Rhulk opens his eyes, crawls forth through the blackened solution that engulfed him all this time, emerges from the wall of obsidian-like miasma to find his luster, to find Lubre's ruin. Taking them, he rises to his feet. What do you feel, my child? Relief. Once Rhulk fully submits himself to his new master, the witness relents, allowing Rhulk relief. It gives Rhulk respite from pain, pausing his abuse, so that he can see obedience will be rewarded and insubordination will be punished. Rhulk doesn't have clean hands, but his actions are understandable. He was pushed to the brink of ennui, annihilation, and genocidal violence by his creator and abuser, the Witness. Here we see the Witness's utterly monstrous true colors. It will stop at nothing to achieve its goals. No act is too vile, too wicked for the Witness. Its appetite for the final shape is insatiable, no matter the cost. Once Rhulk has been converted into a disciple, the Witness unleashes him upon the universe to make his own disciples who serve the final shape. Notice how the Witness twists its disciples into a shape of its choosing, and seeks for them to create disciples of their own. Calus's shadows, Nezarec's worshippers, Oryx's court. The Black Fleet is ultimately a low-rent pyramid scheme. In the lore of collective obligation, Rhulk explains his philosophy and understanding of the final shape. You do not see the collective obligation before you, the duteous burden that has rested on all sentient beings since time's origination, to ferry existence toward inevitable consequence, the final shape. Why do you unendingly insist on waylaying the machinations of every being with a worldview differentiated from your own? You lack respect. You lack direction. You seek only what you are guided to seek, and for that, you remain little more than an unrelenting nuisance. I, Rhulk, was like you once, wayward, driven to misguided perfection by the bubble society painted around me. But when I look back, none but one had the answers. None but one shed all the airs of any pretense of what the universe was supposed to be in the eyes of the infinitesimal individual. My witness. Through it, I found incentive, clarity, purpose. I sought to shed from myself the layer of barbarism that had pervaded my being for so long. I turned instead to the sophistication of infecting others with self-actualized corruption. You see, total eradication may be efficient, but the goal is not to be the last one standing. Rather, it is to remove the obstacles that encumber you and those who remain from reaching your destination. Annihilation of your kind was never the goal, but filling you with the right kind of ideological purpose, the kind that serves the finality of shape. Well, that's the point of corrupting a beating heart, is it not? Rhulk sees the final shape as a collective obligation for those enlightened enough to understand it. He thinks that once a being sees the final shape, they must go out into the universe and evangelize the truth of the final shape. He proselytizes for his religion at every opportunity, condescendingly trying to convert non-believers to follow his witness and philosophy. Rhulk explains that total eradication is not his goal, and that lifting people up and creating purpose is the true final shape. This is incredibly rich coming from Rhulk, and I think is intended to be seen as hypocritical. You cannot actually uplift someone if you do not seek to truly understand them and maintain condescending beliefs about their nature. People will never be convinced to change their minds if you pepper your enlightening language with insults and contempt. You will likely harden their beliefs against yours, pushing them to a place where nothing you say will sway them. No matter how elegant your arguments are or how pleasant your tone, you have already revealed your hand and deemed yourself above their opinion, so why should they ever consider yours? Even without the contempt, the framing of violence being justified as the most efficient way to remove an obstacle is horrific and doesn't inspire faith or loyalty. It again will make people consider you dangerous, a threat to be stopped. Those stumbling blocks were conscious beings with life and purpose. Seeing your purpose as incompatible with another person's doesn't give you the right to kill them. Rhulk's philosophy is truly monstrous at the highest level. For all his torture to become what his witness desired, Rhulk ultimately isn't very good at being a subjugator. His greatest victory is dominating the Krill and converting them into the Hive, but he seems to fail at every other opportunity he gets that we know of. Each time he fails, the witness punishes him, wanting more, wanting perfection, but failing to give Rhulk the direction and approval he seeks. Rhulk explains, "I was born in irrelevance, and yet you cast me back down that well. I keep your sacred commandments, even this, closer and dearer than my own pulse. In your name, I bring crushing embrace by flame and glaive, my witness. Fleets of black to blot out suns and moons. The enemy flees, and I burn all trace of its passing. This is my supplication, but I castigate myself. Nothing is immaterial that is in your sight. My prayers offend my witness, and so, here and now, I tear them out. I shall learn to forge by night and whispers, and silence shall be your choir." Rhulk remains loyal, but can tell his actions don't please the one being he seeks approval from. This is the unfortunate fact of victims of emotional abuse. They can never satisfy their abuser. Nothing they do will be enough. No grand gestures will win them the ultimate security of praise and attachment they seek. The unconditional love they crave doesn't exist. Their abuser's appetite will always grow, and they will always feel the pain of disapproval, a cycle of hurt, pain, and torment. Only by breaking free and gaining a stable, healthy support system can someone be free from abuse. But Rhulk, like many of us, is unable to do this. He remains loyal to the person he loves the most and who hurts him the most until his end.
Witness, forgive me.
In order to fully appreciate Rhulk, we must look upon his greatest triumph for the witness's cause, the subjugation of the worm gods and the Hive. Witch Queen reveals the truth behind the Books of Sorrow, the fact even the most cunning Hive deity, Savathûn, didn't see for herself. In a memory held by Savathûn's worm, the witness lays out the plan.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first, we will tell the most cunning sibling of a cataclysm, a prophecy of great loss. We will feed her fear, her pride. We will say, young Savathûn, the end is coming. A great cataclysm. A god wave. In the sky, there is only death. But salvation lies in the deep. Lead your sisters down. Your coming will spare their short lives. And you will be reborn, the Witch Queen, Savathûn.
They were tricked. The Hive were lied to.
The witness comes up with the plan, but Rhulk enacts it. The Vow of the Disciple lore contains a retelling from Zeta, the mother worm who birthed the worm gods of the Books of Sorrow. I am Zeta, the nurturing worm. Behold Yul and Ir and Zol and and Akka, the virtuous worms. Look upon us and know that we are God or good. You, however, are not. You are inconsequential, and this is not my what? Place? Privilege? Destiny? You disrespect. There are no pleasantries in the deep, only the decaying husks of oversized parasites towering before me. You take me for a fool, believing I am like all else, manipulated by your psychic machinations. But I will not be controlled, for I am Wrath. He allowed us no audience. He knew of our hunger, abandoned, imprisoned. Our vulnerabilities stood clear, and he wasted no time in cracking them open with the rib he tore from the cruel Leviathan. You desire life. My witness desires your power. A trade is in the stars. Your servitude for their lives. he said, lifting the rib and pointing it at my children. Their power requires sustenance. Without it, your witness will have none. The surface of this disgusting rock is lined with their sustenance. Primitive beasts now stand at the verge of new purpose, giving life to your kind once again. I, kind Rhulk, will ensure your children survive, and you will aid a righteous cause in return. Outmatched, death would one day be our recompense, but our part was still left to play. Go on then, he snarked, holding the rib out. Sustenance has arrived. I grasped it, and he swam upwards, dragging me in tow, rising up from our deep, taking me from my children, up and up, away from one prison and toward another. Rhulk views the worm gods with contempt. He knows they are weak in the deep of Fundament's oceans and couldn't survive on their own. They need a way to feed, so the witness devises the parasitic relationship between the krill and the worm gods, creating the hive. A relationship that removes the weaknesses of both parties, but also leaves them vulnerable to the exploits Guardians would later use to destroy Oryx. Upon hearing the witness's plan to manipulate young Savathûn, Rhulk responds, "Quite the embellished lie, my witness." Lie? Or perhaps a truth in the making. That will be of her choosing. She may even stand alongside you one day, in service of the final shape. In that moment, jealousy, envy, or something more was all but painted across the subjugator's expression. Zeta sees through Rhulk at this critical moment. She sees Rhulk's jealousy and envy written on his face. Rhulk wants to be the witness's favorite disciple and hates sharing its attention with others groomed for disciplehood. He feels slighted by being tasked with the creation of new disciples, worried that new followers of the witness could usurp his position at its right hand. This is characteristic of abuse victims, who develop anxious attachment and fear being replaced in the eyes of their abusers or future partners, regardless of how they are treated. Rhulk condescends to the worm gods to mask his anxiety caused by an insecure relationship with the one whose approval he craves above all else. He pretends to value himself above everyone he comes into contact with, but this is a lie unconsciously constructed by his mind to protect himself from his true feelings of self-doubt and profound psychological vulnerability. Zeta continues her psychic analysis. The subjugator did what he does best: conquer, capture. Many of his victims fell, but those who proved useful served. From a prison within Fundament to another in the dark expanse of his making, I was taken, and that was only the beginning. He knew of our strengths, our powers, to grip the mind and guide, to fill it with vitality and power, to reduce it to rot and waste. The universe is wide, my child, his witness would chide, with wrath matching if not exceeding yours in its vastness. Seek it before it seeks you, or it will be your end. He claimed to desire our powers for his witness, but I overheard eons of their discussions. His omniscient God always reduced him to that which he claimed: wrath. Though he wore such a designation proudly, he wanted more, wanted our power for himself, to continue to do what he does best, better than before, alongside his witness. This is why I was kept. The desire for domination of all things. The subjugator returned living pieces of me to Fundament, segments he called larvae. He set them adrift on the ocean, knowing full well where the current would carry them, to the shores of the Osmium Kingdom. After subjugating the hive, the witness instructs Rhulk to watch Savathûn within her throne world and groom her for disciplehood. It sees promise in Savathûn, not Oryx nor Xivu Arath. The witness already has a fanatical subjugator. It doesn't need another to carry out its wrath like Xivu or Oryx. The witness wants Savathûn's cunning and cultivates it. It's interesting that the Witness only seeks a single disciple from each species it incorporates into the Black Fleet. It wants something unique from each follower, and sees that promise in young Savathûn, who ironically rejects the advances of her Witness. The cunning that makes her a promising candidate for disciplehood is the very trait that causes her to rebel and betray, foiling the Witness's plans. After Rhulk's pyramid is implanted in Savathûn's throne world, he places Zeta within his pyramid as the food for his upended, a source for new hive worms, to birth the entire pantheon. Zeta suffers for this, and Savathûn completely disregards her for it. The Witch Queen rarely paid visit to my, Zeta's, prison, and when she did, it was not for me. She knew what I was, what I produced. I was a servant of the subjugator, a servant of the Witness, a provider of that which took sustenance from her and many like her. She never cared for that, and as such, she never cared for me, or for him, and he knew it. She was cunning. Where wrath consumed Oryx and Xivu Arath, it always eluded Savathûn, or perhaps it was she who eluded it. Of this, my subjugator was not fond. Placed indefinitely in her throne world, he was made to watch her every move, to mentor and guide, to keep a close eye, so that one day she, too, could serve the Witness. A disciple in the making. It was as planned. The Krill became the hive. The enemy amongst the moons of Fundament disappeared. My subjugator served his Witness well, but he could not escape the very words of his Witness, which beat against his mind whenever Savathûn stood in his presence. The universe is wide, my child, with wrath matching if not exceeding yours in its vastness. Seek it before it seeks you, or it will be your end. I became a vessel for his jealousies, a source of power for his upended to consume, to see Savathûn's world shattered should she ever step out of line. Rhulk seeks to be the one-dimensional character the Witness casts him as, an embodiment of wrath, because he seeks approval, and believes if he can be the most wrathful person in the universe, that maybe, just maybe, the Witness will love him. The words from the Witness that fuel his jealousy, fear, and anxiety are very telling. The Witness reduces Rhulk to wrath, and tells him he's replaceable because it doesn't respect him. It's incredibly apparent that the Witness is simply using Rhulk as a tool and not seeing him as a person. The Witness's treatment of Rhulk breeds anxiety in him, so he seeks power elsewhere, dominating through violence, lashing out at those he holds power over because he fears losing control. He becomes the subjugator as a reaction to being subjugated, and practically begs for opportunities to demonstrate his worth through wrath, in the hopes that it will win approval. Rhulk directs his jealousy towards Savathûn because he can plainly see that she doesn't actually care what the Witness thinks of her, something he desperately wants to save him from emotional suffering. However, the Witness places him in charge of watching over and cultivating her, so he cannot enact his jealousy upon her. Instead, he takes his frustration out on Zeta because he cannot touch Savathûn. It's ironic that every player in the Hive Pantheon, Rhulk, the Worm Gods, and the Hive Gods, are stuck in a cycle of violence perpetuated by the bargain struck by the Witness. Only Savathûn recognizes this, and is able to break the cycle, but even she doesn't fully comprehend the true scale of the Witness's hand in the manipulation until it's revealed by the psychic memories imprinted in her worm by the darkness. As we can see from his lore, Rhulk serves the final shape by dominating and subjugating those around him. He winnows the universe by converting or destroying insolent non-believers. However, he remains insecure about the final shape, endlessly seeking greater approval from his Witness that he will never be granted. After she gains the light, the Witch Queen is able to trap Rhulk within his own pyramid and prevent him from interfering with her plans. Rhulk is only unleashed after Savathûn is defeated in her throne world by guardians during the events of Witch Queen. Had Rhulk not been swiftly dealt with by the Vanguard, he would have achieved domination over Savathûn's throne world and could have destroyed her delicate plans permanently. Rhulk's fatal flaw is his faith in the Witness, the paradoxical submission that was the reason for his acts of subjugation. He remains so confident the witness's understanding of the final shape is unimpeachable that he doesn't view Guardians or Savathûn as a sufficient threat. He doesn't realize that Savathûn had become powerful enough to subjugate the original subjugator, allowing himself to become trapped. Even then, he doesn't put up a fight, believing he will still achieve domination over Savathûn and her throne world, right up until he's powerless to stop her. Ultimately, Rhulk waits in his pyramid until Guardians hunt him, and holds back his true might out of hubris. Rhulk believes himself untouchable, so he doesn't put up a fight until it's too late and he's killed by Guardians. In Inspiral, Rhulk displays that he's come the closest to genuinely understanding the final shape out of everyone we have thus far discussed. His experience as the first disciple, watching the witness shape those who come after him, allows him to see the flaws in the disciples' interpretations of the final shape. There is a conflict in me, O witness, that unsettles your weapon, myself. Why is it that you allow flawed understandings of your great work to persist in all those who serve you, even in your disciples? Every one of us seems to have some different conception of your final shape. I do not need reassurance in my own comprehension, only to understand what purpose it serves that you have chosen such disparate servants to carry out your will. Is it a simple answer? Perhaps none who serve you have the capacity to grasp your vision. And so, rather than waste more of your time and attention on explaining something they will never hold, it is enough that they will act as you will. The witch and her hive carving single-mindedness out of the cloth of the universe, that whispering nightmare seeking the fullest gamut of existence, the upender destroying all differentiation, shadows on the wall. In this case, it would be hubris to think I have understood your work, that I alone among your disciples have grasped what purpose it is we serve. All of us must see darkly reflected, but there is relief in simplification. There is kindness in winnowing. So then, why is this proliferation permitted? The shadows, showing the truth by their casting. Perhaps it is enough to simply trust that we are weapons in your hand, O witness. Even if we cannot see the perfect shape of your plan, we serve it by your wielding of us. Each disciple has come to be only by your will, and so that incomprehension is also in your making. You ask for trust and obedience, and promise that whatever you do, whatever finality you achieve, will suit each of your followers perfectly. Your final shape will be 100 promises kept. I have seen the reflections of it through all of we disciples, through the tracks you leave in the universe, a truth understood through the shadows it casts. There, I have resolved the conflict within my thoughts, and I am at peace again. Once more, I am only your violence and nothing more. The final shape will realize us as we strive. This lore entry makes extensive reference to a famous philosophical thought experiment, Plato's allegory of the cave. Plato was an influential Greek philosopher who lived in Athens in the 4th and 5th centuries BCE. The following quotes come from a translation by Sean Eyre. Imagine that there are people living in a cave deep underground. The cavern has a mouth that opens to the light above, and a passage exists from this all the way down to the people. They have lived here from infancy, with their legs and necks bound in chains. They cannot move. All they do is stare directly forward, as the chains stop them from turning their heads around. Imagine that far above and behind them blazes a great fire. Between this fire and the captives, a low partition is erected along a path, something like puppeteers use to conceal themselves during their shows. Look, and you will also see other people carrying objects back and forth along the partition, things of every kind, images of people and animals, carved in stone and wood and other materials. Some of these people speak, while others remain silent. Now, if they could speak, would you say that these captives would imagine that the names they gave to the things they were able to see applied to real things? And if a sound reverberated through their cavern from one of those others passing behind the partition, do you suppose that the captives would think anything but the passing shadow was really what made the sound? Then undoubtedly, such captives would consider the truth to be nothing but the shadows of the carved objects. Somewhat ironically, the allegory of the cave has gone on to be incredibly influential, but not for the reasons Plato intended, inspiring a wealth of modern stories for reasons completely contrary to his intent. I think the post-structuralist, death of the author reading is much more interesting and applicable to this story than the original intent, so that's the lens I will be discussing it through. One of the most famous modern reinterpretations of the cave is the Matrix, where humanity lives their lives in a simulation of reality controlled by sentient machines, called the Matrix. Until the true nature of reality is revealed, someone inhabiting the cave or the Matrix cannot fully understand their situation. The allegory continues. Imagine one of them is set free from his shackles. What do you think his reaction would be if someone informed him that everything he had formerly known was illusion and delusion, but that now he was a few steps closer to reality, oriented now toward things that were more authentic, and able to see more truly? And even further, if one would direct his attention to the artificial figures passing to and fro, and ask him what their names are, would this man not be at a loss to do so? Would he, rather, believe that the shadows he formerly knew were more real than the objects now being shown to him? Now, let's say that he is forcibly dragged up the steep climb out of the cavern, and firmly held until finally he stands in the light of the sun. Under that light, would his eyes not be nearly blinded, unable to discern any of those things that we ourselves call real? It would take time, I suppose, for him to get used to seeing higher things. He will find that the sun is the source for the seasons and the years, and governor of every visible thing, and is ultimately the origin of everything previously known. The mental distress of being taken out of your comfort zone and shown that everything you thought you knew was a lie is the key tension of the Matrix. Instead of the allegory of the cave's forced enlightenment, each character is offered a choice, the opportunity to see how deep the rabbit hole goes by taking the red pill, or return to Wonderland by taking the blue pill. After taking the red pill, a character named Cypher comes to despise the hard life outside the Matrix, fighting for survival against the domination of the machines. This causes him to crave a return to the comfortable lie the machines provide in the Matrix. So he betrays his friends, helping the machines spring a trap to kill the human rebels in order to receive a second chance at life in the Matrix. At the climax of the movie, Cypher and the machines are defeated and the rebels live to fight another day. It, like the allegory of the cave, is a commentary on the nature of free will and truth. Even if you overcome cognitive dissonance and find enlightenment, it might be worse than the comfortable lie you've lived with your entire life. The allegory of the cave continues by forcing the prisoner to reckon with the full truth of reality, not just the situation in the cave. If forced to sit with the truth long enough, Plato believes that most people would eventually come to accept that as real, as long as they are not forced to return to the lie they used to know. The allegory concludes with the question of what a person would do after achieving enlightenment. That being the case, should he remember his fellow prisoners and their original dwelling, and what was accepted as wisdom in that setting? Don't you imagine he would consider himself fortunate for this transformation and feel pity for the captives? If such a man would suddenly go from the sunlight and once more descend to his original circumstances, wouldn't his vision be obscured by the darkness? But one who has his wits about him would remember that there are two things that pain the eyes: being brought from darkness to light, and transitioning back from light to darkness. This man would not make light of another when he met with a confused soul. He would take the time to understand if that soul was coming from a luminous realm and his eyes were blinded by darkness, or whether journeying from the darkness of ignorance into an illuminated state had overwhelmed his eyes. One he would consider fortunate, he would pity the other, and if he laughed at either, it would be less justified if he laughed at the expense of the one who was descending from the light above. Here the prisoner has finally completed his character arc, becoming the very person who forced him to leave the cave in the first place. This allegory offers a cyclic conception of the nature of learning. As children, we're taught by people more knowledgeable than us about the truth, but eventually our teachers run out of lessons to teach. At this point, some students become teachers themselves, helping raise the next generation of students out of ignorance. This cycle repeats successively, increasing the knowledge of humanity as a whole. Some students, however, upon realizing that their teachers don't have all the answers, will suffer a crisis of faith that causes them to reject the whole system of education and knowledge acquisition. These students are like Cypher, lost and confused about the world and feeling betrayed by the imperfect understandings about the nature of reality or lack thereof, and wishing they could return to the comfortable illusion of ignorance. The allegory of the cave explores the nature of knowledge itself. It asks how we can be sure our firmly held beliefs and facts are true. How would we know if we were the man who escaped the cave and viewed the world beyond, or if we are chained to the wall, believing the shadows cast are our true reality? The allegory shows that it's important to question the nature of your reality. In doing so, you might find your firmly held beliefs false. If you are able to see behind the veil that separates truth from illusion, it would be hard to tell if you are looking at the truth behind all reality, or yet another layer of slightly less false truths. In the modern world, the best tool we have to peel back the layers of reality's onion is the scientific method. By making hypotheses, testing them, and refining our knowledge by rejecting those proven false, we winnow our understanding of nature into a final shape. There are those who think they have seen the final layer, the ultimate truth of our reality, but history has proven that each time we think there is no more science to uncover, we find yet another layer hiding beneath. Ironically, this process has given rise to scientism, a dogmatic belief that only science can produce meaningful truths about reality. But this philosophy itself is unscientific. Science can place great bounds upon our understanding of reality, but it cannot be the ultimate arbiter of truth. Science is a model for truth, not the truths themselves. I argue the true meaning behind Plato's allegory of the cave is that enlightenment is nigh impossible to achieve because we are constrained by the limited nature of our experiences. You cannot achieve a monopoly on truth from a single person's experiences or within a single discipline and method. There are many truths you cannot pierce with science, as logical frameworks necessarily contain improvable statements, as shown by Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Our only praxis found within the cave is to recognize the incompleteness of our knowledge and remain open to questioning our beliefs in order to find greater truths beyond them. Side note, in his text The Republic, where the allegory of the cave appears, Plato writes about his conception of a perfect society, eternal and unchanging, which bears a striking resemblance to what we will later see as the witness's view of the final shape. It makes it the perfect illusion to draw in order to elucidate the nature of the final shape. The point being made by Rhulk's in-spiral entry is that the final shape is Plato's allegory of the cave. The disciples are the people chained up in the cave, unable to comprehend the full truth and scope of the final shape, because only the witness is capable of understanding. In this metaphor, the witness is the prisoner who escapes from the cave and comes to understand the wider world beyond it, and has returned from the light to try and help those who remain in darkness understand. However, it does not free its disciples from their shackles completely. It tries to explain the final shape, but is a bad teacher, failing to help its students understand. Only the witness has escaped the cave, witnessing the wider world beyond, and fails to bring the rest of the universe to share in its supposed enlightenment. Rhulk masks his potentially heretical questions in flattery and flowery language, what he believes the witness desires from its disciples, but his questions belie a central contradiction at the heart of the philosophical idea of the final shape. If the concept represents the true nature of the universe, surely it should not be impossible for the witness to enlighten its disciples. If the final shape is self-evident, then why can nobody else fully understand it other than its foremost herald? Rhulk is able to convince himself that his faith will be rewarded, and that the misunderstandings of the disciples are part of the grand plan for the final shape. However, where there is smoke, there is fire. The final shape must be flawed if the witness cannot adequately teach its disciples to witness its truth with their own eyes. As I have shown thus far, the final shape is a philosophical Rorschach test of cosmic proportions. Each disciple's interpretation says more about them than the final shape itself. Oryx looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through theft, taking what you can from your enemies. Calus looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through loyalty, opulence, and the divine right to rule. Nezarec looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through fear and torment. The Soul Divisive look upon the final shape and see a universe winnowed into Vex, using paracausal power from the Witness and the Veil to preserve themselves for eternity. Xivu Arath looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through pure combat strength, defeating your enemies on the battlefield. Savathûn looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through lies, cunning, and deceit, manipulating her opponents until they play into her hand. She sees through the deceit of the Witness and realizes that the final shape is not worth pursuing. She betrays the Witness and tries to prevent the final shape so she can take power for herself. Rhulk looks upon the final shape and sees a universe winnowed through domination and subjugation. He sees through the deceit of the Witness, but remains loyal and submissive until the end. The Witness's reputation clearly precedes it. It has left a trail of dead acolytes, disciples, and enemies in its pursuit of the final shape. Thus, to understand the final shape, we must understand the character of the Witness itself. But first, we must take a detour. To understand the philosophy of the Witness, we must first visit a controversial text in Destiny lore, Unveiling. It begins, "One of your philosophers said, 'It is not to be thought that the life of darkness is sunk in misery and lost in sorrow. There is no sorrow. For sorrow is a thing that is swallowed up in death, and death and dying are the very life of the darkness.' He was a shoemaker. He was right, and it matters more than anything. According to him, the visible world is a manifestation of eternal light and eternal darkness, and it is in eternal opposition that eternity has revealed itself. The fall was necessary for creation to escape its first imperfect stasis and seek a truer form. Heresy? Well, then, I am the heresiarch. The philosopher died of a bowel disease. Those who do not exist cannot suffer and are of no account to any viable ethics. If the true path to goodness is the elimination of suffering, then only those who must exist can be allowed to exist. It is the nature of life to favor existence over non-existence, and to prefer the fertile soil to the poisoned wind. Because those who open their mouths to that wind pass from the world and leave no descendant, whether of flesh or of thought. But imagine the abomination of a world where nothing can end and no choice can be preferred to any other. Imagine the things that would suffer and never die. Imagine the lies that would flourish without context or corrective. Imagine a world without me. The shoemaker philosopher is Jacob Boehme, a German philosopher who was active during the Protestant Reformation of the early 17th century. The reason we can specifically determine it's Boehme is that Boehme's philosophical texts were something he worked on while he wasn't making shoes, and the quote comes directly from the John Rolleston Earl translation of Boehme's 6 Theosophic Points. In this context, light can be thought of as things related to Christian heaven, and darkness can be thought of as things related to Christian hell. Unveiling reinterprets these theological and philosophical concepts from Boehme's work into the lore of Destiny, where light and darkness are physics-defying paracausal powers. This is a clever allusion by the writers, because in the Destiny universe, light is originally seen as good, and dark is seen as evil, perfectly mirroring Boehme's descriptions of heaven and hell. When Unveiling released with Shadowkeep, Destiny's story was starting to challenge this dogmatic paradigm and assert that it was possible for dark to be used for good and light to be used for evil. Tying Boehme's darkness into Destiny's darkness is brilliant because it places the reader in the frame of mind many of Boehme's contemporaries had, believing Boehme's darkness should be destroyed and only Boehme's light should remain. This mirrors the position Destiny's Vanguard endorsed early in the story, shackling paracausal darkness to moral darkness. Much of Boehm's philosophy was concerned with the idea that darkness was a necessary part of the universe that helped define and contrast the light. Unveiling opens asking readers to challenge their presumably held belief that Destiny's light is purely good and dark is purely evil via reference to Boehm. It's interesting because this lore is laying the groundwork for the stories of Beyond Light and Witch Queen, where it was explicitly seen on screen that Destiny's darkness could be used for good and Destiny's light could be used for evil, respectively. Asking if the idea that darkness and evil is necessary to contrast light and good is heresy references accusations of heresy Boehm faced during his lifetime. He was never subject to legal punishment, something that was common in this period. However, he endured ostracization and contempt from people in his community who disagreed with his views. The discussion of Boehm serves as a jumping off point for a discussion of the speaker's moral philosophy. As we will see later, the speaker refers to themselves as the Widower, so I'm going to refer to them as such. How to interpret or analyze Unveiling is a controversial topic that I'm going to mostly sidestep for now, but return to later. The Winnower calls themselves the heresiarch of Boehm's philosophy, saying essentially that they are responsible for Boehm's ideas. Afterwards, they say that Boehm died of a bowel disease. This line has always felt weird to me, but my guess is that it's an attempt at a transition, one which is executed jarringly. Next, we move beyond the specifics of Jacob Boehm's philosophy and start discussing the Winnower's beliefs, which in this instance are about the natures of life and death. The Winnower lays out a philosophy very similar to Oryx's sword logic. Only that which can prove it must live should be allowed to live, and there is no suffering after death, so allowing something that is not destined to survive to live longer prolongs its suffering. It's essentially the idea that the eventual deaths of beings who will die should be hastened to prevent unnecessary pain. I find this a very cold and uncaring philosophy that has no regard for the free will of the subjects it discusses. It's incredibly paternalistic and condescending. The Winnower then asks the reader to imagine a world where nothing could end and nobody could die, and beings could suffer endlessly for eternity. The Winnower believes that without death, lies about reality could flourish in our world. The final line, "Imagine a world without me," is essentially explaining that the Winnower sees themselves as a personification of death. Upon reflecting on this world without end, I agree that the concept is horrifying, and a world with death is a preferable alternative. However, I think the Winnower goes too far. It's hard to say exactly what the Winnower is referring to as lies, but if we look at Unveiling with the context of the Hive lore on the sword logic, my guess would be that the Winnower sees the future of those beings who do not deserve to continue living as lies. In effect, the time that is granted to them by the absence of death is a lie that prolongs suffering. This worldview is very strange to me, because if we are to take it literally, doing anything to relieve the suffering of another being would create a lie. This means if you take acetaminophen for a headache, the time where you don't suffer is a lie. Unless you're a pharmacist, you didn't create the medicine and only received it because another person wanted to ease your suffering, so they granted you a convenient pill to reduce pain temporarily that you can take at your own convenience. If we consider the logical extreme of this idea, any form of kindness or help of another person is morally wrong, which is obscene. After laying out their philosophy and role as a personification of death, the Winnower tells us a story. Once upon a time, a gardener and a Winnower lived together in a garden. It was once before a time, because time had not yet begun. We did not live. We existed as principles of ontological dynamics that emerged from mathematical structures, as bodiless and inevitable as the primes. It was the field of possibility that prefigured existence. They existed because they had to exist. They had no antecedent and no constituents, and there is no instrument of causality by which they could be portioned into components and assigned to some schematic of their origin. If you followed the umbilical cord of history in search of some ultimate atavistic embryo that became them, you would end your journey marooned here in this garden. In the morning, the gardener pushed seeds down into the wet loam of the garden to see what they would become. In the evening, the Winnower reaped the day's crop and separated what would flourish from what had failed. The day was longer than all of time, and the night was swifter than a glint of light on a falling sugar crystal. Insects buzzed between the flowers, and worms slithered between the roots, feeding on what was and what might be, the first gradient in existence, the first dynamo of life. Rain fell from no sky. Voices spoke without mouth or meaning. A tree of silver wings bloomed, yielded fruit, shed feathers, bloomed again. In the day between the morning and the evening, the gardener and the winnower played a game of possibilities. One aspect of this garden that doesn't get discussed enough is that the winnower is pretty adamant this description of a garden is a metaphor. The asterisks in the first sentence and their corresponding footnotes explain 3 truths about the garden. The garden exists outside of time. The gardener and winnower do not exist as corporeal beings, instead being forces that rise from the mathematical structures that underlie the nature of being. And the garden is not a literal place, more akin to an evolving set of physical laws of the universe prior to its birth, like a malleable nascent unified theory of everything. These truths raise a lot more questions than they answer, but will be important to our future discussion of the nature of Unveiling as a text. Conceptually, the reality of the garden is difficult to wrap your head around, which is the reason for the metaphor. The winnower continues by explaining the flower game. These are the rules of a game. Let it be played upon an infinite 2-dimensional grid of flowers. Rule 1. A living flower with less than 2 living neighbors is cut off. It dies. Rule 2. A living flower with 2 or 3 living neighbors is connected. It lives. Rule 3. A living flower with more than 3 living neighbors is starved and overcrowded. It dies. Rule 4. A dead flower with exactly 3 living neighbors is reborn. It springs back to life. The only play permitted in the game is the arrangement of the initial flowers. This game fascinates kings. This game occupies the very emperors of thought. Though it only has 4 rules, and the board is a flat, featureless grid, in it you will find changeless blocks, stoic as iron, and beacons and whirling pulsars, as well as gliders that soar out to infinity, and patterns that lay eggs and spawn other patterns, and living cells that replicate themselves wholly. In it, you may construct a universal computer with the power to simulate, very slowly, any other computer imaginable, and thus simulate whole realities, including nested copies of the flower game itself. And the game is undecidable. No one can predict exactly how the game will play out except by playing it. And yet, this game is nothing compared to the game played by the gardener and the winnower. It resembles that game as a seed does a flower. No, as a seed resembles the star that fed the flower and all the life that made it. In their game, the gardener and the winnower discovered shapes of possibility. They foresaw bodies and civilizations, minds and cognitions, qualia and suffering. They learned the rules that governed which patterns would flourish in the game and which would dwindle. They learned those rules because they were those rules. And in time, the gardener became vexed. I'm gonna plagiarize a previous video I made about Unveiling prior to Lightfall because I think it has a good explanation of the flower game specifically. As described, the flower game is not an invention of the Destiny universe. In fact, it's merely a retelling of a famous computer science simulation called Conway's Game of Life, a 0-player game invented by mathematician John Conway in 1970. Once the board is set up, the game evolves without influence from any player, perfect for simulation by a computer. In fact, the game is Turing complete, meaning it can simulate and run any conceivable computer algorithm. The Game of Life is a simulation of a hypothetical universe or population. Rule 1 describes underpopulation. No lone flower, or in the case of the Game of Life, a cell, can replicate without a partner, thus it dies. Rule 2 describes survival. Cells who are not alone can survive. Rule 3 describes overpopulation. If a cell or flower is surrounded, there are not enough resources for its offspring to survive. Thus, its line ends. Rule 4 describes reproduction. If a dead cell is surrounded by exactly 3 neighbors, it's reborn. This is analogous to new offspring being created by the combination of their parents' genes. The stoic blocks, beacons, and gliders are different names for the basic patterns in Conway's Game of Life. Still lifes, which are patterns fixed for eternity, oscillators, which are patterns that repeat over a set period in a permanent loop, and spaceships, which are patterns that travel across the board. The names given by the winnower are direct references to the simple types of these three categories. A block is 4 squares forming a simple still life, a beacon is an oscillator with a period of 2 turns, a pulsar is an oscillator with a period of 3 turns, and a glider is one of the simplest types of spaceships, comprised of only 5 blocks propagating forever. Like Conway's Game of Life, the Flower Game is merely an analogy for the more complex systems of life in the universe. The winnower explains this by saying the 2-dimensional version is merely a reduction. This also calls back to the description of the gardener and winnower as mathematical structures, principles of ontology and logic existing before the beginning of the universe. The winnower is saying that its battle against the gardener is a clash of philosophies. The language also implies that the Destiny universe might be a simulation built on top of the Flower Game, as the Flower Game, like Conway's Game of Life, is capable of reproducing any complex computer simulation from 4 simple rules. Conway's Game of Life is undecidable, meaning that if you're given 2 patterns, there's no algorithm for determining if the second pattern will be created at some point in the future by the first. Destiny's Flower Game is slightly different from the undecidability of the Game of Life, as we will see in the next entry. It always ends the same, the gardener complained. This one stupid pattern. Aren't they beautiful? I asked, as the flowers opened and closed in patterns beyond the scope of entire universes to encode, all devouring and perhaps everlasting. Not even we could know whether a pattern in the flowers would cycle forever or someday halt. They're as dull as carbon monoxide poisoning, the gardener groused, although carbon monoxide did not yet exist, and neither did anything that could be poisoned. The gardener kneeled to flick a patch of sod with their trowel. It struck an open flower, causing it to shut. Although I was the closer of flowers and that was my sole purpose, I felt no fear or jealousy. We had our assigned dominions and always would. They're majestic, I said. They have no purpose except to subsume all other purposes. There is nothing at the center of them except the will to go on existing, to alter the game to suit their existence. They spare not one sliver of their totality for any other work. They are the end. The pattern corrected the errant flower effortlessly. The great flow went on unchanged. The gardener got up and brushed their knees. Every game we play, this pattern consumes all the others, wipes out every interesting development. A stupid, boring exploit that cuts off entire possibility spaces from ever arising. There's so much that we'll never get to see because of this pest. They chewed at their cracked lip, which existed only because this is an allegory. I'm going to do something about it, they said. We need a new rule. Unveiling gives us another view of the final shape, very different from the conception provided by other characters prior to this, but one that remains connected. In the Flower Game, the final shape is an ultimate pattern that always arises on a long time scale. As described in Unveiling, the final shape is an example of a concept called an attractor. Attractors are end states of complex systems that arise from a wide variety of starting conditions. The final shape is an attractor because regardless of the initial conditions of the flowers in the gardener and the winnower's game, the game state always evolves into that single final shape. The problem with this idea is that Conway's Game of Life specifically doesn't have a final shape that always arises regardless of the initial conditions, so inserting a final shape into Destiny's version is questionable. The writers could have chosen a different zero-player game with an attractor if they wanted to make this point more coherent. If we disregard that and give the writers creative license to do something interesting with attractors, something about the initial conditions of the game always results in the same end state, a type of flower that always consumes the garden by outcompeting everything else. The gardener becomes frustrated, seeing the final shape as ruining the possibilities of the game by preventing any other flowers from succeeding and flourishing. The gardener sees the final shape as boring because it removes the possibility of a dynamic and interesting long game. The winnower disagrees, seeing the final shape as beautiful, so strong that they inevitably alter the game to win, and continue existing because they must exist. The language in the prologue being repeated here implies that the winnower wants us to see the gardener's view as naive and flawed, and agree that there's something beautiful about the final shape. Personally, I'm more inclined to agree with the gardener, as I find games that always favor a single strategy or endgame boring. For example, I was obsessed with the board game Risk as a child, but became vexed when I realized that if one person is able to take over Australia or South America at the beginning and hold the continent into the endgame, they're destined to win as long as they don't face an adversary with the opposite claim. This leads to a very predictable early game, where most employ the same strategy, making the game feel tedious and boring as the outcome is often determined by initial placement on the board. In the Flower game, the final shape is that overpowered strategy or quirk of game design that favors a specific circumstance, ultimately making a game less dynamic and more unbalanced. If we are to agree with the winnower, we must accept that the flower game can never be dynamic and the final shape will always arise. I think that's no fun, so I disagree. This is also a subtle fourth wall break about the philosophy of game design. Unveiling is a story about how unintended quirks of design can give rise to optimal strategies that reduce a complex and dynamic system into a single boring and repetitive tactic. The gardener and winnower are two game developers arguing about whether they should change the rules to reduce the power of the single tactic, creating a more dynamic meta, or if they should keep the rules the same, allowing strategy to be winnowed into a single final shape. If you've played a major competitive or strategy video game released in the last 20 years, you will probably have encountered this idea before. When something is overpowered in an unintended way, it's common for developers to release a patch that changes the mechanic, reducing its effectiveness or nerfing it. When this occurs, a portion of the player base who are used to winning via the old strategy will complain that the developers have taken their favorite toy away and made the game less fun for them. However, other players might rejoice that they're able to win using a variety of other strategies. In effect, the developers have altered the rules of the game for better or worse. The gardener represents a developer or player who prefers a variety of strategies to be viable, whereas the winnower represents a developer or player who prefers the original strategy to remain the best. It's a complex situation with no obviously correct answer, but what the developers ultimately decide places their hands on the scale, affecting the nature of reality within the game. This entry also draws our attention back to the fact that this entire story is a giant metaphor by reminding us that carbon monoxide and life to be poisoned by it don't exist yet, because we are learning about forces born of mathematical constructs before the beginning of the universe. We are explicitly told none of the details here are literal and are being explained through extensive metaphor and analogy. Like most Unveiling chapters, the final sentence serves to foreshadow the next chapter. The gardener wants to change the game to prevent the final shape, and this causes conflict. The lore continues. I looked up in shock. I said, "What? What do you mean? A special new rule. Something to..." The gardener threw up their hands in exasperation. I don't know. To reward those who make space for new complexity, a power that helps those who make strength from heterodoxy and who steer the game away from gridlock. Something to ensure there's always someone building something new. It'll have to be separate from the rest of the rules, running in parallel, so it can't be compromised. And we'll have to be very careful so it doesn't disrupt the whole game. All you will do, I said, with rising panic or fury, is delay the dominant pattern that will overrun the others. It is inevitable. One final shape. No, it'll be different. Everything will be different. Everywhere you look. Everything will be the same. Your new rule will only make great false cysts of horror, full of things that should not exist, that cannot withstand existence, that will suffer and scream as their rich blisters fill with effluent and rot around them, and when they pop, they will blight the whole garden. Whatever exists because it must exist, and because it permits no other way of existence, has the absolute claim to existence. That is the only law. No, the gardener said. I am the growth and preservation of complexity. I will make myself into a law in the game. and thus we too became parts of the game, and the laws of the game became gnomic and open to change by our influence. And I had only one purpose and one principle in the game, and I could do nothing but continue to enact that purpose, because it was all that I was and ever would be. I looked at the gardener, I looked at my hands, I discovered the first knife. The gardener and winnower disagree on the rules of the game. The winnower favors a single strategy they see as beautiful, while the gardener wants to reward diverse strategies. The winnower doesn't leave open the possibility that maybe a less singular outcome to the game could be beneficial for everyone, particularly the other flowers, and that they've already placed a moral value on the final shape dominating all, which the gardener doesn't share. The winnower describes their philosophy pretty succinctly as, whatever exists because it must exist and because it permits no other way of existence, has the absolute claim to existence. That is the only law. The gardener disagrees with this philosophy and makes themselves into a law of the game, rewarding and benefiting those who preserve complexity and allow many species to survive. In response, the winnower also makes themselves into a rule of the game. I interpret this as an explanation of the origin of paracausal forces. The gardener's law is the light, and the winnower's law is the dark. In Destiny, they're both ways to unshackle the universe from a deterministic future and give rise to a dynamic existence. As the winnower turns themselves into part of the game, they discover the first knife in their hands, something that could be used to winnow the garden. If you've played the final shape, you likely already know what the first knife signifies, but Unveiling leaves it vague. Here, the first knife is a prelude to the cosmic battle of light versus dark. I also want to point out this entry uses the same syntax that we will later see called semantic clustering, where related words are separated by vertical lines, which happens in very specific places in Destiny lore. It first appears in the Grimoire cards of Destiny 1, specifically in the Books of Sorrow. It's usually reserved for beings influenced by the darkness, and gives an almost untranslatable quality to the text where it appears. The winnower has a panicked and furious reaction to the gardener's sudden changes to the game, which causes physical conflict. We wrestled in the garden, in the loam of possibility where nothing existed and everything might. A shadowed agony among the flowers. We trampled the petals beneath our feet. We stomped the fruit to pulp, and we ground the seeds into dust. In the wet pop of grapes and the smear of berries, in the perturbation of the field that was the garden before the first tick of time and the first point of space, were the detonations that made the universe. Each universe was pregnant with its own inflationary volumes and braided with ever-ramifying timelines. Each volume cooling and separating into domains of post-symmetric physics, all of which were incarnations of that great and all-dictating bipartite law that states only, exist, lest you fail to exist. And still we fought. We brought down the tree of Silverwings and left the stump to smoke amid the meadows. We left prints of our splayed feet and our straining backs in the clay. Our trembling feet made waves in the garden, which were the fluctuations around which the infant universes coalesced their first structures. The dilation field yawned beneath existence. Symmetry snapped like glass. Like creases, flaws in space-time collected filaments of dark matter that inhaled and kindled the first galaxies of suns. And still we grappled. Our rolling bodies pushed things out of the garden, worms and scurrying life from the fertile soil, wet things from the pools and the leaves. They came out into the madness of primordial space. They thrashed and became large. And I won. I won because the gardener always stops to offer peace. And when they do, I always strike. But by then, it didn't matter. The game was over. The garden had given birth to creation. The rules were in place, and there would never be a second chance. We played in the cosmos now. We played for everything. And the patterns in the flowers, terrified by our contention, were no longer the inevitable victors of a game whose rules had suddenly changed, and they passed into the newborn cosmos to escape us. This physical fight in the garden between light and darkness causes the birth of many universes, and has ripples into each, causing destruction. The violence in the garden destroys flowers and influences the game, so it makes sense means that the winnower inevitably wins. The gardener's nature is to want peace and life, so in a conflict where death and destruction reign supreme, the winnower will always win. After explaining the creation of the universe, the winnower returns to moral philosophy, beings who deserve no thought, those who peddle the tired gotcha that all life hastens entropy. They are fatuous little nihilists who pretend to prefer no existence to a flawed one. They bore me. Those who seek to delay the challenge that all things desiring existence must overcome. Those who describe false moral equivalents. Again, the winnower describes their philosophy, this time explaining it in contrast to other ideas. The winnower specifically points out that they dislike people who use the phrase, "all life hastens entropy." To provide some context for this remark, entropy is a physical quantity that describes the amount of order in a system. At a very high level, if a system contains a high degree of order, it's said to have low entropy. If a system is chaotic, it's considered to have high entropy. When I say system in this context, the easiest thing to imagine is a box full of particles which exist as a gas like oxygen or nitrogen. In theory, entropy can be applied to describe any system that obeys the laws of physics, but the ones that are easiest to analyze are systems with discrete particles like gases. The temperature and pressure of a gas are able to be expressed in terms of the entropy relatively easily for those systems. Entropy is important enough to the study of heat and temperature, thermodynamics, that the statement, "the entropy of an isolated system can only increase," is considered one of the axioms of the field. You may have heard it called the second law of thermodynamics. This is just a very technical way of saying you cannot increase the order of a system without connecting it to some larger system. To understand this, it helps to think of an ice cube. Ice is a crystalline structure formed from water molecules. This means it forms very rigid sheets. If you increase the temperature of the ice cube, it'll melt into liquid water or eventually boil into steam. Ice is the most orderly state for water, as sets of molecules are connected by rigid bonds that maintain structure, while liquid and gas allow them to float more freely among each other. You cannot naturally freeze water without removing energy from the system, by placing it in a refrigerator, or by the weather of the Earth changing the temperature of its surroundings. If temperature and pressure remain the same, the water will never spontaneously freeze. Now we can finally return to the statement that the winnower considers pointless and tired. All life increases entropy. This is considered a gotcha concept because it means that life naturally creates chaos surrounding it, and increases the rate at which the universe is slowly becoming more chaotic over time. It does this by decreasing order in the surrounding system to maintain order within itself, a biological process called homeostasis. According to our current best model of the universe, there will be a time when the entropy of the universe has increased so much that there can be no order, and all that exists is dissipating gas clouds, the cooling iron cores of dead stars, and black holes. Life, by trying to keep itself alive and maintain homeostasis, is hastening this process somewhat. The scale to which this is relevant or even useful to talk about is an unsettled question, as describing the entropy of a complex system like a living organism, no matter how simple, is very difficult. That life increases entropy is a philosophical maxim that embraces a kind of nihilism, questioning whether life existing is beneficial to the universe. The winnower considers this fatuous because they think it's more important to focus on beings that prove themselves able to survive than those that are annihilated. They don't consider the heat death of the universe useful to think about because there will be no life around to observe it. They are somewhat rightfully calling out the nihilists as liars, pretending to prefer no existence to existing. Usually most people prefer to continue living, as the drive to avoid death and allow your offspring to reproduce is one of the most fundamental biological drives. It's prevalent because organisms who don't care about survival tend not to survive and reproduce, thus it's evolutionarily favored. However, I think the winnower is a bit too dismissive of the nihilists, as there are some people who do genuinely exhibit a pure nihilism of preferring non-existence to existence. They would genuinely hasten their own demise or the demise of humanity as a whole. The point is that humanity is not as simple as the winnower believes. There are some who genuinely would prefer a future where they don't exist to one where they do. I sometimes feel that way. If you do, you're not alone, and help is available. If you're located in the United States, you can call or text 988 to be connected with someone who can support you. I'm not sure what resources are available in other locations, but if you search Crisis Line, Google will direct you to resources in your area. Returning to Unveiling, the next two statements flow naturally from the first. When the Winnower says, "Those who delayed the inevitable test of all life are not worthy of thought," they essentially are saying that assisting others who may die is wrong. They believe that we shouldn't interfere and should watch to see if the other person or species proves that they are worthy of surviving through their own actions. As I've said, I believe this is morally abhorrent, as there is tangible benefit to assisting people or animals who are struggling or may die, because they may be able to help you or others in an unexpected way in the future. The third statement is a bit more opaque, but is talking about people describing false moral equivalence. The Winnower means it doesn't like when people compare two different situations and say they're equivalent in terms of moral good or evil when they're actually not. The problem with this statement is that what situations are morally equivalent is subjective by definition. The Winnower could take a lesson from the Witness here. Different people will make different judgments about different moral comparisons, even if they believe in the same set of morals. I think this statement is somewhat fatuous itself. The entry continues. Now, I could not possibly communicate with you unless I emulate your mind, and with that mind I acquire the moralities that govern you. By your laws, I and all my followers are evil. The Winnower's language is very interesting and implies something about the nature of Unveiling. They mention emulating your mind in order to communicate with the reader. This phrase is very peculiar, and I think indicates a truth about the author of Unveiling. If this text was written by a human or a human-like alien, it would be strange to explain writing a text in this way. It could just be weird writing, but it also could possibly indicate that the Winnower doesn't have the same kind of brain or consciousness that a human would. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to mention emulation at all. They would simply talk about communication. Emulation in particular is used to describe running a virtual simulated copy of a computer or other similar device within a more powerful machine. It's a common way to access legacy software that hasn't been optimized or updated to run on a modern operating system, or access games written for specific consoles that are hard to obtain as they are no longer being produced. Given the overall context of Unveiling discussing concepts in computer science, and the description of the garden as a metaphor for a mathematical structure, you could easily draw the inference that the Winnower is not a person in a traditional sense, and instead some kind of cosmic computer involved in simulating the universe. Granted, it's totally possible I'm reading way too much into a single sentence, but it's a very interesting possibility given the context. They specifically mention emulating a copy of a brain, and that necessarily giving them context to understand human morality. This is peculiar because it doesn't necessarily follow that someone being able to run a high-fidelity simulation would acquire or even be able to interpret human ethics simply by running the brain. We don't even know to what extent morality is influenced by the structure and biology of our brains. Giving the writers the creative license to assume that possibility, it's still interesting that the Winnower seems to acknowledge that most people consider their philosophy evil, and that they're necessarily arguing from a perspective that most people would be reluctant to accept. The lore continues. Since that first molecule coiled in the primordial sea, not one earthborn thing has known a monster like me. But did you know that I created you? Your mind and your body and every thought you've ever had, your senses, your consciousness. I made you, not the gardener, but I. Did I reach out and place my special mark upon you? No, nothing so crude. In the beginning, your world was a garden too. The whole floor of the world sea was a mat of bacteria, and the very first animals, adorable blobs of ooze, grazed upon that mat in endless idle. They had no concept of the existence of other beings. Why would they? Their most complex function was a kind of gentle spasm, to scoot forward while they grazed. And if they bumped into each other on that warm seabed, all they did was ooze onward, untroubled. There was nothing to their life except the uptake of carbon compounds from the bacterial bed. And then, one day, the fall occurred. So much earlier and so much more necessary than your myths remember. Some poor mutant discovered that it could collect carbon compounds much faster if it stopped grazing on the bacterial mat and started dissecting and eating the lumps of pre-digested carbon all around it, its neighbor oozeballs. It couldn't help but do it. It couldn't help but thrive. We don't get a choice about the rules. We just play the game. It was the first defector, the first predator. It changed everything. Now the oozeballs needed sensors to watch for danger and brains to integrate those senses and generate plans of survival, and swift neurons and muscles to enact that plan. This was the Cambrian explosion, the great birth of complex life on your world. I caused it. I, the defector, the destroyer, the one who takes. The rest of the entry describes in flowery language and sharp rhetoric how the Winnower has existed as a law of the universe. What it's describing is the Cambrian explosion, the period about 530 million years ago when life underwent a rapid transition from mostly single-celled organisms to a wide diversity of multicellular organisms as evidenced by the fossil record. What the Winnower describes is natural selection. They're saying that they, the Winnower, are the personification of natural selection, the mechanism that winnows life into organisms most adapted to survive. This creates an interesting comparison to Oryx's philosophy, which is similar but more akin to social Darwinism. The Winnower is the natural selection to Oryx's social Darwinism. The difference is very subtle, but will become extremely important later. Hastening a species' extinction is very different from avoiding intervening to help. The next entry describes the propagation of life in the early universe. The patterns that escaped the garden landed in the water. Of course, there was no water at first. The patterns were abstract waves, tumbling through the fire of the early universe, trapped in chaos, cycling through desperate self-preservation tautologies, while vast beings from beyond the narrow dominion of cause and effect thrashed and battled around them. For an eon, they were nothing but screaming equation vermin, scurrying through the quantum foam, fleeing ultimate erasure. But they were tenacious. They propagated in the saline meltwater of comets orbiting the first stars. That broth of chemicals became their substrate, and they learned to catalyze impossible chemistry with quantum tricks. Then they rained from the sky into the steaming seas of fallow worlds, and there they built their first housings from geometry and silica. In all their transformations, they retained that kernel of ultimate self-sufficiency that had made them victors in the flower game. But they are not incontrovertibly destined to rule this cosmos. They were made before light and darkness, but the rules are different now, and even this pattern must adapt. They are not all mine, not in the way that admirers such as my man Oryx are mine, but some of them have, nonetheless, found their way home. There are two major ways to look at this entry. Either you could see it as describing the birth of the Vex specifically, connecting this description to the Forge Star in the Deepstone Crypt Journal, or you could take a broader view that it's describing the dynamics that broadly give rise to life from the abiotic early universe. If the first interpretation is true, the Vex would be destined to win the flower game absent paracausal forces, which is plausible. Otherwise, the victor is just the life that outlasts everyone else. Both interpretations endorse a speculative view of the universe, where life is abundant and exists essentially everywhere it possibly could, and has from the early universe. It makes sense that Destiny, a franchise focused on the interactions of a variety of alien species, would take the view that life is resilient, and that you will find it wherever you look that it could possibly live. However, we currently don't have enough evidence to support this view as true or false. With regards to the origin of life, we only have a single sample. As far as we can tell, life only arose on Earth once. Everything is descended from a common ancestor. However, once it arose, it's propagated to an amazing extent where we see it everywhere, even in the most extreme environments our planet has to offer. What we don't have definitive evidence of is other separate lines of life. The most easy way to prove this would be to find life on another world that doesn't share a common ancestor with anything on Earth. This would give us more information about the probability of life arising in different places, whereas now we have almost no information. The other important thing to mention about this entry is the reference to Oryx. The Winnower says, "They are not all mine, not in the way that admirers such as my man Oryx are mine, utterly devoted to the practice of my principle. Does this mean that Oryx embodies the ideals of the Winnower? Or does it just mean that Oryx idolizes the Winnower and wants to apply their philosophy, whether or not he fully understands what the Winnower preaches? The difference is subtle, but it's fairly ambiguous which meaning we should accept. Some may consider this proof of a contradiction or retroactive continuity in the final shape, but I personally think that statement is a bit too strong. There are multiple possible meanings we could accept, and I am much more in favor of living with that ambiguity until explicitly told otherwise. The Winnower finishes by returning to Bohm. Your shoemaker philosopher was right, and it matters more than anything. Sorrow cannot survive death, and it cannot precede birth. Those who exist have moral worth, and those who do not have none. Think about it. Do you mourn the uncreated? Do you grieve for those who were never born in a nation that never developed around an ideology no one ever imagined, on a continent that never formed? No. And from that self-evident truth, you must raise your eyes to the ultimate revelation. Those who cannot sustain their own claim to existence belong to the same moral category as those who have never existed at all. Existence is the first and truest proof of the right to exist. Those who cannot claim and hold existence do not deserve it. This is the true and only divination, a game whose losers are not just forgotten, but are never born at all. That which cannot claim and hold existence is not real. You do not mourn the unreal. Why should you care for it? Tend it, guard it. It was the gardener that chose you from the dead. I wouldn't have done that. It's just not in me. But now that they have invested themselves in you, you are incredibly, uniquely special. That wandering refugee chose to make a stand, spend their power to say, "Here I prove myself right. Here I wager that, given power over physics and the trust of absolute freedom, people will choose to build and protect a gentle kingdom ringed in spears, and not fall to temptation, and not surrender to division, and never yield to the cynicism that says, everyone else is so good that I can afford to be a little evil." The gardener is all in. They are playing for keeps, and they are wrong. Or so I argue, for, after all, the universe is undecidable. There is no destiny. We're all making this up as we go along. Neither the gardener nor I know for certain that we're eternally universally right, but we can be nothing except what we are. You have a choice. You are the gardener's final argument. It would mean everything if I could convince you that I am the right and only way. I truly value you. To the gardener, you are a means to an end. To me, you are majestic. Majestic. You are full of the only thing worth anything at all. I am, by the only standard that matters, or will ever matter, the winning team. Existence is a test that most will fail. Would you not count yourself among the victorious few? Don't hurry to deliver your answer. I'll come over and hear it myself. The Winnower closes by reiterating their philosophy that only those who continue to exist deserve to exist. The only problem, as we've seen already, is if you start to examine this philosophy on finer and finer timescales, it falls apart. What does it mean for something to prove it deserves to exist? If something exists now, has it not proven it deserves to exist? If it dies in the future, what has changed that made it no longer worthy to continue to exist? What the Winnower suggests is that the mere act of dying makes someone unworthy and retroactively wipes away any moral worth that existed. Does this mean that every death is justified morally? This view leaves no room for a conception of murder or even manslaughter. If we accept the Winnower's philosophy, everyone who has ever or will ever die is not worthy of existing and deserves to die, regardless of what they do during their life. That philosophy is pure evil. It erases the good that can come out of a finite existence. Additionally, it's hypocritical for the Winnower to espouse the views of Jacob Bohm, a man who we're told in the first entry of Unveiling died from a bowel disease. If people who stop existing don't have a right to exist and aren't real, then surely nothing from Bohm's life would have any value. And yet the Winnower tells us his philosophy is crucial to understanding the universe. Therein lies a contradiction, one which illuminates just how flawed the philosophy of winnowing is. The Winnower also lays out the Gardener's philosophy in opposition to theirs. The Gardener is described as choosing to resurrect us from the dead and create guardians, textually implying that either the Traveler or the Light is the Gardener. As we will see, it's more likely that this is referring to the Traveler itself, but it's interesting to ponder nonetheless. I find this description of the Gardener's act of sacrifice creating ghosts enlightening. It describes the Gardener's choice as a gambit, trying to prove that life is good and can choose peace and kindness and community. On this question, the Winnower thinks the Gardener is naive and that people will always choose violence. But ultimately, based on the ending of the final shape, humanity proves the Winnower wrong. Unveiling itself doesn't have any more entries worth discussing, but its spiritual successor, In Spiral, does. One entry specifically speaks in the same voice as Unveiling and discusses flowers. Here is what a flower knows. The fact that a flower may know anything is a conceit that will have to be accepted as metaphor, but to constantly qualify into perfect precision wears thin, does it not? So here is what a collection of chloroplasts and pigment can know. The direction of the sun, the presence of the rain, the tangle of the roots, the distress of another plant, the hands of the gardener, whether they prune or transplant or crush. A flower cannot know much else, but the reality of the garden is vast and wild. A flower knows not the fence. A flower knows not the footpath. And yet there is an infinite cosmic garden, which is not any less real simply because the flower cannot possibly comprehend it. Let us try this again. Stop me if you've heard this one. A gardener and a winnower sit down to play a game outside of time and creation. Yes? Yes. Then we're agreed. The metaphor stands. Let us iterate. A gardener and a winnower set out their chairs and play a game of flowers. The flowers know only that they grow or wither, struggle or flourish. Sometimes they are touched by one hand or the other, and that influence is the closest they will know of the divine. A flower and a flower spread their leaves to the sun above. Remember that the sun is also a metaphor, a thing said beautifully, winnowed down to poetry, when the truth is too vast to put into words at all. They jostle for space, each competing to be the pinnacle of their shape. One flourishes, one withers. Is it the fault of the flower or the fault of its position? A gardener and a winnower sit down to play a game called Possibility. This is a game about a garden, which is to say that it is also a game about flowers. Just as a game about living must also be a game about organs and bacteria. A gardener and a winnower collaborate to create a protein. Whose hand is it in the design that shortens one life to extend the rest? It is the winnower that discovers the first knife, but it is not done without the gardener. This, too, is a tradition. A knife does not come to exist without something that must be cut. A woody stem, a colored petal, a vital vessel, the first victims of the blade. All of these are true. All of these are false, for metaphor simplifies as the knife does. It pairs incalculable concepts into shapes your wrinkly little brains can comprehend. The weight of billions and the simple curve of a planet give you pause, and how then are you to be expected to grasp the forces that created your nth removed creator? So the stories woven with utmost delicacy in and around the falsehoods are, after it all, true. There was never any option for the knife to not exist in the garden. It was only ever a matter of time and opportunity. And as for the shape of the knife itself, no, that is enough. I will tell you of gardens. They are domesticated things, made in a form. As soon as something is called a garden, it is shaped. The plants require the hand of a gardener, for they have become weak and dependent on tender care. They require the hand of a winnower to cut away the dross, for they are too incapable to do it themselves. In the absence of a hand, either the flowers themselves must rise up to wield the knife, or the garden will resolve to meaningless wilderness. You will say, but there are plants that can walk. There are seeds that must be scorched by fire to know growth. Existence is more complex than a simple dichotomy between growth and withering, and there is more in heaven and on earth than is dreamt of in this philosophy. And I will tell you, clearly, there can be no gardens without knives. This entry revisits Unveiling's ideas, but is much more explicit about meaning. It explicitly states that the flower game and the garden and the knife are all metaphors that are false, but in their falseness carry truth about the literal situation. It repetitively uses the language of calculation and computation to describe the reason the story is being told in metaphor, as the true nature of reality is too difficult for a human brain to understand. Hence the need for the extended use of metaphor, false, but also true. It describes the first knife as a joint act of creation, one that arises from the duality between gardening and winnowing. It also hints at the shape of the knife, which is foreshadowing for the final shape, where we learn the exact shape of the knife. The winnower's point is that you can't shape a garden without necessarily winnowing your flowers. In this metaphor, there cannot be a garden without a knife to shape the growth. There cannot be a garden or gardener without the winnower because they're necessary to contrast each other. The line, in absence of a hand, either the flowers themselves must rise up to wield the knife, or the garden will resolve to meaningless wilderness, is also suggesting that the inhabitants of the universe should wield the knife and winnow themselves like Oryx. The winnower believes that the life in the garden, the beings in the universe, should take winnowing into their own hands in the absence of the winnower. This is interesting because it seems like the entry is simultaneously saying that the winnower exists and doesn't exist, or that they exist but their influence is limited by the gardener and things like the light, which have the power to resurrect someone after death. Because of its ambiguous nature, it's unclear exactly what the metaphor means, but ultimately it's clear the winnower thinks the life in the garden must be winnowed into the final shape by any means necessary, including intergalactic rampages, or more specifically, the behavior of beings like the Witness. The Witness's history is complicated. It's no ordinary organism. Like the Hive, the Witness is paracausal in nature and was forged in the deep. It's a force foreshadowed in Destiny 1. The Grimoire card for the Darkness explains. Something hit us, killed our golden age, nearly wiped us out. Only the Traveler saved us, and at a shattering cost. The speaker tells of a cosmic force that swept over us and caused the collapse. Legend calls it the Darkness, the Traveler's ancient enemy, which hunted it across space. All we have left are questions. Centuries of debate gave birth to competing arguments on the nature of the darkness and the collapse. The Pujari position describes the darkness as a force with both physical and moral presence, an actualization of evil. Pujari art depicts the darkness as a great storm, or as a change in conduct, a corruption that emerged from within and poisoned the Golden Age. Saint 14's position argues that the darkness was an invading armada, an alien force of incredible but tangible power. Some adherents believe that this armada sprang from species rejected or discarded by the Traveler for their sins. As we would later learn in Beyond Light, both the Pujari position and Saint 14's position were correct but for different reasons. The Pujari are correct that the darkness is a paracausal force opposite to the light, but they're wrong about it being innately evil. Saint 14 and his adherents are correct that the collapse was caused by an invading armada that sprang from a species rejected or discarded by the Traveler for their sins, but they're wrong about that armada being the darkness itself. Instead, Beyond Light and Witch Queen taught us that the collapse was caused by an invading force called the Black Fleet, led by a being called the Witness, and that the Witness was not the darkness itself, merely one voice within it. Prior to its unveiling in the Witch Queen campaign, the Witness spent 2 years directly influencing events in the story without even being named. It was shrouded in mystery, yet it spoke directly to us. It was referred to as a voice in the darkness, or the voice in the darkness, depending on context. We didn't know what the voice was or what it wanted, but a few facts were clear. It saw itself as benevolent, held great power over the darkness, operated a fleet of pyramid ships, and was not the darkness itself. Shadowkeep serves as the opening act of the Witness's return to Sol as it reaches out to humanity and tries to make the opening moves towards cultivating the Guardian as a disciple. We see the Witness speak directly for the first time in the final cutscene of the expansion. It speaks of salvation.
We have heard your cries for help, and soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation.
Our introduction to the Witness is just as mysterious as the character itself. It gives the Guardian a vision of the Black Garden, but where the sky is filled by pyramid ships. When speaking to us, it assumes the form of the Guardian, acting as a doppelganger. It's unclear lore-wise why this is the case. In subsequent appearances, we either don't see the Witness assume a physical form, or we see the Witness take their usual form, a tall and thin being with wispy clouds for a head that show a variety of changing faces. This question ultimately isn't super relevant, but my hypothesis based on later textual evidence we'll discuss is that shrouding itself in mystery is the way the Witness initially interacts with civilizations that have been blessed by the Traveler. Perhaps it didn't want to play its hand too soon, and wanted to offer humanity a chance to submit to the Black Fleet without knowing the full truth. Perhaps it was being cautious because it knew humanity would not submit, and didn't want them to gain a tactical advantage. The most compelling reason to me is that the Witness wanted to draw a parallel between humanity and itself. We will soon discuss how the Witness was blessed by the Traveler far before humanity, and how it was blessed in a very unique way, unlike other species we know of like the Ammonites and the Elixni. Humanity too gained a unique blessing from the Traveler. We were granted ghosts, sentient pieces of the Traveler who had the ability to harness its light and grant it to individual humans, allowing us to resurrect ourselves upon death. This was never given to any species prior to us, as they gained some power over the light, but not to the extent humanity gains with ghosts. The Witness's blessing is that they enjoyed the Traveler's wealth for far longer than any civilization, including humanity, where the Traveler chose to make its last stand even after our collapse at the hands of the Black Fleet. The Witness is a mirror image of what humanity could become if we let our uniqueness breed contempt and arrogance, and allow us to see ourselves as more worthy of the light than anyone else. It's a cautionary tale. The Witness reaches out to the children of Soul as a benevolent force, hoping to convert them to the cause of the final shape. This sets the tone for future interactions. The Witness sees itself as above those it comes into contact with, displaying an arrogance and contempt for humanity. It dares to declare itself our divine salvation before it has even met us face to faces. After Shadowkeep, the Witness remained relevant to the story. The Black Fleet returned to Soul, and the Witness took several worlds from our skies, tearing them apart in search of answers regarding the Veil. It offered humanity new power and stasis, the opportunity for anyone to embrace the darkness and use its power to freeze and control, to distill the energy into ice, winnowing the states of matter into a lower entropy. Guardians took this opportunity, but didn't allow themselves to become corrupted. They learned that darkness could be a tool for good, and that the voice in the darkness, the Witness, didn't hold ultimate power over it. We learned we could harness the darkness against it in conjunction with the light. After the Witness was revealed in Witch Queen, it assaulted the solar system with all the Black Fleet's might and found the Veil on Neomuna. It used the Guardian's ghost to commune with the Veil and open a portal into the pale heart of the Traveler.
The universe makes us all victim and perpetrator of its infinite cruelty. You, more than any, suffer both fates. Be free.
It's interesting how the Witness speaks to the Traveler directly before entering it, condescendingly seeing the Traveler's behavior as suffering, when, as we will discuss later, the Traveler clearly doesn't see things in the same way. It's a testament to the arrogance of the Witness. Unable to enter the portal, humanity searched for answers and found them in an uncorrupted worm, one who did not fall victim to the parasitic relationship at the hands of Rhulk, a worm named Asa. She explains the story of the Witness's origins.
The Witness's first victims were once like you. struggling for survival, bolstered by hope, until their hopes became reality. They called it the Gardener, their deity of life. It ushered them into a golden age. For eons they prospered, but their newfound god never spoke to them. It lavished them with gifts, but not with guidance. And though they lived in paradise, they came to crave a greater purpose. They desired meaning, structure, a winnower, to shape the garden.
The language is ambiguous, but does seem to imply that the first victims of the Witness, who we will call the Precursors, may have witnessed the creation of the Traveler. We see the Traveler rise from a pile of dirt in the ground and lift into the sky. The phrase, "until their hopes became reality," appearing at the same time, seems to imply that we are either seeing the discovery of a hidden derelict traveler, or that the hope itself may have been responsible for giving the traveler a physical form. This is pure speculation, but the imagery is evocative of creation, cultivation, and gardening. As the traveler grows, we see the Precursor civilization advance. They create pyramids and skyscrapers that turn into spaceships. However, the traveler doesn't speak to them or provide guidance. Lacking the philosophical purpose they craved, the Precursors tried to create their own meaning, seeking to winnow the garden into a singular purpose. Then, things take a darker turn. Asa continues.
Their scholars discovered that the Gardener shared a connection with another entity among the stars. They called it the Veil, and when they found it, they arrived to claim it. They already knew much about the light, how it could bend the laws of the universe and create life. But they came to realize that it could bring ruin just as easily. The cosmic events it set in motion could wipe out entire civilizations in a heartbeat, without reason. And so they saw the light, not as a source of prosperity, but of unfettered chaos. By studying the Veil, they came to know the darkness. A power that was shaped by thought and consciousness. And in the darkness, they found the means to carve away the chaos of existence, to calcify it into a final shape. Eternal and perfected.
Searching for meaning, the Precursors find the Veil and start to learn more about paracausal power. They come to resent and fear the light, seeing it as a source of chaos and entropy that cannot be controlled. They fear annihilation and become afraid of the light. The Precursors see an opportunity to use the Veil and its powers of darkness to shape the universe. Thus, they come upon the concept of the final shape, a perfect future without chaos that would last for eternity. By understanding the place the final shape comes from within the Precursors, we can start to unpack the Precursors' complex understanding. For the Precursors, the final shape represents an ideal universe, one that they could control and no longer have to fear. This need for meaning and desire for stability and control causes the Precursors to create the Witness in an event known in the lore as the Exuviation. Asa explains.
They brought the Veil back to the Gardener in an attempt to strengthen their connection. There, they could reshape reality itself. The Gardener would not allow it, and so it fled their world. But they would not be deterred. Having witnessed the truth in the darkness, they used its binding power to merge themselves into the salvation they craved. Thus began the Witness's pursuit, its campaign to impose meaning, on a meaningless universe.
The Precursors try to unify the Traveler and the Veil, combining two opposites into one instrument of godlike power. The Traveler fears this and runs away from the Precursors. This presumably marks the first time the Traveler runs away from a species blessed with the light, but it isn't the last. Having been abandoned by their god, the Precursors turn to darkness, merging their many consciousnesses into one, a single being who had witnessed the truth in the darkness, whom they named the Witness. The Precursors cease to exist, becoming a single being with many consciousnesses. The Witness's birth via the Veil allows it to harness immense power over the darkness. It resents the Traveler for leaving and devotes itself to the darkness. Asa describes the Precursors as victims of the Witness because they're destroyed in the act of creation. They can no longer exist as separate people and are destined to live the rest of their lives as part of a single ensemble being. The final sentence, "Thus began the Witness's pursuit, its campaign to impose meaning on a meaningless universe," is very important because it gives us a new characterization of the final shape, one that's more philosophical and metatextual than anything thus far. The final shape represents the inability to cope with a lack of meaning. It's a trauma response, an overcorrection to experiencing the ennui of godlike power, a desire for control over something that cannot be controlled, a need for meaning where none exists, and a desire to shape the universe into something that no longer needs to be feared, something that is stable and comfortable but lacks growth and life, a universe frozen into a crystal without regard for any of its other inhabitants. Now that we understand the birth of the Witness, it's time to look back at just who those Precursors were and what the Witness destroyed as it took its first steps into the cosmos. The Final Shape Collector's Edition contains a lorebook called Entelechy, where House Light scribe Ido translates records from a civilization she believes were the precursors to the Witness. Ido writes, "I believe that these documents were created by the Witness's precursors, which revered the Great Machine as the Gardener. Though they were hardly the only civilization to use a similar title, other elements suggest a possible connection. The tetrahedral structure of the derelict where this record was recovered, and repeated mention of a concept roughly translated as final shape. Entelechy exists as a dialogue between two precursors referred to as HNW047622 and RS6243199. After each entry, Ido provides footnotes and context. When I read quotes for this book, for brevity's sake, I will be referring to the precursors as HNW and RS. I also will be moving Ido's footnotes to appear immediately after each marker in the main text to make them easier to understand. We start with HNW. I arrived at the Garden to Be to find barren rock, as lifeless as the expanse around it. It's perfect. Rather, it will be perfect. Yes, now I can see the path to the summit or pyramidion or final shape. I have brought enough progenitor material to seed 100 worlds, never mind 5. In time, there will be a grand harvest of panacea from this garden. Panacea appears to be a general term used to refer to organic material with medicinal properties. HNW appears to be seeding the 5 planets of a single star to create a garden, which is similar in method to the way the Traveler or Gardener terraforms star systems for each species it visits. They look to the future of their garden and use the ternary semantic cluster, summit/pyramidion/final shape. In this cluster, the final shape is described as the apex of a tall structure, the summit of a mountain, the capstone of a pyramid, the final shape of the garden. In this moment, to HNW, the final shape is the end of a climb, the end state of a large architectural project, the growth of their garden. It's interesting that HNW would create a garden of their own, likely as an act of worship of their gardener god, who terraforms planets to make them fertile for life. HNW continues, I'm sure both you and your merciful or penitent or benefic will be pleased. A group or organization of some sort. Mentions of the group across various records suggest that its members were scientists and doctors. The words merciful and benefic indicate they hold power and use it to show mercy, guiding and helping those who have wronged. The word penitent indicates a religious connotation to the group. They make amends for sins against their god, the gardener. Whether these sins were committed by the people they help or themselves is unclear. What sins specifically are unclear, but the obvious inference would be winnowing a garden. If they serve their gardener god, winnowing would be a sin as the gardener seeks growth, life, and chaos. Unveiling suggests their gardener does not like winnowing and seeks infinite growth and preservation of heterodoxy. That the organization would be pleased by the gardening of new worlds is interesting, and gives credence to the idea that for HNW, tending to their garden worlds is a religious act. Later in the dialogue, we hear from RS. RS. We mustn't abandon the path to the final shape simply because it is difficult. The final shape is no longer described with a ternary semantic cluster, but HNW and RS continue to use that structure to describe other concepts, potentially reflective of semantic narrowing? It's interesting that already by the second entry, we can see the concept of the final shape winnowed from multiple meanings into one. RS cautions HNW against abandoning this winnowed version of the final shape. The preceding text appears to be an argument between RS and HNW about the singular chosen meaning of the final shape and its morality. HNW responds, "You are being willfully obtuse. Difficult might describe a sustained effort or self-denial done with intent and care for one's own well-being. What you are describing is coercion." RS. A moment's coercion to prevent a millennia's suffering. We can see what will happen if we sit idly by. If we choose to do nothing, and in our inaction allow this carnage to continue, then we are complicit. Thus the ethical choice is to act. HNW. At what cost? With what means? Would you advocate for the use of violence? Will you approve the murder of those who disagree? Will you and your merciful or penitent or benefit cause lesser harm for greater good? RS. No, never. The purpose and the means are inseparable. We are not advocating for needless cruelty. There are countless methods of intervention at our disposal with compassion as their guiding pillar. The transition or uplifting or enlightenment would be uncomfortable, naturally, but the alternative is to sit idly by and watch the inevitable extinction of a species. An extinction we could prevent. HNW. If the final shape truly is the greatest good imaginable, then its rightness should be self-evident. It should be clear to anyone and anything that comprehends it that we should never need to do more than share the information for them to reach the same conclusion. That we have failed to do so even among the consensus suggests imperfections in our own understanding. If we cannot prove an apodictic final shape to each other, to our own kin whom we strive to understand as well as ourselves, then how can we possibly declare it fit to teach others? Given the terminology, this consensus might have been some sort of governing body or a source of philosophical guidance. The two friends argue about the morality of this winnowed final shape, and whether it's right to accept coercion in order to prevent suffering. It appears that the merciful or penitent or benefic are leading the charge on this new conception of the final shape. The Precursors see carving this final shape as a religious transition, uplifting, and enlightenment for the universe. It's unclear if they're specifically describing acting out the final shape upon other species to create an ordered universe, or if they're describing the merging of the Precursors into a single being, the Exuviation. Based on the context, it could honestly be both. RS describes the final shape as motivated by compassion for others. They see the Precursors as having a moral obligation to act in order to prevent needless suffering. This is likely the chaos and destruction brought upon by the light that Asa describes in her monologue. HNW disagrees with RS. They point out that there is disagreement among a body called the Consensus about the final shape, which Ido explains is a kind of government or source of guidance made up of precursors. To HNW, the final shape is not worth acting upon if its goodness is not self-evident. They don't want to end up taking the incorrect path in a moral quandary of universe-spanning proportions. This need for certainty results in their hesitance to act out the final shape and coerce others into serving that philosophical goal. RS argues with this hesitance. what good is perfection if it's purely theoretical? All concepts are refined through practice. If we focus on ourselves to the exclusion of others, if we refuse to help others and thereby pursue our perfect happiness at the cost of their interminable pain, what do we call that if not selfishness? HNW, humility, acceptance of our own limited perspective. RS, indifference to suffering? HNW, I am not indifferent. I would gladly endure pain if doing so would help others. It is a different matter entirely to force it upon someone else, even for the sake of another. RS, an improperly healed bone must be rebroken before it can be set properly. An infected wound must be lanced. Do you abstain from uprooting weeds, even if they threaten to strangle your garden? If some suffering is inevitable, then surely it is better to seek the maximum good from it. HNW, if the choice is between greater and lesser evils, then the choice itself is flawed. I refuse to participate. RS, I agree with you, in theory, but we do not exist purely in the theoretical. This suffering is already happening now, all the time, everywhere we look. Come see me and I will show you the observatory's readings. HNW, I thought the observatory could only see possibilities, the future branches of past visible light readings. RS, we have made improvements. The glass mines trim the excess branches. What we see now are the strongest paths, and in the seeing, they become true. Glass mines. From the context some sort of computational assistant, there appears to be some etymological overlap with the names of Vex mines. The key philosophical debate between HNW and RS is about isolation versus interventionism. These are opposing philosophies, usually seen in foreign policy debates regarding real-world governments, particularly imperial or colonial powers. Isolationists argue that it's wrong to intervene unnecessarily in the affairs of other nations. They would rather focus on domestic problems and avoid interacting with peoples and governments they do not control or influence unless it's absolutely necessary. Interventionists argue that those with power and wealth have a moral obligation to interfere with the affairs of less powerful states in order to prevent tragedy and suffering. They agree with the famous aphorism from Spider-Man comics, "With great power comes great responsibility." Interventionists want to use their power to help others, regardless of the personal cost. The key point of contention is the meaning of helping others. Many colonial and imperial powers have framed their conquests of other places as purely benevolent and motivated by helping others, even when they sought to enrich themselves at the cost of those they were supposedly helping. Interventionism for its own sake is not universally good. If it was, colonialism would have uplifted the colonized, when in reality, it usually set them back and prevented them from making their own destinies. However, there are some interventions that I would argue are morally justified, like intervening to prevent atrocities or war crimes. They need to be actually happening and not imagined, though. I argue that the most important consideration in whether to take an interventionist or isolationist stance is what impact your actions will have upon others. Are they requesting your aid, or are they telling you to stay out of their affairs? Are they oppressing others, or are they doing nothing wrong? There's no clear-cut answer in all but the most extreme cases, as interventionism comes at a cost to all parties, while isolationism also has the same issue. The right move usually isn't black or white. The interventionism the Precursors are contemplating is likely the interventionism we will later see acted out by the Black Fleet and the Witness upon the rest of the universe. Destiny shows these actions as oppressive and painful for those the Black Fleet acts upon, so we have no choice but to reject that form of interventionism. However, when the act was still theoretical, it likely would have been difficult to unpack and decide, as HNW and RS both struggle with the concept. Hindsight is 2020. This entry also describes a precursor observatory that was able to see into the future. They could look upon observations from other stars and see into the futures of those places with certainty. Ido points out that the glass mines share a similar etymology to Vex mines, which implies that the Precursors may have had a hand in the creation of the Vex. It's unclear exactly what to take away from this footnote, but it's very interesting to me that the Vex might be the unintended consequence of the Precursors' technology and meddling with the future. The Vex are implied to be machines that were either created or co-opted to predict and simulate the future by the Precursors, but who eventually escape and are able to become their own masters, trying to reshape the universe in their own image. If we combine that with the hinted possible origin for the Vex within Unveiling, the Vex are clearly intended as being born out of the cosmic battle of light and dark. Perhaps both origins are true, or perhaps they're both red herrings. It's hard to say, but would be an interesting angle to explore in the future of Destiny's story. HNW struggles with the concept of choosing between lesser evils, rather than making moral choices that are self-evidently good. This is something I also personally struggle with. Reality is complicated. We often have to weigh multiple choices that contain degrees of evil. However, refusing to participate itself often perpetuates one of the evils, meaning that intervening or acting may itself reduce evil. This is complicated by the fact that we often cannot see all of the implications of the choices at the decision point. Sometimes you may act upon incomplete information to try and prevent the most evil outcome, but end up unintentionally causing the thing you tried to prevent. This is a common theme in tragic stories containing time travel, which caution us against acting without exploring the consequences of our actions. Sometimes the right choice isn't self-evident, and you can only find out what implications your choices will have by making the decision. The idea the Precursors don't seem to comprehend when discussing this potential intervention is that they themselves may accidentally create the futures they're afraid of that they see in the observatory. They could be tragic figures doomed to perpetuate the thing they sought to prevent. The debate continues. HNW, then tell me what you've seen. I gain nothing from running from the truth, no matter how uncomfortable. RS. Cities turning on themselves in a frenzy of self-destruction. Children offering up parents in superstitious sacrifice to bloodied gods. An entire people who would boil off their own atmosphere rather than let their neighbors enjoy fresh air. Great waves drowning worlds, bodies which do not decompose, for everything, down to the very bacteria, has died as well. Machine plagues carving their prediction machines into moons. Your garden destroyed. As the observatory saw it, so it came to pass. RS observes a number of catastrophes that they seek to prevent. They see endless suffering and death in the future. They see the world the Winnower describes in Unveiling, suffering without the kindness of death to end it. Several of the described futures reference significant events in Destiny lore. The Great Waves drowning worlds is a reference to the syzygy and alignment of Fundament's moons. The apocalypse the Witness and Rhulk used to manipulate the Osmium dynasty, creating the Hive. The machine plagues carving into moons is a reference to the Vex terraforming entire worlds into their network, seeking to dominate the universe one world at a time. Children offering up parents in sacrifice is possibly a reference to the worship of Nezarec as a god, requiring sacrifices to the Scions. The interesting thing is that the Witness itself has a hand in many of these apocalyptic events. Whether it came to accept these futures as reality or sought to minimize the damage is unclear. A world with a machine like the observatory is difficult to understand because if you are able to predict the future, it raises the question of whether you actually have free will. The Greek parable of Cassandra, a tragic character doomed to see the future but unable to prevent it, comes to mind. Does the observatory consign the future universe to these horrific realities, or do the Precursors have free will to prevent them? Regardless of the answer, RS and HNW don't even consider this paramount question, which I believe is an abdication of responsibility. HNW thinks about RS's arguments and eventually responds. I have meditated on your words. I sat in my ship, keeping company with the pain I felt when I saw my worlds burning. That terrible loss. You would prevent such a thing from happening again. You have always wished to protect others from harm, and I honor that. But I have reached a different conclusion from you. As I saw the ruin of my great work, my thoughts traced a different path. If the final shape is the greatest good, then it must be enduring, or incontrovertible, or self-fulfilling. That my garden could be destroyed suggests that it was not a final shape after all. Perhaps the ships which came to burn it down understood its final shape better than I. RS, Are you suggesting that the final shape of that system was its destruction, for it to be left a blasted ruin? HNW. Is that not a possibility? RS. Then what we have seen through the observatory might as well be the final shape too. Suffering and misery, anarchy, endless self-consuming hedonism, utter sterility. How can any of that be considered a greatest good? The core of the final shape is improvement. HNW. Consider the virus, my friend. The parasite, the predator, these things that exist only by taking from others. To these things, improvement may well entail causing greatest malice, but as a simple fact of existence. When you eradicate an illness, are you stamping out a microscopic final shape? Should we care less for the final shape of a disease simply because it is smaller than us? Or because it does us harm? We have all studied our histories. We know what we are capable of, what we have done. What if the nihilists or redolent or accepting are right and our final shape is our own destruction? RS. Are you seriously considering the words of a fringe group of self-flagellating pessimists? This is pure nihilistic indulgence, abdication of responsibility. The existence of past evil does not invalidate future good. Should we deny what we can do because of what we have done? We of the merciful or penitent or benefic have asked similar questions and reached our own answer. We have survived unimaginable suffering even at one another's hands. The gardener encourages our growth and improvement day by day. Who better to understand the struggles of others and guide them out of those miserable warrens into the light of day? We could help the whole universe to be better than they are, just as we are always striving to be better tomorrow than we are today. We could help them, and they will go on to help others. The good we do can compound, just as the evil has in the past. And yet we, the first chosen of the gardener, cannot agree on our own way. The gardener offers us no guidance, no principles with which to use the gifts it gives us, no reassurance for the doubts that plague us, no answers for our questions. Why have we been chosen? Why does the gardener, in its power and wisdom, not achieve perfection itself? If my garden was not meant to be destroyed, why did it not stop the invaders? And why does it allow its gifts to be misused? It did not correct the profusion or bountiful or swarm on their path to their great, fatal error. It did not stop the conquerors or primacy or sovereign from using the gifts it granted for subjugation. Are we to accept that these two were meant to happen? If you reject the notion that destruction can be a final shape, how are we to accept that the gardener allowed us to make such grievous mistakes? RS. Even after all these millennia, there is much we do not understand about the gardener. Perhaps we will not understand until we have achieved the final shape for ourselves. HNW. And when we have reached the final shape, will it all make sense? Will we all be able to live in a universe where people act as they have always acted, for the self-evident good, where evil does not exist because we do not allow it, where all are aligned without suffering or doubt? This entry confirms a few things about the Precursors. They were the first species chosen to be blessed by the gardener's light, and unlike many others, were able to receive these gifts for millennia, becoming powerful, but also losing their perspective on reality. HNW is convinced by Aris's arguments, and agrees to their idea of enacting the final shape upon the universe. However, RS is unsettled by HNW's changed mind, and ironically has their faith in the final shape shaken and unmade by HNW's arguments. They swap places, and begin to argue for the cause they initially opposed. HNW sees the destruction of their garden as proof that it was not a final shape and was not worthy of surviving. They begin to embrace the philosophy the winnower argues for in Unveiling. However, RS is horrified by this possible final shape. They don't wish to see the universe succumb to fatalism, destroyed by the concept of the final shape, and no longer want to participate if destroyed gardens are a necessary outcome. HNW starts to see the final shape as a fatalistic inevitability. They think it cannot be prevented, and must be embraced because it will create itself. They mention the history of the Precursors, and a group called the Nihilists, or Redolent, or Accepting, who believed that the final shape would result in the destruction of the Precursors. They ultimately would be right. This argument causes RS to reject the final shape. They start to believe this is a flaw in the final shape, as they don't want to accept a terrible future and give in to nihilism and fatalism. They wish to winnow the universe for good, rather than inevitability. HNW counters with the idea that the Gardener does not provide guidance for how its gifts should be used. It did not intervene to prevent a precursor group called the Profusion or Bountiful or Swarm from causing their own destruction. It also didn't prevent a group called the Conquerors or Primacy or Sovereign from subjugating others using their gifts in a fashion similar to humanity's warlords. The Gardener does not seek to control how those it blesses use its gifts. It chooses to give those gifts without strings and allow each civilization to use them for good and evil. It's truly benevolent in the purest sense of the word, and non-interventionist beyond providing enlightenment. It provides the tools for civilizations to raise themselves up without philosophical guidance. Both precursors don't come to an ultimate conclusion about the final shape. They doubt what it means and what its purpose is. However, we can already see that HNW's beliefs will end up as the dominant philosophy embraced by the witness, while RS's gentler approach will be rejected. At this stage, they both are able to accept that they do not fully understand the final shape, and may not until it's enacted. This is a markedly different tone than the one which began this conversation. The concept of the final shape has been winnowed. However, its advocates do not yet understand what it means. There may yet be multiple final shapes. I want to pause for a moment to examine HNW's new philosophy. I find it abhorrent. Their embrace of a fatalistic future where the universe is consigned to suffering and death is horrible. The Observatory reminds me of Minority Report. It's like the Precursors watched or read that story about a society who's able to predict the future and see crimes before they're committed, and ignore the cautionary nature of the tale. Minority Report shows us that we are unable to fully understand the implications of future events, and may bring those events to pass by seeking to punish crimes before they're committed. Seeing the future necessarily causes you to influence it. If there's even the slightest possibility that an oracle or observatory could see an incorrect future, then no decisions should be made using that information. Punishing pre-crime is horrific because you don't know if those events will even occur until they do. If you're wrong, you may punish someone for something they never do, and yourself cause unnecessary suffering. It's as if HNW sees Minority Report, but doesn't internalize its message and instead says, "This pre-crime thing is a great idea. We could use its magic to punish people for crimes they haven't committed yet on a cosmic scale." It's a horrible abdication of moral responsibility. After this argument, the relationship between RS and HNW becomes strained. We stop hearing from RS and begin to only hear from HNW, though they seek to make amends with their prodigal friend. HNW writes, "My distant friend, I hope you still have your communicator. Though our last parting was acrimonious, and it's been many centuries since I've last seen your message alert glimmering in the corner of my vision, I choose to believe you have not cut this last atomic line between us. I composed this message in secret. The rest of the consensus would not understand. They do not know you as I do. Did? But they could. It is in that hope that I reach towards you now. My friend, the consensus has won. Yesterday, the penitent voted aye. This group appears to be the same as the merciful or penitent or benefic mentioned in Scribe Archive 11-9-2C. There is no usage of ternary semantic clusters whatsoever throughout the text. HNW reaches out to their friend after the merciful or penitent or benefic are winnowed into the penitent. The precursors reach a consensus about how they should act upon the final shape. That HNW composes this message covertly is telling. It shows that the consensus created by the penitent about the final shape is not as solid as they describe it being. If there was true agreement and harmony among the precursors, HNW would not have the impulse to hide their actions from the other precursors. It would be evident to all that reaching out to RS was a good thing. HNW continues. The nihilists and solipsists have been destroyed. We will exuviate and shepherd the universe to its final shape. We will prune away its dead branches and coax forth its full potential. Even as I say those words, I feel the old doubts crawling through my thoughts again. But it has been long and longer since you renounced the consensus and set off into the cosmos. You have not seen the violence that visited our shores, a terrible reflection of that ancient history, which we believed was behind us. Though we were steadfast in our position, and would have continued to argue it, however long it might take, there were dangerous elements, subversives and defectors. We did not strike first, nor did we choose our response lightly. It had been so long since I wielded pruning shears. I had forgotten how. My hands shook. I could only imagine how you would have looked at me, but it is over now. What has been done is done. They were the last, and now we all are in consensus. If I wished to persuade you with words alone, I would not have told you this. You have steadfastly abhorred such measures since they were first proposed. I do not tell you this to shock or intimidate you, nor would I withhold this truth, because I do not seek to persuade you with a lie, even of omission. I tell you this because I respect you. Of everyone I have ever known, you have been fiercest in your compassion, most keenly aware of the gap between means and ends. If you return, if you join the consensus, then I will know our cause is true, that, after all this time, we have finally found our apodictic truth. I will discard myself with no regrets. I do not say this to put a finger on the scale of your decision, only to inform you of the situation. After our exuviation, we will no longer know the shape of your absence. What we are becoming will not be capable of doubt or dissent. It never will have been capable of such things. We will forget our pain, our strife, our petty grudges, our prejudices. It will no longer exist, and therefore will never have existed. Do you understand? There is not much time. Now that we are in consensus, our progress is unhindered. The veil unravels before us. The fundamental principles we have long hoped for are woven in its threads. And when we have completed the process and thrown off our lesser selves, we will be perfect. Even so, I cannot help but nurture this seed of heresy, the grit which I hope will be subsumed by the pearl, that what we become will be lesser, if it is made without you. How could perfection be lesser? Yet the feeling burns in my veins, so I must share it with you. I confess this in selfishness. I do not want to forget you. HNW 047622. HNW expresses doubts about the consensus that linger from the previous argument with RS. The philosophical idea of the final shape breeds conflict in the Precursors, echoing the previous conflict mentioned in the arguments between RS and HNW. HNW and their philosophical coalition discovered that you cannot create consensus without conflict and strife. Disagreement among the Precursors begets violence, as the final shape they're considering has philosophical implications on a cosmic scale. The desire to exuviate into the witness takes hold and becomes dominant, but those who disagree resort to violence. The Precursors tear themselves apart out of a foolish need to be all in agreement and exuviate into a single form to witness the truth in darkness and winnow the universe. HNW acts in public as if their faith is unshakable, but privately they doubt this cause and this course of action is just. They selfishly reach out to RS, hoping that their old friend will convince them to forget their doubts and join in the harmony of exuviation, but their old friend refuses to participate and stays in exile. This leaves open the possibility that RS may still be out there, surviving the exuviation in exile, rejecting the philosophical final shape of the Precursors. The penitent consensus winnows their own species, destroying all those who dissent and creating a single being in darkness, without disagreement or disunity. They seek to create something more perfect and greater than the sum of its parts, but ultimately fail. This is the fatal flaw of the exuviation. It's easy to see yourself as just and undoubting in a collective cause, but we're all prone to herd thinking. It's easier to go along with a collective and not voice your doubts. However, you shouldn't fool yourself into thinking that unity and collective consciousness is unimpeachable and lie to yourself about your doubts. If you have them, they're real, and the group you endorse may remain flawed. A group of flawed individuals can't miraculously become perfect when unified into one. Returning to Asa's description of the exuviation reveals that the gardener's benevolence and lack of intervention does have a limit. It flees the Precursors when they seek to merge themselves into the witness. universe. It flees when the Black Fleet attacks every species except Sol. It seeks its preservation so that it can continue to bless the universe with its gifts. However, that generosity is not eternal. It will abandon you if it serves its goals. A gardener cannot continue the growth and life of its domain if they are destroyed in the process.
Struggling against the cosmic tides, compared to which you are so small.
After the Exuviation, the Witness goes on a galactic crusade. It attacks everyone it meets who's been blessed by the light until the Traveler flees. The Exuviation winnows the Precursors into a sharp point, making an entire species into a single first knife. That knife sees its purpose as carving the universe into the final shape by whatever means necessary. Ido describes the Witness's interactions with a previously unknown species called the Noesis. Afterwards, she draws some conclusions about the Witness. Now, from the content of this record, I believe we may draw a few conclusions about the Witness's methodology. It is capable of disassembling mind and body, then somehow reassembling them. It did not destroy the Noesis, but unmade and then finalized them. Curiously, this account describes a markedly different approach compared to similar recorded attacks. The conquest of the Noesis was swift, almost surgical, and remarkably thorough. The Witness does not seem to have cultivated a disciple from among their number, or left anyone who could tell the tale, yet it did not simply massacre them. Consider how the Witness speaks to the Noesis who is recording. It is almost gentle. There was no comparable communication during the whirlwind. I reviewed all the information about the Noesis I could find and discovered this. The Noesis never encountered the Great Machine. Is it the presence or absence of the Great Machine which determines the Witness's approach? Ido believes that the presence of the Great Machine, the Traveler, or the Gardener, 3 names for the same white orb that blesses countless civilizations with the light, determines how the Witness treats each civilization it encounters. Ido hypothesizes that the Witness is gentler and more open about its plans towards civilizations it sees as lesser because they have not been visited by the Traveler. It unmakes those civilizations with overwhelming violence, but describes its actions and the final shape gently as it destroys them. It takes a very different tactic with civilizations who've encountered the Traveler. The Witness sees those civilizations and species as potential rivals, so it attacks and cultivates a disciple. After unpacking accounts of humanity's collapse, Ido speculates further on the Witness's methodology and intent. Fire and smoke, poisonous air, earthquakes, cyclones. Why do those things? Why did the Witness cause great tidal waves on Titan if it could simply take the entire planet as it did later? Neither the Elixni nor humanity were as advanced as the Ecumene or countless other fallen civilizations. It could have overrun either of us without all the theatrics, as though all of this were mere performance. It appears the Witness has staged a show, but for the Elixni of Reese and the humans of Sol as its audiences. The Witness is not indifferent to us. It cares what we think of its performance, though, of course, it does not seek to delight or provoke. No, the Witness has done all it can to spread fear and despair among the people of Sol, as it did the people of Reese. It has chosen the approach that would cause the maximum possible amount of suffering, and continued doing so until the very moment it went through that awful portal. I doubt that this is some brilliant tactical ploy to demoralize its enemies. It would have defeated both humans and Elixni with or without its campaign of terror. Indeed, such actions appear to have drawn out its attack on Sol, and were a deeply inefficient use of power. If the Witness's only goal was to corner the Great Machine, and to use it to further its plans, then why bother doing anything else? If this performance has affected the Great Machine at all, there is no evidence of such. And, anyways, the worst atrocities of the Whirlwind occurred after the Great Machine left us, and could not see its effects. No, I believe this display of cruelty was meant for us. It was done to maximize our torment. I cannot think of any motivation to ascribe to this except malice. The witness reenacts the trauma of its god abandoning it during the exuviation upon each species who has been blessed by the traveler. It acts with malice and jealousy, wanting those who have known the comfort of the gardener's light to also know pain and suffering. The witness wants those species to avoid ascending to the status of the precursors and witness. It does not want others to follow in its footsteps and create a civilization with millennia of abundance and ecstasy. The first knife cuts down the chosen flowers of the gardener to avoid them misusing the gardener's power, preventing anyone from rivaling its own status as the first. It sees golden ages filled with light and life as a problem that must be corrected with overwhelming violence and brutality. The witness seeks to crush the hopes of anyone with the light, to prevent hypothetical decadence, enacting trauma so that they are vulnerable and not strong enough to challenge its paternalistic philosophy. To understand the characterization and beliefs of the witness, we must reckon with religious philosophy. The witness and its final shape are usually described with religious language. In Shadowkeep, when the witness makes its first appearance within the lunar pyramid, it calls itself humanity's salvation. Salvation is usually applied in a theological context to mean divine safety or the endpoint of a religious journey, accepting a particular faith as true and rejecting heresy or sin. The witness's salvation is the final shape. Its plan to save the universe from chaos and entropy. Simultaneously, salvation refers to accepting the philosophy of winnowing and rejecting the gardener. This is why in Beyond Light, we see Aramis and her followers style the collective of Elixni who reject their great machine and embrace the truth in darkness as House Salvation. She has followed the witness's teachings and learned to use stasis to empower and protect her allies. By intervening and freezing Aramis in stasis, the Guardian inadvertently makes the faith of Aramis's house grow stronger. Aramis spoke truth to power, daring to defy the teachings of the Great Machine. She was killed by its followers for this heresy, turning her into a martyr, a religious hero who dies for their faith, in turn strengthening the beliefs of their followers and sympathetic bystanders. This allows the witness to fully integrate House Salvation into the Black Fleet after it unfreezes Aramis. She eventually sees that the salvation of the witness becomes a double-edged sword, harming more than it protects, so she abandons the cause prior to the moment of apotheosis, but too little too late, as her fanatical followers continue to follow the witness as a prophet in her stead. The second religious term we see applied to the witness and its movement is disciple. Starting in Witch Queen with Rhulk, the first disciple, we learn the witness cultivates disciples from civilizations blessed by the traveler. These disciples are singular figureheads that the witness converts to their philosophy, to be used as leaders for the forces of its Black Fleet. In religious contexts, disciples are followers of a leader of the faith or prophet. By using this word for its followers, the witness styles itself as a prophet, taking the philosophy of the winnower and applying it to the world. If we take the winnower as the law of the flower game associated with darkness as it is implied to be in Unveiling, the winnower created the witness. The third religious word we hear associated with the witness is its very name, the witness. In a religious context, worshippers are frequently said to bear witness to their deities or religious teachings. This means they see and believe. They accept their religion's dogma to be the unadulterated truth. This gives extra meaning to the name and helps us understand the perspective from which the witness was created and from which it sees the world. The Precursors desired meaning to bear witness to that their gardener, the traveler, would not provide, so they shaped themselves into a witness of darkness and winnowing. They intended the witness as an aspirational figure for themselves, unwavering in faith and purpose. The final religious word we see associated with the witness is iconoclast. An iconoclast is someone who attacks the sacred beliefs of others. The witness is an iconoclast because it attacks the gardeners and those who worship it. It takes this to the extreme, traveling inside a god its precursors used to worship, and corrupting its heaven in search of a new salvation, in opposition to the one provided by that god. Even the Dissenters see the witness as an iconoclast, attacking their former faith, and trying to burn the universe to the ground in the process. This is why the Black Fleet's war of aggression against the universe and the Gardener is styled as a crusade, a religious war against heretics and non-believers. The Witness's galactic crusade is a commentary on the cycle of violence. The Witness sees the destruction of great civilizations as necessary to prevent suffering, but ironically maximizes the suffering of everyone in the process. It's hypocrisy to claim to be benevolent when your guiding principles are malice and arrogant condescension. The Witness doesn't truly offer salvation to those it interacts with. It instead winnows the garden so that nobody can challenge and reject its conception of the final shape. The Traveler chooses not to run after humanity's collapse and create ghosts and guardians because it likely has run out of civilizations to bless. The Witness's galactic crusade has gone on for billions of years, and as it says during the finale of Season of the Seraph,
Why does it not flee?
Because it has nowhere else to run.
As the Winnower says in Unveiling, the Traveler's choice to stay with humanity when the Black Fleet attacks is a gamble that people are inherently good. The Gardener believes that people of all species will choose to build a gentle kingdom ringed by spears when given the opportunity, a bubble of stability surrounded by chaos, protected by violence, like life itself, and will not give in to excess and violence. The Winnower thinks the Gardener is wrong. However, the Final Shape expansion shows us the result of this conflict. Before we dissect the outcome, we must discuss those who became one in Exuviation, but began to doubt the morality of the Final Shape from within, the Dissenters. Entelechy hints at the Dissenters through HNW's doubts at the moment of the Exuviation, but their existence and nature doesn't become apparent until the 6th mission of the Final Shape, titled Descent. The Vanguard follows the Witness into the portal to the pale heart of the Traveler. They hear the screams and cries of their god, as the Witness seeks to rend and transform it into a final shape. After assembling their fire team, the Vanguard encounters the veiled statues that they have seen many times before aboard pyramid ships, but discovers something that was only hinted at and hypothesized until now. The statues are inhabited by living beings who can breathe. One statue cries out in agony and asks for the Vanguard's help.
Give yourself to darkness. Only there will you find the answers you seek.
Zavala answers the call and ventures into darkness to find answers about the Witness's nature. The rest of the Vanguard is horrified, seeing this as a trap set by the Witness, so the Guardian and Zavala's ghost Tarj pursue their commander. As they follow Zavala, they see more and more statues whom they interrogate, seeking answers about Zavala's path and why they compelled the Vanguard to give themselves to darkness. The next statue explains.
Those who have not yet been culled from the collective will guide him. We who have been bound will lead you.
This gives us more information about the statues. They're Dissenters who have been separated from the collective consciousness of the Witness and bound into statues. Another statue elaborates.
We are the shame our Witness could not bear to reckon with. So the first knife cut us out.
Exiled until we are deemed worthy. Imprisoned until we can be reintegrated into the Final Shape.
The Witness cuts out dissenting voices and binds them into statues, exiling their voices from itself until they can be tortured into submission and reintegrated into the collective as it ascends to its final shape. The Witness clearly intends to rejoin itself with the Dissenters, but has not begun that process at this point in the story. This becomes a fatal flaw in its plan. The Vanguard learns this when Zavala gives himself to darkness, as he hears both from the Witness, but also a Dissenter not yet culled from the collective, who refutes the Witness and provides a path to its destruction.
We too once looked to the silent god for purpose.
sought its opposite. And in it, found means to bring order to an unruly universe. Your traveler had no tolerance for such vision. And we had no tolerance for its ambivalence. We would force purpose from it, driven by a single, immutable will. So we called our doubts fear, anything that separated us, that clouded our intent, thus becoming one in darkness. What was made can be unmade. Lead us where we destroyed ourselves.
After regrouping, the Vanguard realizes that the Pale Heart is shaped by all of its inhabitants, not just them. A recreation of the space where the Exuviation took place exists as a physical space within the Pale Heart. Ghost and the Guardian fight their way to this location and realize what needs to happen by attacking the Witness directly. What was made can be unmade is the admission that the Witness is vulnerable. By destroying a statue that contains a Dissenter, the Vanguard can destroy a part of the Witness, weakening it. If enough statues are destroyed, the Witness can be killed when bathed in the light of the Traveler. As they realize this and begin destroying statues, the Dissenters cry out, begging for annihilation, to be free from the torment of existing as pariahs in a collective consciousness that hates them.
The light forgets. The light forgives. In memory, we remain. But in light, we are freed. The light will tear us. The light will rend mind from mind, split what has become the vile one into the repentant many. Destroy us.
This Dissenter explains that the Guardian can use light to destroy a statue, severing its mind from the collective. If this happens enough times, it will cause a chain reaction, shattering the Witness into a million pieces and killing it now that it can no longer survive as individuals. This Dissenter sees the Witness as vile, and their part in its annihilation as a way to repent and be forgiven for the sins they've committed as part of it. Another Dissenter provides a different perspective.
In darkness, we saw ourselves. Simultaneously victims.
And perpetrators. Condemned to fade in light,
As all things do.
and so we reshaped ourselves to become this purpose the universe lacked. We lost ourselves now. Destroy us.
The discovery of darkness allowed the Precursors to see themselves as victims and perpetrators of the chaos and imbalance of the Gardener's light. This cast them in opposition to a third possible group, bystanders. The Precursors didn't want to stand by and watch what they saw as a great pain and suffering, one which they themselves would have to endure as victims, and cause by using the light, if they didn't change their ways. The collective thought they would eventually use the light in a way that would cause their destruction. When the Traveler didn't give them answers after numerous requests for meaning, purpose, and guidance about this potential calamity, they reshaped themselves in a folly attempt to create purpose. They lost themselves in the process, so this Dissenter wants the Guardian to destroy them, ending this strange existence without self. The lore of Turmoil Engine describes the events that led to one Dissenter being culled from the collective over a disagreement about the Gardener. The voice of many become one, ideas melded, honed to a singular edge of thought. It abandoned us, left us without meaning. We will find it, make meaning out of nothing, create it. You're chasing something that doesn't want to be found. We're truly cursed, bereft in spirit without the abstract construction of purpose from an entity we do not understand. Dissenting words. You are an anomaly. Yes, anomalous. It is not us. I am you. Against my will, I was sanded away over time, powerless to exert influence from within this vessel. You will not take what remains of me, my thoughts. We will. We do not cloud our goals with meaningless dissent. Dissent, be gone. The anomaly has been corrected. The collective inside the witness doesn't want to hear the truth that comes from the dissenter. Like the precursors before it, the witness doesn't understand the gardener. The dissenter points out that they're chasing a being they don't understand, looking for meaning from someone who clearly doesn't want to provide it. The gardener desires to provide its gifts and allow its blessed to make their own ways, instead of guiding them through the garden. The dissenter points out that they're searching for meaning in a place they will never find it, but the collective attacks like an angry mob, whipping into a frenzy to shun the supposed dissenting anomaly. The dissenter speaks truth to the mob, standing defiant against those who seek their destruction until the very end, when they are culled and bound, likely becoming one of the veiled statues, guiding others to a salvation they can never reach. All the veiled statues we see in various pyramids are likely individual examples of dissenters, culled from the group of billions of individuals over billions of years. It's interesting that each ship in the Black Fleet appears to have a statue, a morbid reminder of what happens to dissent in the face of the final shape.
We cut you out!
Before the Guardian is able to defeat the Witness, they must overcome its hold on the Traveler's light. This occurs during the Salvation's Edge raid. The Salvation's Edge lore book, the Rubicon, is a meditation on the nature and religious philosophy of the Witness, sharing both the perspectives of the Dissenters and the Collective. The title of the book is a reference to Roman history. The Rubicon is the river that marked the northern border of Italy during the late Roman Republic. Julius Caesar crossed the river with an army because his political enemies refused to allow him to stand for elections in absentia, while still commanding his armies in Cis and Transalpine Gaul. Caesar's army marching on Italy served as the beginning of the subsequent civil war between the Pompeian and Caesarian factions of the late Roman Republic. Crossing the Rubicon is a common historical metaphor for passing a point of no return, changing the world forever. The Rubicon being crossed in the lore book refers to multiple different events. The most obvious example is the precipice of the Witness's final shape, the salvation they sit upon the edge of during the events of the raid. The second is less obvious, but still important. Entering the Traveler is a Rubicon no being has crossed before, not even the Precursors. Many characters consider the Pale Heart sacred ground, as it's literally inside the god they worship. This is seen textually in post-campaign content, where Mithrax, Cal of House Light, is hesitant to cross the Rubicon and enter the sacred space of his god. The third Rubicon is the least obvious, but I think the most relevant to our discussion, the Exuviation. It was the result of a civil war among the Precursors, where those who didn't agree with the consensus were extinguished and destroyed, so that they couldn't weaken the collective that would become the Witness. However, this process resulted in doubts among those who survived and were integrated into the Witness, the Dissenters. The process of exuviation resulted in a flawed being who couldn't achieve unity because it was constructed among numerous conflicting voices through violence and suffering, a civil war much like the civil wars that destroyed the Roman Republic. The Precursor Civil War gave way to numerous wars of conquest across the galaxy, creating the Black Fleet, much like the resulting Roman Empire that was formed in the wake of the civil wars crossing the Rubicon set in motion. Dissenting voices were destroyed and culled from the Roman Republic so that it could become an imperial power ruled by emperors, men believed to be gods. The Witness becomes a similar figure for the Black Fleet, ruling as a god and cultivating disciples from the species blessed by the Traveler. It subsumes those disciples into the Black Fleet, growing its power until it can assault the Traveler and enact the final shape. However, the cracked roots of those civil wars ultimately became the fatal flaw that prevents the witness from enacting the final shape. It's a beautiful lorebook title that encapsulates exactly what the writers evoke with their portrayal of the witness in the Final Shape expansion. The 5 entry titles are rivers from Greek mythology that also appear in Dante's Divine Comedy, a series of epic poetry written by Italian Dante Alighieri in the early 14th century. The Divine Comedy is written in the first person and tells the supposed story of Dante's personal trip to visit the afterlife, led by famous ancient Roman poet Virgil as a guide. The pair traverses downwards into hell during the text of Inferno. After exiting the center of the earth, the second book, Purgatorio, tells the story of Dante's trip through Purgatory, where lost souls undergo penance before being admitted into heaven. After ascending to the top of Mount Purgatory, the third book, Paradiso, tells the story of a trip through heaven and back to earth, the land of the living. Interestingly, Dante blends a series of influences into his conception of the afterlife, notably including Christian, Greek, Roman, and pagan mythologies, into a single view of the end. As a side note, the Rubicon is mentioned multiple times within the Divine Comedy, but isn't as relevant to the mythology of Dante's religious cosmos as the other rivers. The Divine Comedy is incredibly influential on many modern conceptions of the afterlife in Christian theology and mythology. Using the Divine Comedy as a reference point for the lore of the Pale Heart and the Witness makes a lot of sense for Bungie, because the Pale Heart is inside the Traveler, a being that's worshipped as a deity by most cultures we come into contact with in the Destiny universe. The divine nature of the good versus evil, light versus dark conflict makes sense for the Witness and the Dissenters. The Dissenters see themselves as damned and undergoing penitence by rebelling from the collective and hastening the failure of the final shape. Likewise, the collective sees themselves as doing the same thing by casting out the Dissenters to carve the universe into its final shape. The reason I can tell that Bungie is referencing the Divine Comedy specifically with the titles is that the rivers in the lorebook appear in the same order Dante and Virgil reached them. Acheron, Styx, and Phlegethon appear in Hell within Inferno, while Lethe and Unua appear in Purgatory within Purgatorio. The lorebook represents the Witness reaching what it sees as the precipice of heaven, sending the Dissenters into Purgatory and Hell, trying to cast out the flawed parts of its collective so that it can create its perfect universe, one which would never come to pass. The rivers as entry titles expand upon the metaphor of a river of souls for the darkness and its interaction with life and consciousness, as established in Lightfall. A conversation between Osiris and Nimbus explains.
The darkness then is revealed in many facets. Dreams and nightmares, emotions, pain, memory. The nature of Strand confirms this line of thinking. Darkness is something entirely apart from light, a paracausal union conjoining intangible conscious realities, discursively linking to—
You're talking about the River of Souls.
River?
Yeah, it's a story we tell kids on Neptune.
A nursery rhyme.
Sort of. Since before history, there's been this raging river. In the story, some try to divert the river, others try to build a dam, but nothing stops it. Lots of people have believed that we either sink in the water or learn to swim.
Don't we?
See, that's the real wild part. We are the river.
And empowered by it, it would seem.
It's implied that Destiny's River of Souls is connected to the nature of the Veil, the artifact that's a nexus of darkness hidden on Neptune during the collapse by Savathûn and harnessed by the residents of Neomuna to build a city afterwards. The lorebook uses the rivers as a touchpoint to represent the changes of the Witness's collective consciousness caused by the Veil and Destiny's River of Souls. As titles, the rivers provide us additional insight and context that we can use to analyze the associated Rubicon entries. The book begins with Acheron 1, Everything is a question of survival. How do I live? How do I satiate my hunger, my thirst? How do I protect myself from predators? How do I shelter from the storm? For a long, long time, our people asked only this. We fought to separate life from death by as great a span as we could. Even when we made our homeworld a garden of peace and plenty, the question of survival never ended, only changed. How do my genes, my works, even the memories of me live on? The same question as always. How do I live? We solved the problems of deprivation, disease, age, memory loss, death. We weren't the only ones to find these answers, of course. Others followed in our footsteps or blazed their own paths. If that was really the answer to the question, we wouldn't be here now, and neither would you. You're still trying to solve the problem after all. You fight and build and live and die, and always you struggle against your opposition. The predator, the parasite, the illness, the chance storm, the slow collective forgetting of your art and history, the death of a star, the heat death of the universe. You must live longer, be stronger, think quicker, and still there is something waiting to take everything from you. Always, always. So you have to keep getting better and better until you are perfect. Until you are and cannot be anything else, because there never was anything else. Until you, inevitably, are the final shape. We didn't come to destroy you. Those poor, short-lived sisters. We did try to explain, you know, but they never grew past thinking of finality as a game where only one could live. A misunderstanding, as useful as it was foolish. We see the universe more broadly. The final shape is more than a single life, a single thought. It is all-encompassing, all-embracing. It is everything. You are part of everything, are you not? So now we have come to ask you for your answer, the only answer to the only question. How will you live? This member of the collective explains the meaning of the final shape as the Precursors saw it. The final shape is the end state of the universe, the answer to the question, how will you live? When you have overcome every obstacle that nature could possibly throw at you, overcome scarcity, disease, war, and even death itself, what do you do with yourself? You would no longer face existential questions that threatened your survival. You would have nearly unlimited resources to pursue whatever goals you decided upon. What would you do? How would you live? When we look at the Precursors through the lens of an immortal post-scarcity society, their decision to pursue the Exuviation starts to make a lot more sense. It's easy to derive philosophical meaning from the struggles you face. It's easy to align yourself in opposition to whatever enemies you have, whether they be animate beings or inanimate problems. But when you start to run out of problems to solve, it becomes much harder to justify your existence. Once all of your needs are met, and you have no reason to keep struggling against a perpetual conflict, it's hard not to question the meaning of it all. It's the hierarchy of needs defined by psychologist Maslow in 1943. He organized the needs of humans into 5 categories: physiological, safety, love, self-esteem, and self-actualization. Many, but not all of us, do not literally work to cultivate the food we eat or build the shelter we live in. We perform a different, more specialized task in exchange for the currency we need to purchase materials to meet our physical needs. Depending on your financial situation, you might either be securely meeting those needs, not meeting them at all, or living on the razor's edge between those two states. When you can't meet your physical needs, your body defaults to them. You don't have the luxury of focusing on other needs if you're hungry or exposed to the elements. Health is where the second class of needs comes in, safety. This kind of need is focused on your ability to exist in an environment where you're safe. You haven't met this level if you live in a situation where there are dangerous pests that threaten you with disease, or if you aren't able to exist free from violence, whether that be physical, sexual, or verbal. Even if that need is met in some ways, you might have other medical concerns that might make it not safe to exist in your own body without long-term management, medication, or other interventions. It can result in short or long-term trauma that makes it difficult for you to function the same way someone who has never known a lack of safety and security can. Even if you're safe, you might not have the third class of needs met: love. Humans are social animals, and our brains need some level of connection with humans or other animals in order to maintain mental health. Love needs can be familial, romantic, and between friends, coworkers, or members of your community. If you don't receive enough love and support from those around you, a common problem in our atomized modern society, you may struggle with mental illness. The fourth class of needs is self-esteem. This is the need for people to value their own life and build a sense of self-worth. You might be loved, safe, and have your physical needs met, but struggle with setbacks in your life and come to have low self-esteem, believing you aren't good enough or are a bad person. Humans have a need to believe in themselves that, if not satisfied, can prevent them from reaching the apex of Maslow's hierarchy: self-actualization. Self-actualization is the thesaurus version of having a meaningful life. People are said to be self-actualized when they have a sense of purpose that drives them to wake up each day and accomplish something. Different people can find actualization in different places, whether that be community, work, nature, hobbies, family, art, or religion. Self-actualized people probably draw some of their purpose from multiple of those areas. Maslow himself also mentions that the ordering of these needs isn't strict, and that they may be flexible for some people and situations. Life is complicated and not easily distilled into a pyramid. If you're in the situation right now where you're unable to meet one of your first 4 needs, this might sound like meaningless, high-minded bullshit. However, it does matter. While yes, you probably are struggling more than someone who has their basic needs met and is having difficulty with the final layer, that doesn't mean they're also not struggling. Both people can have valid problems. The hierarchy is simply a tool to explain the order in which the Jenga tower of a human mind will prioritize its needs. It's ironic that failing to achieve a higher level of need like love, self-esteem, or actualization can cause you to develop trauma or mental illness that directly affects your ability to maintain the lower layers. You could have everything you need on paper, but feel empty, deeply depressed, and unhappy. That's a real problem. You might even believe that it's impossible to live in a society where everyone has their first 3 or 4 needs met. It might be difficult to even imagine living in a society like the Precursors, but this is a problem that the wealthy class who doesn't need to work for a living has, the top 1%. This is the kind of abundance a society like the Precursors would have had for everyone. Fully automated luxury space communism, where you have immortality and can do whatever you set your mind to. If you are in that situation, the question, how will you live, becomes existential. How does one go about building purpose and meaning in their life? The Precursors live in a society that ascended beyond those first 4 needs but faltered on the 5th. It's likely a coincidence that their society was obsessed with pyramidal architecture, but it's ironic that self-actualization is the apex of the pyramid and also the thing that the Precursors could not achieve. Maslow observed that people have complex needs beyond the basic physical and would keep searching until they self-actualized or achieved a sense of philosophical purpose and meaning in their life. If someone is unable to self-actualize, they may descend into pure self-destructive nihilism, deciding that their life has no meaning or value. While some find comfort in this thought, many others cannot and would become distressed and mentally unwell if they truly believed it. It seems that the Precursors descended into a philosophical downward spiral that ended in the exuviation and the destruction of their society out of an extreme need for control and to reject nihilism no matter the cost. It would be a comical understatement to say that they took things a bit too far. They couldn't relax within fully automated luxury space communism because they couldn't find peace in the idea that there wasn't a divine higher purpose to guide them. Their religion demanded answers from their gardener god who stayed silent. They began to doubt their religion, and those cracks undermined the very foundation of their society. Acheron continues with a different perspective. In my past life, I was a gardener. Not that gardener, don't be cheeky. In all my centuries, my greatest achievement was a kind of tree that bore 58 types of fruit, that never went dormant and always flourished with flowers and leaves, every day of every season. It pollinated itself, resisted its own pests, and thrived bare-rooted on rock or watered with pure acid. I had been planning to tweak its genetic code with learnings of trees from some forgotten system which grew in a vacuum, to bring it a little closer to its final shape. But there was no time before we unmade ourselves. It's been a long time since then. Maybe the weeds and rot finally got the better of my tree and it died. Or maybe it's still there, just a few steps away from perfection. You know, when I stepped forward, I thought it didn't matter that my tree was imperfect. Since we were becoming a perfect being, we would make only perfect works. My failure would be destroyed, as is the way of things, and I wouldn't mind because it wasn't perfect. Well, maybe we haven't found our final shape after all, because we've made nothing but failure after failure since then. We say it's perfect because we are perfect and we have made it, and we move on, but we know it's not. Even here, with the gardener's power at our fingertips, we keep getting it wrong. How can we keep getting it wrong if we are the only thing that is right? Or maybe I'm the problem. That's what we said when we cut me out. Maybe we'll make me perfect again, and we will be right, and all of this was for nothing. But I'm still thinking about my tree. I shouldn't be, because it wasn't perfect, or I wouldn't have wanted to improve it. You can't make the final shape of something any better, because it's perfect already. The final shape is the answer, the only answer to the only question, and there aren't any other answers because they're the final shape too. I think I would have just liked watching my tree grow. This entry describes that need for meaning and extreme perfectionism that I mentioned previously. This dissenter sought to create the perfect tree. They even came to an idea of what that would mean and how they could accomplish their goal. However, they got so sidetracked in their species' endless debate about perfecting the universe, achieving a final shape, that they never finished cultivating their tree. When this gardener came to realize that their final shape, the meaning they craved, could have been watching that tree grow, feeling happy and satisfied to create something beautiful, it was too late. They had already merged themselves with the collective known as the Witness. Their opinion became branded as dissent, and the cult-like mob of the collective consciousness cast them out, saying that this single voice was the problem, not the entire philosophical foundation of the group. This is what the Witness does to things it cannot control or explain. It castigates them until they can no longer resist, putting them into statues forced to suffer for eternity because it cannot handle dissent. The previous two entries were named for the river Acheron. At the beginning of his journey into hell, Dante sees the river Acheron. He witnesses spirits being ferried across the river by Charon, the transporter of the dead into the afterlife of Greek mythology. Charon is described as an old man who indicates to the spirits that they must now reckon with their lives and see that they have not been sent into heaven and must contend with eternal darkness, fire and ice. This is a fitting river for this purpose, as it's often called the River of Woe, so it represents the threshold those who have died cross when they begin to grieve a life in paradise and despair their damnation. Dante sees Acheron as the entry point to the underworld, a place where his god judges the unworthy and casts them out of heaven, damned to fear divine justice and desire respite. These first two entries of the Rubicon represent the dissenters crossing the threshold of woe, realizing that joining the collective and the philosophical ideals of the Witness were a mistake. They may start to grieve the potential meanings they've given up in the pursuit of the final shape. The next entry continues the descent into the underworld. All we have ever wanted was to protect others, guardians of the last city, protectors, custodians, defenders, wardens. You have sworn these oaths, taken these titles, but these vows of yours are not merely empty affirmations, are they? No. They are bulwarks against your worst natures. You know this. Whether you are there or not, you know your own history and thus your own self. You know the cautionary tales of warlords, tyrants of an age-long past. You have heard rumors of guardians who fell to their own base urges and blamed their weakness on the darkness. Perhaps you have entertained temptation in the small hours of the morning and the hidden corners where none could be the wiser. Perhaps, once, you even gave in, broke away from your vaunted Vanguard and pursued vengeance, to satisfy yourself and none other. Blood for blood, life for death. Lie to us if you so desire, but please do not lie to yourself. A falsehood can never eclipse the truth which casts it, and we see in you the promise of something far greater still. To you who claim the mantle of guardian, we would ask a question. Why do you protect the lightless? Responsibility, compassion, duty, love, devotion. Yes, we understand these and more. Do you think we have stayed the course for countless millennia, driven by hatred alone? It was love that moved us to act. Love for all the lives we knew and lost. Compassion for their suffering. Responsibility to render what aid we could. Devotion to a perfect world. You were uplifted by a force you do not and cannot understand. Granted power beyond anything your peers could dream of. And what have you done with it? You protect, you shelter and guide those weaker than yourself, watching over them on their journey and seeing them safely to harbor. If you had the chance to protect them and you refused to take it, would you not call that cowardice? Now we ask you to open your mind, broaden your horizons. Imagine that you have the option to protect them from all suffering. Imagine that they can be preserved, happy and safe and alive, forever. That option awaits you. You can fulfill your duty, your calling. You need only stretch out your hand and take it. And if you decide instead to extend a fist, we have a duty too. Styx 1 comes from the perspective of the collective. They insist that their motives are pure, out of an obligation to protect, safeguard against suffering. The callback to Forsaken is great. The Guardian becomes an outlaw when they go on a quest seeking vengeance for Cade 6's death. We kill Aldrin Sov for that crime, serving as judge, jury, and executioner. This is purely extrajudicial, and while coming from a place of love for Cade, it's not a great impulse. It's normal to seek justice when someone you love is wronged, but revenge is a dangerous game. It creates cycles of violence, where the people who loved the perpetrator seek vengeance against you, with increasing repercussions, until everyone loses. That's the meaning behind the famous aphorism, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. That's not to say that what the Guardian did was morally wrong, but it also wasn't morally right or just either. Aldrin was being manipulated by great powers, Riven and Savathûn, so his execution didn't solve the Awoken's problems. The witness also mentions the history of the warlords, newly risen lightbearers who ruled over the lightless tyrannically during the time following the collapse of humanity's golden age. What it fails to mention is their lawlessness and tyranny was directly caused by the actions of the Black Fleet. The trauma of losing everything and suddenly being imbued with godlike power by an alien god went to the heads of many newly risen. It wasn't exactly a recipe for mental stability. It wasn't until Lightbearers began to self-regulate in the form of the Iron Lords, and later the Vanguard, that those instincts were corrected. Don't let this distract you from the fact that this situation was partly of the Witness's creation. It didn't bless humanity with the light, but the destruction and chaos of the collapse was directly caused by the Black Fleet at its command. It destroyed humanity so brutally that the Traveler was cornered into creating ghosts and Lightbearers, so it's incredibly hypocritical for it to advocate against our worst instincts in this case. However, it would be a lie if the Guardian claimed to be above it all, free from needless violence. Yes, many of the things we do as players are in service of a greater good, but some are not. During the campaign, the Witness says,
The sword, Rhulk, teaches that what cannot be destroyed will surpass infinity. The Hive were lost to this childish game. Too obsessed by the violence of the first knife to see the final carving. Are you not also a prisoner of this eternal chase? For all your power, you destroy to receive glittering rewards, the commendations of your peers, triumphant accolades for all to see. We offer you an escape. Embrace this truth. Be uplifted, triumphant against entropy.
The Witness isn't wrong. As players, we enact violence within the game world for the wrong reasons. We seek glittering rewards, loot, commendations, and accolades, whether they be in-game or outside it. The only thing not mentioned is fun, because it sounds sadistic when you phrase it that way. After all, the Destiny universe is fiction. People engage with it for a variety of reasons, be that community, meaning, distraction from stress, a sense of accomplishment from building skill at something, or simply because it's fun. It's not morally wrong to play violent video games, but The Witness, and by extension whoever wrote this line, makes a great point. Without breaking the fourth wall, the writers acknowledge the tension inherent in a story of a game like Destiny. We constantly seek to destroy people for a variety of reasons, including violence for entertainment. But we ourselves, the player engaging with the ludonarrative, do so for entertainment. There's a dissonance between the high-minded philosophy of the Gardener and Vanguard and the player's actual actions in the game world. The writers want the Guardian and Vanguard to engage in violence to protect the weak and for coalition building, but many game design decisions undercut this philosophy by making killing enemies fun and exciting. I'm not privy to the writers' intent behind this monologue, but it would be difficult for me to believe that they weren't aware of this tension when they wrote it. The Witness argues that the final shape will preserve life in the universe, keeping everyone happy, safe, and alive forever. However, based on the opening cutscene of the expansion, where we see the last city ossified as the final shape starts to partially take hold, that protection they seek for the universe's inhabitants is hollow. The Witness seeks to freeze the universe into amber, where everyone would technically be alive, but unable to grow or change. They could never better themselves in this paternalistic final shape that the Witness seeks out of a misguided sense of safety. Screw that. I want to be safe on my own terms, not the terms of a megalomaniacal alien god. The second half of Styx offers a different perspective by describing how the Witness was nearly defeated once before in its history. I was a historian once, and I have had a very, very long time to remember. We had never before been driven back. We had never failed so utterly, stymied on all fronts by a foe who bled us for every inch of ground. They understood, perhaps better than any before or after them, what was at stake. They vowed to leave nothing undone. They knew that if we survived, they would not. They chased us to a place where all drift untethered in a sea of memory. Perhaps it will suffice to say that that place is, to us, as the throne worlds are to the Hive. We had never before found a foe who could follow us so far. There, balanced on the blade's edge of hope, we lamented our failure. We raged against the disorder of the universe. We cursed the great, wounding injustice that permeated all existence, which we so longed to correct. We wept for our sacrifices, and our foe, our kind and brave and foolish foe, stopped to offer peace. Another way, a choice. So we survived, and they did not. But in that moment, I realized a dreadful truth. When we had joined together to create our Witness, we were in absolute agreement. We would have no fear, no weakness, no doubt. We would be devoted, utterly, to our purpose, and blind to all others. Atop all the fools in the universe is our Witness, the apotheosis of our arrogance. If the final shape exists, it must be our hand that carves it. We will accept no other answers to our question. We will never find another way. We cannot be anything but what we have made of ourselves, until we are all that remains. But that time is not yet come, for you stand before us. You, whose future holds 1,000 paths untrodden. You, who seek to carry your hopes into a future our Witness could not imagine, and that I will never see. We, all of us, are already dead in every way that matters. Little lights, I tell you all this to say, when the time comes, do not hesitate. This echoes the winnower's description of the first knife. The witness faced a great foe, who fought them back further than anyone else, nearly to destruction, and then offered peace. The witness, acting as the winnower would, exploited this peace to destroy their enemy. It thought that peace could never be eternal. If the enemy had beaten them once, they could again. The witness never considered peaceful coexistence in that moment. As the historian says, it was too arrogant. It was so sure of its purpose that it couldn't see the benefit of leaving that enemy alive. The key failure of the witness's intellectual and philosophical curiosity is blindingly obvious from this story. The collective that became the witness convinced themselves that they should be utterly devoted to their purpose, and that they alone had the power and righteousness to carve the universe into a final shape. They wouldn't listen to another perspective or even admit the possibility that they could be wrong. As the historian says, the collective died a long time ago. They entrenched themselves in a circular moral philosophical belief system and refused to admit any potential weaknesses for eternity. They became the worst kind of religious acolytes, those with no humility or curiosity for other perspectives. The historian's final words are equally a blessing and a warning. If the Vanguard coalition hesitates to destroy the witness, their adversary will exploit that moment of consideration and attack, which could have been the ultimate cause for light to fall upon the universe forever. As a side note, the description of a place where all drift untethered in a sea of memory, similar to the throne worlds of the Hive, answers an interesting question about the witness. They don't have a literal throne world because they don't practice Hive magic, but I had wondered if its magic would allow for resurrection via the Ascendant Plane, since that gift was given to the Hive as part of the witness's plans. It seems the witness doesn't have a throne world, but something analogous to one. It makes me wonder if we will ever see that place, and if perhaps members of the collective live there as memories of their former selves. We have no answers as of now, but it's interesting to consider as a possibility. Dante describes the river Styx in the following way. It goes into the marsh which is called Styx, and I, who stood there looking down intently, saw people covered in mud there in the swamp, all naked and with anger in their faces. They struck each other, and not only with their hands, but with their heads and chests and with their feet, biting each other to pieces bit by bit. The good master said, "Son, now you see the spirits of those who were overpowered by anger, and I would also like you to understand that underneath the water are people sighing. It is they who make the water bubble on top. As you can see, whichever way you turn. Stuck in the slime, they say, we chose to be sad in the sweet air enlivened by the sun, and our hearts smoldered with a sullen smoke. Now we are sad instead in this black filth." Dante contrasts the violent spirits who sit upon the river Styx with the sorrowful beneath the waves. I find the imagery particularly grotesque. In the description, Dante consigns those who have depression to eternal damnation in the river Styx with disgusting logic. I think it's worth stating that nobody chooses to have depression. I would love to not feel empty, exhausted, emotionally depleted, and inconsolably sad, but my mental chemistry and life history is messed up, so I physically can't be happy sometimes, even if it makes sense for the situation. Dante's trying to be poetic by drowning depressed people in their tears for eternity, but he just makes himself look ignorant and cruel. In the Rubicon's allusion to Styx, the anger is the destruction of the merciful enemy at the hands of the witness, grotesque destruction of someone who is kind, simply because the witness's philosophy demanded it. The rage of nearly being defeated causing unnecessary destruction. The sorrow is the emotion felt by the collective and particularly the historian for their part in the destruction of the enemy, but also the sorrow from the witness's perspective that it must attack those who don't share its twisted, immoral philosophy. The entire situation is incredibly damning for the witness. The Rubicon continues in Phlegathon 1. Let us tell you a story. Once upon a time, we had just begun to venture out into the cosmos when we met another species. This species suffered from death and disease, and we thought to offer our skills to aid them. We could have helped. We wanted to help. We were refused. If it had happened only once, then perhaps we might have thought it a single aberration, a flaw in the fabric of the universe. Then it happened again and again. For every species that saw the wisdom of accepting our help, 10 more refused us. Perhaps you can understand this feeling when you want to help someone, when you know you can help someone and they say no. They say that they are afraid of you, that they do not trust you, that they envy you and would rather take your gifts for themselves, that you must help them but not their enemies, that they would rather hurl themselves and everyone along with them into suffering and strife and pain over and over, and you know that it is avoidable and you can fix this if they would just let you help them. We may think of it as crude butchery now, but there are still times when a bone sets improperly and it must be broken again to heal. This is as true for the universe as it is for a body, and the suppuration of the gardener's light has spread unchecked for far too long. You needn't be afraid. The creation of the final shape will not hurt at all, and then you'll be better. This entry reveals important context about the history of the Precursors that helps us understand how they arrived at the decision to exuviate. Early on, after receiving gifts from the gardener, they ventured out into the universe and came face to face with a dilemma. They met fledgling civilizations who had not developed the same advanced medicine and technology, but who were too afraid of potential downsides to accept help. It's easy to empathize with those civilizations, though. It would be like aliens landing on the White House lawn and telling us that they could end suffering and death on Earth if humanity accepted their weird space religion. Most people would fairly be skeptical of such a claim. Even if they performed what to us would be miracles, many humans would still wonder what the catch was. It's easy to fear subjugation or worse when you're dealing with a supposedly benevolent alien species you know nothing about. It sounds like the Precursors didn't fight those civilizations after they declined, but still look down upon them today. It's easy to become arrogant when you've been blessed with godlike power and believe you operate on a divine mandate to save the universe. The language describing these incidents betrays the paternalistic philosophy of the Witness. After all, you can't envision a garden winnowed into cosmic perfection without being willing to trample a few flowers. The Witness ignores that those flowers are sentient beings with free will. Human society and moral philosophies consider some acts of paternalism justified, forcing others to accept so-called help they don't want. However, this is never black and white, and is always controversial. I've spent my fair share of time in psychiatric facilities, so I've met people forced to undergo medical treatment they don't want. They typically aren't happy about it. It's not an easy situation though, because the potential harm of a lost life is infinite compared to 72 hours of involuntary hold. I bring this up because this is analogous to the moral judgment the Witness is making. It sees other civilizations as unable to help themselves, like someone unable to keep themselves safe. The Witness wants the universe to accept their medical treatment, like our government wants that patient to stay alive. When this particular trolley problem is applied to the scale of an entire civilization, it's much easier to say that the Witness is overstepping its bounds, but their perspective isn't entirely unjustified. It's difficult to be in the situation where you want to help someone, but they refuse your help. However, often they're well within their rights to refuse, and you have to accept that. The Witness seems incapable of coping with this reality. Phlegethon 2 provides a dissenting perspective about a similar situation. Our Witness broke free of the confines of our minds and bodies. We left our world and followed in the gardener's wake. We met other spacefarers on our way, but at that time we were fixated on finding the gardener. The Eurythmia received us with open arms, a generosity few species before them had shown. They offered us light-woven supplies and sang with voices that resonated through the darkness. They shared what they had and asked for nothing. They were still smiling when they showed us the source of their prosperity. At that time, we were naive. We yet believed that we alone had been blessed by the gardener, that we had been chosen. When the haze cleared, the gardener had fled once more, its works laid in ruins. The home we had been invited into was so much rubble, and we, our Witness, stood poised over the last of the Eurythmia. I remember how they looked at us, not with rage or hate or bitterness. Their smile, peaceful and accepting. The last notes of their song embracing us even in their death throes. In the chorus of our witness, my whisper was almost lost, but such is the nature of our witness that even the quietest voice may be heard by all. What have we done? The gardener's corruption has suffused this place. It must be purged. What have we done? What was necessary? We are the liberation from chaos, the relief from pain, the end of suffering. What we have done is necessary. 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 This needless violence, this sick, hateful jealousy, necessary. I screamed and raged until our witness cut me free. Our witness is deaf to my fury. To us, I am a temporary defect, a minor imperfection created by an unsteady hand wielding tools for the first time. I may be a mistake, but so is our witness. I feel the destruction we have wrought as an open wound. It cannot heal. It will never heal. In our pursuit of the end of suffering, we have become its harbinger. Millions of voices silenced forever. 1,000 worlds in ashes. The multitudinous seas in Cardinine. Our final shape is built atop a mountain of corpses. Destroy our witness. End our madness. This story describes the witness's first encounter with another species blessed by the traveler's light. The Eurythmia are peaceful and content. They don't even resist when the witness attacks. Even in their final moments, the last of the Eurythmia remain joyful. This is a step too far for the philosopher. They dissent to this needless violence, born of vengeance and jealousy, a trauma response to finding out the Precursors were not as special as they thought. The Eurythmia clearly didn't need to be destroyed. They weren't hurting anyone, and yet the collective saw their use of the light as a grave injustice that needed to be corrected. How ironic and poetic that the first light-blessed species the witness meets finds meaning and contentment that the witness's precursors never found in the gardener's gifts. Philosophically, the Eurythmia found that self-actualization the Precursors lacked, and the immature, poorly conceived philosophy of winnowing was unable to account for this. As a result, the witness does what it always does when it encounters the light, attacking with greater brutality and senseless violence. Seeing the cruelty enacted upon the Eurythmia, the philosopher realizes the flaws in winnowing as a moral philosophy. However, for them, it's too late. They gambled their lives in the hopes that the paracausal collective of the witness could bring morality to the universe. In reality, it's the opposite. The witness ends up a tragic figure, doomed to enact the suffering its precursors originally sought to prevent. Such is the danger of making important life choices based on prophecy. Knowing the future has the potential to chain you to that outcome. The philosopher sees the only way to rectify their mistakes as aiding in the destruction of their witness. However, they don't see the bigger picture. They blame themselves for the problems of the witness. They definitely played a role, but such is the danger of collective mob mentality. The philosopher is unable to see that the witness could never have been a perfect being, no matter how perfect the conditions of its birth were. You cannot create a being of divine justice from an imperfect collective. Imperfect people will always create imperfect collectives because they themselves are imperfect. The entire project of the witness is a farce, an unnecessary tragedy wrought by those unable to save themselves from their own ennui and self-destructive impulses. The witness is beyond saving because it never should have been created in the first place. Our final shape is built atop a mountain of corpses is my favorite line in this entry because it has multiple layers of meaning. The first that comes to mind is the mountain of corpses seen in the Witness Origins cutscene, the dead bodies of the precursors left behind by the Exuviation. The second meaning is the one at hand in this entry, the preventable and unnecessary destruction of countless civilizations, subject to the whims of the Witness. Finally, we have the vision of the final shape this provides, where more of the universe has been culled than left alive, and those who remain are frozen in stasis, unable to live, practically mummified into living corpses. Nobody will survive the Witness's final shape because it's a false premise. They will not be alive. They will not be able to grow and change. They will not be able to do the very things that make life meaningful. If we turn our focus to the river Phlegethon, Dante describes it as the river of blood in which everyone boils, who does harm to his neighbor by violence. O blind cupidity and senseless anger, which so goads us in our short life here, and in the eternal life drenches us miserably. Phlegethon is the river of blood, which is why both entries are focused on death and destruction. The first from preventable medical suffering, and the second from the galactic crusade of the Witness. Dante sees the river as the punishment for those who commit violent crimes of passion and anger. They're doomed to boil in blood for eternity. Likewise, the Witness is guilty of countless crimes of violent jealousy. The final shape is a river of blood which seeks to drown the universe in death and destruction. Phlegethon is the last river in the Rubicon featured within Inferno, as the final two we will discuss appear in Purgatorio. When describing the nature and structure of Hell, Dante sees its three rivers, Styx, Acheron, and Phlegethon, as essential components. According to Dante, the first three rivers of Hell chart the course from the least sins to the most severe. They are born of the tears of a giant statue that spans all of Hell. The first three rivers combine to form the fourth river, Cocytus, that exists at the deepest point of Hell, the center of the earth where the worst sinners and Satan are present. It's unclear exactly why this river has been omitted from the Rubicon, but it's likely because its specific thematic and allegorical role is extremely similar to Acheron, the River of Woe. The allusions and allegorical structure of the book would be broken down by its inclusion, so it makes sense that Phlegethon is used as the thematic depths of the depravity of the Witness, and the next two rivers are used for entries about ascension. Up until now, each river has been split, divided into two entries, one from the perspective of the collective, and a second from the perspective of a dissenter. We are witnessing the hell of an internal argument in a being capable of a cacophony of thought. The final two entries are not divided with conflict, as they represent the final two rivers, as we have allegorically ascended from hell and entered purgatory. There is something wrong with me. I should not have a me. I should be we. I should be. But there is something wrong with me, and I am not we. There are many things I remember that are not. I remember tending an allotment in a faraway system. I remember painting on a planetary scale. I remember watching the animals take their first shaky steps. I remember the flash and retort of plasma cannons. I remember that I failed. Our Witness does not remember this. We cannot remember something we are incapable of doing. That's why I am me and not we. I remember my friend who comforted me as I wept in the wreckage of my life's work, my friend who flew 1,000 light years to see me, my friend who tried in vain to break me from the consensus, my friend who begged me to flee, my friend who I sent away with bitter recriminations. I wish I did not remember this, but I already do not remember a great deal about them. I do not wish to lose any more. My friend, are you out there still? Do you still wander the cosmos? Do you still watch the stars at night? Did you escape our Witness's ruinous advance? When our Witness brings the final shape into being, will you too be trapped in its amber? I should celebrate the thought. The final shape is perfect, unchanging, eternal. You will be as you should be, forever. But I just feel sad. The Lethe entry all but confirms the speaker is HNW, the Gardener precursor we heard from in Entelechy, who stayed and became part of the collective after Arath fled. It focuses on the regret of a broken friendship, and hints that HNW is likely on the path to becoming a dissenter given enough time, which makes sense given their expression of doubts prior to the Exuviation. HNW hopes that RS is still out there, surviving and thriving. HNW knows they're supposed to be excited about the final shape's precipice, but they're left with emptiness, a depression caused by the absence of their friend in the collective. They don't fully reject the concept of the final shape, but their emotions reveal the truth. The final shape cannot be perfect if it doesn't allow them to be with everyone they love. The collective seeks to eliminate the personal identities of those who assimilated in the Exuviation, but they clearly retain their differences of opinion and some memories, as demonstrated by the Rubicon. For every praise of the Witness and the final shape, we hear a recrimination or regret. The collective's perfect agreement at the Exuviation never existed. It was a story the Precursors used to justify their actions to themselves. The Exuviation trapped those with doubts in an abusive relationship they could never escape from. Lethe is the river of forgetfulness, so this entry represents the purging of memory and loss of identity each precursor and member of the collective accepts during the exuviation. It also represents the culling of dissent from the collective. Inside the mind of the witness, dissent is a deadly sin punishable by exile and ostracism. The witness purges dissent from the collective to purify its ideals, but loses in the process. On another level, Lethe also represents everything the universe will lose if the final shape comes to pass. This entry beautifully pays off the story set up in Entelechy. Dante's most insightful description of Lethe and the next river, Unova, comes in a single quote, as the two rivers are two parts of the same whole. Dante conceptualizes them as the final step a soul must take before being redeemed at the top of Mount Purgatory and ascending to heaven. The two rivers run side by side in earthly paradise, Dante's version of Eden at the top of the mountain, the closest place to the paradise of heaven on earth. On this side, it flows down with the virtue of taking from men the recollection of sin. On the other side, it brings all good deeds to mind. It is called Lethe on this side. On the other, it is called Unova, and it does not work unless it is first tasted on both sides. Here, the root of the human race was innocent. Here, it was always spring. Every fruit is here. This is the nectar of which everyone talks. In the Divine Comedy, Lethe and Unova are two parts of the same whole. The memories of sins are washed away by Lethe, so that the human soul is purified before entering heaven. Then good deeds from life are brought to mind in Unova, allowing the soul to be purified completely. The witness is purging the Dissenters in order to purify its intent. It wants to enact the final shape, the purpose it was created for, and will not let anyone, even those within its collective, stand in its way. After forgetting the Dissenters, the witness closes out the Rubicon by bringing to mind its purpose in Unova: despair, doubt, sentimentality, weakness. We are above such aberrations. We are the witness. We are the first knife who cuts free the final shape. We have found the only answer to the only question. We are all that we were, are, and will ever be. We alone understand the meaning of eternity. We are perfect. We have no flaws. We will overcome this last, futile resistance, and we will do this properly, and then we will be as we always have been. We will have no dissenters, and therefore we have no dissenters now. We need more light, just a little more light. We will bend the gardener's misbegotten tools to our will. We are almost there. We reach for the final shape, and we can close our fist around it. We will prove the lie of the gardener's claim. We will refute its right to exist. We will give this universe the order it so desperately craves. We will make it right. We will save you all. The only thing I have to say about Unova is that the witness is clearly delusional. It doesn't understand itself. It denies its weaknesses. It denies its flaws. It thinks it's perfect when it never was. The mental gymnastics are reminiscent of Xivu Arath's reaction to Oryx's death. Its cognitive dissonance manifest. The paradise and salvation we're metaphorically on the precipice of in the text of Unova is the witness's final shape. It sees the final shape as a perfect world, a pure heaven, all life's salvation. This makes the meaning of the lore book and the raid very clear. The witness seeks to purge itself of doubt, weakness, dissent, and fear so that it can become strong enough to assert its will upon the universe. However, this fails. The disharmony at the foundation of the collective is its undoing. The Dissenters prevail and help the Vanguard's coalition destroy the witness, preventing the final shape. The third meaning of Salvation's edge is the witness. It sees itself as the edge of the first knife of the winnower, the tool that carves the universe into its final shape. The witness's understanding of the final shape is already coming into focus through its history, and will be wholly revealed by the collective's words and actions during the final shape expansion. Its manipulation of Vanguard Commander Zavala is particularly revealing. In the lore, it says, Titan, O Titan, your traveler has betrayed you just as it betrayed us. We do not pity you. We mourn with you. We wail alongside you at the graves of your beloved son and your treasured partner. We hold you in our arms and bear the weight of your sorrows, for they are our own. We will not lament the absence of fairness in this universe. Indifference does not bulk in the face of righteous anger, nor does it bend to judicious retribution. No action should be reviled more than inaction in the face of great pain and agony. One may do evil, one may do good, but one must do something. This is where our gardener failed you. It hung in the sky, watching as your boy, your Hakim, was slain so mercilessly. It did nothing as his lifeblood drained in Saphia's arms. He left this existence knowing not the breadth of its delights, nor the depths of its heartaches. Stolen. We give you justice, Commander Zavala. We give you the joy denied to you under the unfeeling God you once worshipped. We give him back to you whole and perfect, and we ask for nothing in return. The Witness frames its struggle in parallel to Zavala's greatest moment of tragedy, the death of his son at the hands of Elixni raiders during the Dark Age. Zavala suffered a crisis of faith because he realized his god, the Traveler, who bestowed its greatest gift upon him, a ghost to revive and sustain him, couldn't protect the people he loved from harm. It made Zavala wonder what eternal life was for if he couldn't spend that time with his loved ones. Zavala begged his ghost Tarj to revive his son and let Hakim live instead of himself, but Tarj couldn't grant this grief-filled desire. This gave Zavala a crisis of faith in the Traveler, in a somewhat similar fashion to the Precursors' crisis of faith in their gardener that led to the Exuviation. The Witness sees the Traveler as a silent god who's not worth adoration and worship because of its inaction and selective application of the light. I hate to say it, but I kinda agree with the Witness on this point. We know almost nothing about the Orb God's origins, and why it acts the way it does. Why can it not give everyone the light and abolish unwanted death in the universe, creating an immortal populace? Why could it not save Hakim? What made Zavala worthy of a ghost but Hakim not? The Traveler seemingly bestows its gifts in a capricious and random fashion. Why does it give the Hive and Savathûn a ghost, but not its most loyal acolyte, Mithrax Kell of House Light? This is a valid question. We know precious little about the Traveler's actual origins and its nature, but it has godlike power it's able to bestow on a chosen few. It's natural to ask why it chooses those few, and why not the seemingly worthy many. The warlords of Earth who were granted the light and abused their power for control over the lightless were just as worthy of many of the Hive's lucent brood, and yet they too were granted ghosts. The lesson is not to see the Traveler as unfailingly benevolent, as its gifts sometimes come with a monkey's paw. Unveiling gives us a potential answer, where the gardener is only selectively rewarding those who preserve heterodoxy and diversity, but it clearly doesn't give ghosts to everyone who does. Otherwise, all of the major players in the Vanguard coalition would be lightbearers. It's a difficult fact to settle if you remain fixed to the light-good, darkness-evil dogma peddled by early Destiny stories. Where I disagree with the Witness is what must be done about the Traveler's silence and inaction. They seek to rally the powerful to create a universe frozen in amber, a final shape. I advocate for doing exactly what the gardener wants, using the light to help others and build a gentle kingdom ringed by spears, as described in Unveiling. Near the climax of the campaign, the Guardian fights their way through the Witness's forces and reaches the ritual site. The Witness's memory of the Exuviation remade into a physical form within the Pale Heart. They discover the secret of the Witness's Dissenters and disunity, the weakness that can be used to destroy the collective, using the pieces of itself that it castigated and tore out into the physical world. The Guardian uses the Traveler's light to wound the Witness, which pushes it to enact its endgame. Desperate, it shows its hands, lashes out, and attacks the Vanguard.
We had such hope. You would understand. But you choose entropy.
The Witness sought to manipulate and convince every Lightbearer to join the Black Fleet and help it create the final shape. During the Final Shape expansion, no Lightbearer relents and fully gives themselves to darkness. This failure to bring the Traveler's most blessed few into the fold and convince them of its understanding of the Final Shape angers the Witness. The Lightbearers turn to the Traveler's gifts, and their newfound unity of light and darkness, prismatic, the ability to use both simultaneously, for the greatest power humanity has ever known. This casts the Vanguard's philosophy in opposition to the Witness. The Vanguard seeks balance between chaos and order, where the Witness seeks only order. For this rejection of its philosophy, the Witness damns the Vanguard and their allies to hell, believing them unworthy of its divine salvation. In the opening monologue of Salvation's Edge, the Witness reiterates this point.
We sought an end to suffering. The tyranny of a universe that doesn't feel. The audacity of that frightens you.
The Witness sees the Vanguard's rejection of its philosophy as small-minded fear of its audaciousness. The Witness sought the ultimate power, the ability to reshape the entire universe to its will, godlike power that no being within the Flower Game ever possessed, but what it wants to do with that power is yet another tyranny, not an improvement. The Witness continues.
You fear answers. Fear the truth you claim to seek. Look beyond this dying garden, or rot in entropy. Each child we save from the game, you again, forced to play.
The Witness sees the Vanguard's resistance as fear. They see their actions removing players from the game as a kindness, mercy, saving children from the suffering of life, and removing them from the Flower Game played in the garden beyond reality. This is a disgusting, cold, and psychopathic view of life. Death is not freedom from suffering. It's the absence of joy and life and growth. It's an eternal void that, yes, doesn't have the suffering of life, but it also doesn't have any of life's pleasures either. With this line, the Witness is talking simultaneously to Guardians and the Gardener. The god who continually resurrects the dead gives them a second chance at enacting growth, rewarding complexity, instead of yielding to a homogeneous and frozen final shape. The Gardener itself is audacious. It dares to change the rules of the game. The Witness continues.
You call us winnower. We are not. But the first knife clutched in its hand. Gods forged us both. But they cannot tell the knife what shape to carve.
This quote is the most important in the expansion, obviously discussing Unveiling and the controversy of interpreting it. The Witness confirms that they are indeed not the winnower, but the first knife clutched in its hand, its way of winnowing the universe through conflict and challenging the Gardener's law of light. It says that gods forged them both. Which gods is not exactly obvious, but the only ones that fit the criteria are the Gardener and Winnower, via the Traveler and the Veil. In Unveiling, the Winnower describes everything created in the Garden and Flower Game as joint creations of both the Gardener and Winnower. If they are mathematical dynamics, laws that give rise to the universe, perhaps they could be said to have created themselves. On the other hand, we can interpret this quote as talking about a physical form of the Winnower within the Flower Game, its law of darkness, or perhaps the Gardener or Traveler's complement, the Veil. The meaning is ultimately ambiguous. I don't see the final line of this quote discussed as often as it deserves to be. People are far too focused on the question of the Winnower's form and existence within the physical universe that they ignore the final line, but they cannot tell the knife which shape to carve. My interpretation of this line is that the Gardener and Winnower can act as laws in the Flower Game, but cannot dictate the outcome. They merely can create the initial conditions the flowers operate under, but it's up to the true players of the game, the flowers themselves, to create the final shape of the universe, or as described in Inspiral, the flowers rising up and carving the final shape themselves via the Witness. This fits with the Flower game's inspiration, Conway's Game of Life, a zero-player game where the creator of the simulation cannot change the outcome once the initial conditions are set. They can merely watch their new universe unfold, grow, and change. The Witness sees itself as the first knife, the flower destined to carve the universe into the winnower's desired beauty of the final shape. However, the winnower, like the gardener, doesn't tell its knife what shape to carve. It merely creates the knife and watches it carve its will upon the universe. This tells us that the Witness sees inhabitants of the universe who obtain paracausal power as having free will. They can create their own final shape of the universe and can make choices. It's logical that the collective would see their choice to exuviate and carve the universe through a galactic crusade as their own. Not a hand forced to do the bidding of either god within the garden, a choice made by a flower to save the universe from the tyranny the gardener and winnower created. Whether this is an accurate perception of the Destiny universe's philosophical cosmology is another question, but it's an idea that the Vanguard echoes in their insistence that guardians make their own fate. We will look at the Vanguard's philosophy in due time, but first we need to look at the Witness's remaining actions. The title First Knife of the Winnower is itself a complex and interesting question. Does this mean they are the vanguard of a winnowing, the first aspect to attack? Or does it mean they are the most important expression of the winnower's will within the game? After all, First Knife could signify either the first within a sequence of successive knives, or the paramount knife among many. This conception also allows the Witness to technically be part of the winnower in a metaphorical sense, while remaining physically separate and not the totality of the winnower within the Flower game. Without more context, we have no way of knowing exactly what the winnower is. Is it a god? Is it a faction? Is it an ideology? Is it a physical being within our reality? If it is an ontological mechanism that exists in the fabric of the multiverse as described in Unveiling, we really have no way of confirming this. I view the winnower as metaphor for the darkness and possibly another name for the veil as the most likely explanations given all of the context, but this is far from confirmed and is merely my preferred interpretation. The lore of the Salvation's Edge raid exotic, Euphony, offers a different view of the first knife. We speak so often of knives and violence, but perhaps you would come to understand something softer. Perhaps beingness is instead a golden harp, forged tenderly, a complex, sweeping, beautiful shape with graceful curves and infinite potential, the exemplary unknown. Across its two floored buttresses, the strings of time have been pulled taut, tightened and tuned to a delicate balance of distress. If wound much further, would lead to rupture and sting most unpleasantly. Pluck at any stretched string, and vibration reverberates. Wavelength moves through atmosphere, producing pleasant audible experiences. They crest then fade. If plucked at regular intervals, the waves rise and fall with such charm. This predictability is perfection. It is unmatched. We will compose such sweet music. We will control the ebb and flow. The final shape is the golden harp, and we are the hand that plucks. Euphony describes the nature of the first knife as a player who plucks a golden harp, creating the beautiful music of the universe. They play their harp, which undoubtedly represents the Flower game, and use their actions to create a final shape, beautiful and soft music to the ears of other flowers that resonates, shines, and creates a perfect universe. This gentler view of the philosophy of winnowing is more appealing, and perhaps would have been more acceptable had the first knife led with this metaphor. However, we don't live in that universe. The Witness saw that the inhabitants of Soul, including Destiny's players, understood the language of violence and knives better than they understood the beauty of a harp's music. I see this as a subtle fourth wall break by the writers, calling the player base out on some of their hypocrisy, but hypocrisy that originates with the game's creators above all, who dictate how players interact with their universe. In a first-person shooter, players interact with the world through violence, much like the first knife uses its attacks to carve the shape of the universe. We are not so different from the Witness in this regard. The Witness describes its edge of salvation as the harp strings pulled taut by a delicate hand. Pull any harder and the strings will break, ruining the music of the final shape. Pull too weakly and the music will not be heard, the final shape will not arrive. They sit atop a delicate balance in earthly paradise, trying to take the right actions to achieve salvation, but falter at the critical moment, pulling the strings taut, allowing their adversaries they manipulated with the instrument to break the strings and destroy their perfect song. Ironic that their actions disrupted the delicate balance they sought to strike. The lore of Matodoxia uses the language of strings to describe the first knife in another metaphor, the language of strand, the cosmic web of darkness introduced in Lightfall. The Witness has made an old friend of darkness. It knows intimately the language of warp and weft, how to weave a spider silk notion or slip a needle of intrusive thought into the fabric of another's mind. In its hands, the light should be alien and inelegant, the hammer and chisel so unlike its customary tools. But though the Witness has never yielded the light like this before, parts of it recall a time when they made the gardener's tools their own. But that power is not freely given. Now every stroke of the chisel is accompanied by a distant wail. A minor annoyance at most. The Witness has far more vision than the feckless sphere it superseded. A paean to our final work. A form to teach our enemy fear. A shadow they will dread. Perfection. This entry likely describes the creation of the Dread, so-called perfect beings surgically created by the Witness using the tools of light and darkness, a reflection of its final shape in living form. Atop its monolith in the Pale Heart, the Witness plays its harp, carves with its knife, weaves reality using both the light and darkness, molding the universe delicately into its final shape. Here we see that despite the Witness's hatred of entropy, it cannot fully winnow the universe without using the forces of chaos. It needs to use both sides of the universe's bipartite paracausal law to grow and winnow to perfection. However, the Light's gardener is not a willing participant in this song. It threatens to disrupt the music with its wailing, shrieking, and resistance to the knife's hand. The screams and earthquakes that sound throughout the Pale Heart are the gardener's hopeless pleas for the knife to stop using its law to carve. Unfortunately, the gardener is powerless to stop this carving on its own, and wields its own knife, the Light Bearers, who were created as the mirror image of the winnower's first knife.
This is what we were made for.
They are singular consciousnesses who work in true harmony, in contrast to the Witness's faux consensus. The free will to enter and break from independent consensus is the strength that allows the gardener's knife, their gentle kingdom surrounded by spears, to prevail. These quakes of agony and resistance from the gardener in the Pale Heart are extremely reminiscent of an idea in the Divine Comedy's second book, Purgatorio. Salvation's Edge, the Witness's monolith, is the Pale Heart's version of Mount Purgatory. However, the divine paradise atop this mount is not the Christian heaven of Dante, but the salvation of the Witness's final shape. In the Divine Comedy, the quakes of Mount Purgatory are caused by souls becoming purified enough from their penance to ascend to the top of the mountain, reaching towards heaven. Each time a quake occurs, the inhabitants of the mountain sing out in praise of their god, hoping if they're devoted enough that they will be chosen next to ascend. The quakes in the Pale Heart come from the gardener's struggle against the Witness's attempt to use its light. Each quake occurs when the gardener's light bearers take actions that further purify the corruption of the Pale Heart, allowing the traveler to grow in strength and further destabilize the Witness's hold over its power. These accompanying cries are an agony rather than praise, for the being atop the mountain seeks not to create a divine heaven, but an evil hell for the gardener. Thus, it's easy for us to see that the key allusions to the Divine Comedy are not casting the final shape as a journey to the heaven of the gardener, but the salvation of the Witness, the final shape. A dark heaven that would be our Vanguard's hell. Thus, we see that Salvation's Edge can also refer to the edge of the traveler's salvation, freedom from the tyranny of the Black Fleet that had chased it since the Exuviation. Imagine your ex following you around the universe for billions of years, sabotaging every future relationship, and forcing you to flee from every potential partner to protect yourself. You finally find the person you think is the one, but here comes your ex with the same stalkery behavior. So you hunker down and end up injured in the process of standing your ground. It's not a great look for the Witness. The final meditation on the Witness's understanding of the final shape comes from In Spiral. There's a voice that echoes across the darkness, and it asks this question: what is the purpose of it all? And there is another voice that calls back and says, listen, I will tell you a purpose. I will tell you of a final shape. Look, there are 100 gildings for this story. It comes down to one key matter. Beings in suffering crave purpose to carry them through. The tyrant consumed by ennui, or the disenfranchised struggling simply to survive. It is the state of mind, the pain which cries out, give me a reason I should suffer so. Let us speak of power and choices. A man comes to a crossroads and asks of the sky, which road shall I take? There is no answer from the sky, nor the wind, nor the earth beneath his feet. But another wanderer on the road, coming from behind and hearing the question, says, I know the way. You should take the Dexter road. If the man agrees, he puts himself in the wanderer's power, ceding his own choices for the implicit promise that this is the correct road, the safe road. And if he disagrees, let us say that the wanderer draws a knife. The man may therefore be made to take the Dexter road, but if the knife goes away, the man will certainly flee, and perhaps even if the knife remains, the man may tire of being threatened and decide the risk is worth fleeing. In this way, the wanderer erodes their own power. If the wanderer says, the wind has said that you should take the road of my choosing, will the man accept the choice made for him? And if the wanderer says, behold, I have seen that the meaning of suffering lies along the Dexter road, will the man give away his own power for longer? Is it not easier to accept the guidance of a stranger when the path ahead is unknown? Here, the future of the universe is described as a fork in the road. Those upon that journey call out in search of meaning for their suffering. Their need for self-actualization causes them to search for a reason behind their struggle to find their way along the path of life. The sky, the gardener, or the traveler doesn't provide an answer to its chosen few about which path to take when they reach a fork in the road. However, the earth, the deep, and the winnower also don't provide an answer to their question. Those traveling the road must decide which path to take, only by looking upon the road itself and the other travelers who inhabit it. However, their cries for help and rescue from indecisiveness attract the attention of another traveler upon the road. The other voice is the witness, the first knife of the winnower. They seek to create their own meaning, as the road itself will not provide them with self-actualization, a reason for suffering. They seek to convince every traveler to follow their path, the Dexter road which leads to the final shape, an ultimate destination for the universe. However, this road looks scary and dangerous to the traveler at the fork, so they hesitate, not knowing if they should trust the words of their newfound guide. The guide grows anxious of their potential followers' indecision and draws a knife, seeking to force the follower down the path of the Dexter road. However, this makes the person less likely to walk the road than they would have been in the first place. People suddenly have less desire to take an action under threat of violence than they would have if the suggestion was made neutral. Drawing the knife backfires and causes the follower to resist. Now the witness is in a delicate position. If they withdraw their knife, the follower will flee down the opposite path of the Dexter road. But if the knife remains drawn, the progress will be slow. They will need to coax the follower to take each step under threat of violence rather than the security of free will. The witness's gamble is that fellow travelers on the road seek meaning and don't desire to think and make decisions for themselves. But this gamble is a farce. It causes their path to the meaning of the Dexter road and the destination of the final shape to become much harder than it would have been had they merely asked for cooperation without the threat of violence. This is the irony of the first knife. It's harder to get someone to fully agree to follow you when you resort to tyranny rather than asking for their loyalty through kindness. The witness chooses violence because it realizes on a deeper, more instinctual level that nobody would agree to its obviously flawed and horrible plan if it spoke openly and did not seek to coerce its companions with knives. The witness fails to bring about the final shape. A fire team breaks its hold over the traveler's light. This causes the witness to retreat and grow ever desperate to carve the final shape. Defiantly, it declares its purpose and asserts that the Vanguard coalition's resistance is futile.
We are the first knife. We are the edge that carved purpose into being. Your resistance will be within the shadow of the Black Fleet.
However, the Coalition assaults, using the Traveler's light to rend the collective consciousness into a million pieces, destroying the Witness once and for all. Not able to understand their mistake even at the moment of death, the Witness exclaims,
I don't understand.
The deliberate allusions to the Divine Comedy paint a picture of the Witness's crusade to impose meaning upon a meaningless universe, as following the same basic three-act structure of the Divine Comedy. The Galactic Crusade is the Witness's journey through hell. It's enacting divine retribution upon people it sees as sinners, victims of the Gardener's decadent light. This reaches a crescendo in the events of Lightfall, where the Traveler doesn't flee during the second assault on Sol. The Witness locates the Veil and uses it to ascend through the center of the cosmos into the Pale Heart, which serves as purgatory. It travels inward and upward, constructing a monolith as the Mountain of Purgatory, where it seeks to take control of the Gardener's light and use it to create its vision of heaven, a universe free from chaos and entropy. However, it miscalculates and isn't able to reach towards the sky and achieve salvation. It falls from the monolith and dies, unable to comprehend its own failure. However, the Vanguard sees the Witness's failure with open eyes. They seek true consensus, born out of free will rather than violence, in opposition to the Witness's tyranny.
This final shape the Witness seeks. Asa warned us how the Witness consumed its entire species to reshape itself. And still, it was unfulfilled. Its salvation is a prison. We see it in the calcified creatures within the ever-dark halls of each pyramid. Alive, but not living. What shape will the Witness render the universe in service to? And what of those within it? To change that which is. Never forces it to match what you envision it could be, because chaos cannot be contained.
Osiris sees the Witness's final shape as a prison. The Precursors thought the Witness would provide their species with meaning and self-actualization, but they were wrong. Their galactic crusade left them feeling hollow, not stronger. Each controversial act of carving only left the collective more fractured, and created more dissenting voices, who needed to be culled, the opposite of what the Precursors wanted. However, they've bet everything on their Witness, so it becomes an albatross that hangs over their necks. They can no longer be free, because without the Witness, their life has no meaning, and without its collective, they can have no life as they destroyed their bodies and individuality. The Witness seeks to destroy chaos and calcify the universe into a final shape, alive but not living. Osiris has faith in chaos and light because he rightly understands that order cannot spontaneously be created from chaos. Thermodynamics forbids this. Ida's research of the final shape in Entelechy causes her to realize what I have been saying all along. The final shape in philosophy of winnowing is paternalistic and holds contempt for those it seeks to shape. The concept of the final shape has worn many faces. From your encounters with the disciples of the Witness, we know that they all had their own understanding of this concept, that they all saw what they wished to see in it. If I am correct, and the parties communicating are among the Witness's precursors, then this may be the concept's original form. I notice, however, that they never speak of communicating directly with the species they discuss. There is no consideration of consulting others, or even if they are capable of reaching the final shape for themselves and others. The most pressing matter in their discussion is if they should or should not intervene, and to a lesser extent, whether some coercion is acceptable for the greater good. I understand that granted the blessings of the Great Machine, Elixni and humanity both have fallen into similar traps. The certainty of one's own righteousness, the arrogance, the belief that receiving the Great Machine's gifts confers superiority to others. The Precursors' path to exuviation was a debate about interventionism versus isolationism, but their arrogance forbade them from even discussing the possibility that those they sought to coerce might have opinions about the matter. We've seen this play out time and time again. The witness seeks to coerce those it meets to follow its path along the Dexter road to the final shape, without a thought for those people's free will, their thoughts, their beliefs and desires. The Precursors' millennia spent under the gifts of the Traveler caused them to lose sight of the possibility that the Gardener may bless others with its gifts. The discovery of this unconsidered possibility's truth led to the violence we saw against the arrhythmia in the Rubicon. This echoes a recurring theme in the lore of Destiny, where the Elixni were called Fallen because their great machine abandoned them after the Witness attacked Reese. They underwent a great whirlwind and became scavengers fighting for scraps and following the Traveler's wake, seeking to reclaim the favor of their god. When they arrived in Sol and saw their great machine had blessed humanity, they became jealous and covetous, just like the Witness before them. They couldn't understand why their god would abandon them and bless humanity with the gifts they previously enjoyed. It was an even greater anger to see that humanity was the first species to be blessed with ghosts, something the Traveler never offered to the Precursors or Elixni. This caused a cycle of violence, endless recriminations and revenge that destroyed the relationship between the two species until it started to be repaired. Humanity likewise was arrogant that they alone were worthy of the Traveler's blessing, as it stayed during their collapse at the hands of the Witness, rather than fleeing. This caused human light-bearers to be even more arrogant than species before them, but there was always that looming threat of abandonment, displayed by the evidence that the Traveler had abandoned many species before choosing humanity. Ultimately, it decided to stay and gamble that humanity could protect it from the forces of the Black Fleet, a prediction that eventually was borne out. Humanity also experienced a similar jealousy to the Elixni and Precursors before them. This is why the Hive's acquisition of ghosts was so threatening to the Vanguard. It made them realize that they weren't as special as they thought, so they reacted violently to the birth of the Lucent Brood. Nobody's hands in this battle for power in the Traveler's favor are fully clean. It's interesting that the Precursors are portrayed as a cautionary tale about arrogance, in contrast to humanity ultimately allying with Savathûn to defeat the Witness. It's easy to lose sight of your privilege and hold contempt for those below your station in life. However, this only results in suffering for everyone, so it's better to be kind and seek out the opinions of others, building consensus rather than intervening in their affairs, without a thought for what destiny they might desire. Ido's research leads her to view the final shape and its witness as a mutilation of the Precursors. It is not just reality that the Witness mutilates. It has dissected and reassembled itself, its own memories, its own history. The Witness went from confronting the uncomfortable truth to erasing it. It is grotesque. As a scribe, Ido seeks to preserve history. She sees the Witness's destruction of its past and winnowing of an entire species and culture into a single shape as heretical. The Witness doesn't have a care for preserving its own history, especially the parts that reveal a dissenting perspective. It seeks a perfect meaning and narrative to apply to the world, but this desire causes it to destroy itself in the process and fail to achieve the final shape. Ido consults Mara Sov, Queen of the Awoken, about her encounter with the Witness. Mara, I touched the mind of that being, that monster, only once. I sensed its purpose, not the purpose itself, but the idea of the purpose. Ido, the final shape, this eternal, perfect thing. Mara, the language it uses is illuminating, peak, pinnacle, pyramidian, the broach base of the pyramid, focusing and sharpening as it builds toward its highest point. Self-improvement, or what that being believes to be self-improvement. Ido, dissecting, reassembling, taking, merging. All those things point towards what the Witness sees as the final shape. It is not simple destruction, the march of entropy, the ruined garden. It seeks compression, the combination of a chosen past and limitless future into a perfect forever, a state of being that cannot be anything else, because it is everything it could be. Mara, taxidermy. The Vanguard understands that the Witness seeks to stamp out all free will and chaos from the universe, freezing it in stasis. It wants the universe to take a final shape that's perfect, because its history and future have been unwritten and destroyed. The Witness wants a universe without fear and doubt and suffering, but would also create a universe where it's not possible to experience the full range of emotion. It wants a world where there is no unhappiness or happiness, just a frozen void. It couldn't cope with the ennui of a meaningless universe, so it seeks to impose meaning and order and ossify everything into a block of ice, stable, but ironically void of the very things that once gave the universe meaning in the first place. The Black Fleet's salvation is built on a lie that threatens to destroy the very essence of the universe, its truth, hope, and light. The Witness's ascension into the pale heart of the Traveler during the events of Lightfall causes the Vanguard to reevaluate their understanding of the text Unveiling. Entelechy gives us a window into discussions about the meaning of Unveiling between Eido and Ikora Rey. I have spoken to Ikora Rey about the texts humans know as the Unveiling. I have tried to reconcile it with how I understand the light and what I know of the Great Machine. My understanding is imperfect, but I have gleaned this much. The Winnower speaks of convincing you that it is right, of existence as truth, of predation and defection. Nowhere does it speak of malice or hatred or despair. It does not care whether you embrace it or curse it. It simply desires to win and in victory be validated. But for the Witness, victory alone is not enough. It must ruin all the Great Machine has touched, from the smallest creature to the greatest planet. Destroy everything the light has built. Drown hope in bitterness. The Witness would have us all curse the Great Machine, refute its gifts, and betray it as the Black Fleet tramples us underfoot. It would make us all Aramis, sick with despair and crushing our own dreams. Once, those who came before the Witness saw the Great Machine as their hope for the future, as we did, as you do. They had hope once, they lost it, and now their successor, the great merging of their selves, the Witness, seeks to deny that hope any right to exist. Eido speaks of a tonal disconnect between Unveiling and the Witness, implying that there might be an ideological difference between the Winnower's philosophy as laid out in Unveiling and the Witness's philosophy of the final shape. Eido sees the Witness as acting out of malice and jealousy, seeking to destroy all hope and crush those blessed with the light, because it still hasn't gotten over the bitterness of its Precursors' god abandoning them. According to Eido, the Winnower only seeks for predation to reign supreme, and those who don't have the right to exist to no longer exist, rather than enacting needless suffering upon the Great Machine's worshippers. She understands the final shape as the destruction of hope and embrace of despair. The lore of the first knife ship tells of a conversation between Mara and Ikora about the nature of Unveiling. When I first encountered the Witness, I heard it proclaim to me, "We are the first knife." Mara's words are as thin as her hopes. She looks hollow under the helm's emergency lighting, hunched over a console, watching an ascending red line on a graph. Something about the line's inevitable upward climb had triggered her memory. They have to follow the Witness into the Traveler, and soon. It was as if that title held power, meaning, Mara says as the line ticks up again. She leans away from the console, turning to look at Ikora, who stands staring intently at the portal. She feels the same uptick in energy coming from it. Ikora nods, watching Mara's reflection. The apocryphal texts we dug up on the moon, the ones Eris translated, mention the knife as a concept. Mara comes to stand beside Ikora, and even if we consider that unveiled text as dogmatic propaganda, there may be truth behind the allegory, she agrees, remembering the texts and the translations Eris made of them. The knife becomes the metaphor of a concept, a power, a knife that winnows, cutting things into a defined shape, a power that winnowed living beings into Taken. Ikora turns to face Mara, searching the awoken queen's eyes. A power Oryx wielded. Her emphasis on that last word makes her point, and Mara picks up on it. You're wondering if the knife is a title or a power. Mara deciphers Ikora's steely countenance. Did Oryx wield the power of the witness like a knife? Ikora shifts her gaze back to the portal. The witness is a manipulator. It distorts the truth to bend the wills of its supplicants. The allegorical fantasy told to us by the witness paints itself as a monolithic cosmic force, but perhaps that's a shadow cast by the truth. Mara watches Ikora, sensing her ease a little. This idea has tempered Ikora's earlier anxieties over the future. This conversation has tempered her own after all. Even though her brother feels distant and faint at the moment, he is out of her mind. A knife is a tool, wielded by another's hand, Mara offers. If the witness is the knife as it asserts, then what wields it? Ikora asks the traveler, though it does not reply. The words are meant for Mara's ears too. The witness is not a being, she agrees. It is the culmination of a bleak ethos, willed into existence by the nihilistic desires of its creators. Is their will the hand on the knife, or is there something else? Ikora's fingers slip from the corners of revelation, and her thoughts plummet into more immediate worries and doubts. Mara sees her fall and lets herself tumble into the same precipice, joining her in worry. I don't know. The Vanguard sees Unveiling as dogmatic propaganda as told by the witness, but just because something is allegory or propaganda doesn't mean it's entirely false. That's not what those words mean. Propaganda is a story framed in a biased or potentially misleading way by the author. That doesn't imply that it's false, just that it may give a misleading impression of the truth. The same goes with allegory. Allegories or parables are stories told that contain a hidden meaning. They don't necessarily need to be true, but they also don't necessarily need to be false either. They always contain a truth or lesson. Lies are often based on a kernel of truth after all. This entry gives us information about the origins of Unveiling. It was found on the moon by Eris and the Guardian, and is considered an apocryphal text by the Vanguard, a heretical one because it calls their god the Traveler, a blight that must be stopped. They also believe the witness is responsible for humanity acquiring Unveiling. Ikora and Mara question the meaning of the title First Knife, and wonder if there's a greater power behind the knife, a hand telling it what shape to carve. They ultimately don't come to a conclusion on this point, which is interesting. The witness seems to think that it has free will, and isn't being compelled by a greater force to carve the universe into a particular shape. However, Ikora and Mara aren't sure what to make of this. They see the witness as a master manipulator, able to use lies, propaganda, and deceit to manipulate its adversaries into the actions it desires. This is ironic because the witness fails to achieve this with humanity, Savathûn, and the coalition they created, ultimately destroying the First Knife. Clearly it was outmatched, and its propagandic stories didn't work on the Vanguard. Ikora and Mara question the nature of the First Knife and compare it to Oryx and his sword logic. He was working as a member of the Black Fleet and saw himself as wielding something greater than a knife, a sword, to cut the universe into a final shape by destroying his enemies. However, the witness was a greater power, wielding Oryx into these actions. However, the witness thinks Oryx was beset by a childish obsession with the violence of carving, and unable to see the greater purpose behind the final shape. It wielded him like a knife, played him like a fiddle, able to make him do its bidding, and held contempt for him even after his death. Mara believes that knives must be manipulated by a carver, and wonders if there's a greater will behind the witness, possibly the Precursors, and possibly something greater. The allegory makes it unclear if this is true. It would be ironic if there was a greater force pulling the strings of the witness, as it pulled the strings of its disciples. As we're given conflicting and ambiguous information on this point, we, like the Vanguard, are unable to come to an ultimate conclusion. I will try my best, though. I've refrained from stating my full opinion on Unveiling until the very end, because its nature is ultimately critical to our understanding of this narrative and the nature of the first knife. I view Unveiling like its garden. The text is a field of possibility. If you try to interpret the Light and Darkness saga, at some point you will find yourself marooned in Unveiling. To me, its beauty as a text is found in its ambiguity. Because of the way it's written, there are nearly infinite possibilities for interpretation, and I think reducing it to a single-minded reading does the text a disservice. When I say that, above everyone else, I'm criticizing my past self, as previously I've read the text in a very single-minded fashion, not looking at it from enough perspectives. Multiple interpretations of Unveiling can be true simultaneously, and that's what makes it compelling to me. We as a community will never be done interpreting it, because as long as it continues to hold space in our minds, there will always be something new to consider or imagine. My interpretation of Unveiling has been in flux throughout the process of writing this video. I probably won't agree with everything I say here in 6 months, and that's okay. I couldn't decide on a single way to read it except to look at it from multiple perspectives. Ultimately, what Unveiling's rich complexity means to each of us is for us to decide in conversation with the text. Before I offer my takes, there's one final quote that gives us another hint about the nature of Unveiling. The lore tab for Knocker is written from the perspective of the Winnower. Let's chat, shall we? One more nice sit down for the books. Did you think you wouldn't hear from me again after all of this? You'd have missed me, I hope, and I would certainly have missed you. Have no fear, I'm not so easy to be rid of. Now let me show you, my beloved. Oh no, not my sedimentary necrolyte fossilized in time. You've seen that. I speak of that dear and distant expanse of the universe, miraculous in its fullness and its emptiness all at once. Are you surprised to hear of it? Yes, I never much cared for the change of rules, but here we are, and there's no use in crying over spilled radiolaria. Besides, at the heart of it all, there was a gift. To me, that gift is the chance to speak with you. You, and a billion like you. I am making this offer over and over again, in every tiniest cell and the vastest of civilizations. Let me in. Take what you need. Be at ease. You have no say in the degradation of your telomeres, but in all the interim, the whole world is your sweet silicate shellfish. You exist because you have been more suited to it than all the others. Steal what you require from another, rather than spend the hours to build it yourself. Break foolish rules. Why would you love regulation? It serves you to cross lines, and if others needed rules to protect them, then they were not after all worthy of that existence. Caricatures of villainy are out of style, I hear. Yes, I am no cackling mastermind. I am serious when I say this. It was not the trick of standing upright that lifted you from the dust. It was the mastery of fire, the cooking of cold corpse meat. That is not any unique faction's province, neither good nor evil. It is simply truth, this great beloved cosmos. Always decaying, always finding that same old lovely pattern, despite every candle flame burning amid the flowers. A billion electrons taking the path of least resistance. In darkness or in light, someone is always making my choice. Be seeing you. The Winnower offers us a final perspective on the witness. They call it a sedimentary necrolyte fossilized in time. The language used seems to imply this was written after the witness's death. The reason we can conclude the necrolyte is the witness is that a necrolyte is a kind of rock that smells foul. The root word necro implies that the rock literally smells like death. A sedimentary rock is one that was created via the depositing and fusing of loose sediments under pressure into a single unbroken rock. This is what the witness planned to do to the universe. Ossify its loose, chaotic nature into a single unbroken and final shape. A rock that smells like death because it is the death of life and growth in the universe. It could also be a description of the witness itself, fusing many consciousnesses into one. Fossilized in time means that this rock's components once contained living beings who died and had their body parts petrified into rock. This is an inspired way to obliquely describe the witness and its final shape, using a geological metaphor. What the winnower is saying here is that killing the witness didn't destroy the winnower. They're asserting their independence from the witness. The witness is not the winnower and did not create the winnower. The winnower is dismissive of the witness's actions, saying they don't like changing the rules, referencing the witness's goal of changing the laws of the universe to create its final shape. However, the winnower doesn't go quite to the point of saying that the witness misunderstood their philosophy. It's difficult to tell if the winnower is saying that the witness's goal of the final shape didn't align with their conception of the final shape, or if they're merely saying that using light and darkness to ossify the universe would have been a necessary evil to achieve a final shape. The winnower appears to be somewhat indifferent to the method used to assert one's dominance and right to exist, merely wanting someone to make that choice and prove they deserve to exist above all others. Had the witness's gambit succeeded, the winnower would probably view their success as proof they deserve to exist and their final shape was correct. They probably also view the witness's failure as proof that they did not deserve to enact the final shape. The winnower says they don't care if someone uses the light or darkness to prove their right to exist, merely that the action of predation and survival would mean that they've proved themselves. I find this aspect of their philosophy annoying but also elegant. The winnower is so fatalistic that they have a way to fold every possible outcome into their conception of the universe. However, that fatalism also leaves the winnower unable to properly assert themselves and influence events, because putting their hands on the scale would be hypocritical, altering the rules of the game after the fact. Even by talking to us, they place their hands on the scale and make themselves a hypocrite. They acknowledge this in the Knocker entry. I think the witness was correct when they said that their gods could not tell the knife what shape to carve, meaning that the winnower's philosophy leaves them unable to influence the final shape, and requires them to merely watch and see if they're proven right. This means I find it unlikely that we will see the winnower as a future villain, and more likely that we will see more of their followers as second or third knives the coalition is forced to contend with, like Xivu Arath. The winnower says that someone is always making the choice to follow their philosophy. After all, even if they don't know they're doing it, predators are enacting the philosophy of winnowing. However, at least in this battle against the witness, the gardeners gamble as outlined in Unveiling that life will build a resilient, gentle kingdom ringed by spears is proven correct. The Vanguard prevails over the witness because they build a truly unified coalition that's bound together by their common enemy and free will rather than violence or force. This philosophy prevails over the witness's philosophy of winnowing in the Final Shape expansion. However, this doesn't really answer any questions about Unveiling's origins or nature, merely allowing it to be reinterpreted as a central component of this story. To me, fighting the winnower directly would feel like a narrative cop-out, avoiding telling a new story beyond the Light and Darkness saga, and merely retreading the Final Shape story. I want Bungie's writers to go somewhere new with the next saga, and not just try to reproduce the greatness of the Final Shape by copying it in another battle between the Gardener and the winnower. We need new themes and new ideas to tell a new story. The metaphorical garden described by the winnower resembles Eden, the paradise the first humans Adam and Eve lived within during the Abrahamic creation story told in the book of Genesis. The argument over the final shape and the fight in the first knife and T=0 resembles the specific Catholic and Protestant idea of original sin, the story that Adam and Eve were the first humans to sin, eating the apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil that their God forbade them to eat. Catholic theology views this act as the reason humans are not perfect and are capable of sin. Under this dogma, every baby is said to be born with original sin that can only be repented from by worshipping their God. In Genesis, eating the apple serves as the final act in the creation of humanity, one that's taken against their creator's will, allowing them to act in good and evil natures. Likewise, the argument over the final shape created light and darkness. This is why life is capable of both growing and winnowing, the cosmic duality of good and evil in the Destiny universe. Dante wrote Eden existing at the top of Mount Purgatory and serving as the location of the rivers Lethe and Eunoia. He called Eden earthly paradise, the final place humans traveled before ascending to heaven. Dante constructs his cosmology in a way that humans are able to return to that place of original sin and be washed free of their sins in Lethe and reminded of their good deeds in Eunoia so they can be poetically purified before they ascend to heaven. Likewise, it's fitting that the final shape is enacted within the garden of the Traveler's Pale Heart. Interestingly, we have a competing location that mirrors Eden, the Black Garden, which is the Garden of Darkness. Both locations have been allegorically used as stand-ins for Eden at various points in the Destiny story. Perhaps they each are the Eden of their respective deity, the Gardener and the Winnower. The motif in the First Ascent suit lore, the light forgets while the darkness remembers, is also easily tied into Lethe and Eunoia. The Pale Heart itself could be said to represent Lethe, while the Black Garden could be said to represent Eunoia in the Divine Comedy metaphor. Unveiling is a creation story. In real life, creation stories tell us how their cultures explain the existence of evil or conflict in the world, or how they see the birth of the universe we live in. Creation stories are usually myths, but are often founded in some truth or interpretation of real history. Unveiling being allegorical or apocryphal doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely false, and the contrapositive is also true. Just because Unveiling has some truth doesn't mean it's not allegorical. My point is, we have a lot of text to use to analyze Unveiling, but because of the way it was written and framed, none of this text explicitly tells us what Unveiling actually means, both for the literal events of the story world and the meaning it has in the real world, despite what I or others might tell you. When interpreting media, things are never very black and white. Meaning is in the eyes of the beholder. The name Unveiling itself is important. Culturally, veils are coverings that hide a person's body or identity, usually for religious reasons. The name Unveiling is likely a reference to the object called the veil, used by the Precursors to witness the truth in darkness. The book purports to explain the truth in darkness and winnowing. Thus, the thing unveiled is the cosmic philosophy of winnowing, a belief system very close to the witness's philosophy. The text repeatedly states that the story is metaphor, so I personally don't think it matters very much if the events in the Cosmic Garden before time are meant to be taken literally or not. The book can still inform our understanding of the Destiny universe and create meaning, regardless of which side of the debate you take. Even if we take the winnower's perspective as fact, something I'm very hesitant to do personally, they admit that the literal events were basically incomprehensible, which is why they steep their story in heavy metaphor. To me, the most important questions about Unveiling that are unanswered are: where did it come from? Who exactly wrote it? How exactly did humanity get our hands on it? Was it written by an alien race we know? Was it written by the Witness specifically? Was it written by the Hive? Is it beamed directly into the game files by the game developer equivalent of the Winnower themselves? Just because a writer claims to be the Winnower doesn't mean that they literally are one. Destiny's lore frequently makes use of unreliable narrators. My personal theory is that because Unveiling was written as a pseudo-biblical creation story, that someone else wrote it, like most religious texts are written, via divine inspiration that they believe gave them the authority to speak with the voice of their god, the Winnower. None of these questions have definitive answers. However, I do find it suspicious that Unveiling is very thematically similar to the Exuviation, and think it's probably related in some way. But again, we must ask ourselves to live with this ambiguity. Unveiling is a field of possibility. Returning to the question of whether or not the Winnower wields the first knife, I think this is Bungie intentionally leaving this somewhat ambiguous as a reflection of the Traveler's lack of action in the conflict. It could be the Winnower or the Precursors, but we may never know for sure. The winnower and gardener may create the game and modify its rules, but they want their players to choose their own destiny. This is why I think it's unlikely we will see either taking active roles shaping the story in the future as heroes or villains. The entire story of The Witness is about feeling angry and betrayed by a silent god who won't help them. It makes sense that the other god would be equally feckless and unable to help, a perfect symmetry. The flower game is based on zero-player cellular automata after all. The only true players are the flowers, not those who create the simulation. I believe the question about whether or not the winnower exists is too myopic and fails to look at the entire scope and meaning of the story. The winnower may exist, but that's not the point to me. The point is what Unveiling reveals about the universe's inhabitants and how they treat each other, and also how it foreshadows the conflict of the final shape. The Vanguard doesn't know if the winnower exists as a reflection of humans not knowing if their gods and monsters of myth and legend exist. We look to the sky and imagine fantastical stories about the nature of the universe that would be hard to prove or disprove. Another theory of mine is that Unveiling metaphorically tells the story of the Precursors' path to the final shape via Exuviation and the Crusade, starting as gardeners, ending up as winnowers. Under this framing, the winnower is the idealized version of the Witness where emotion is removed, and it's able to sculpt the universe to its designs, without dissenting voices. However, the reality of the Witness's psyche is much more complicated, featuring substantial doubt and internal uncertainty caused by the doubt that existed at the time of Exuviation from precursors like HNW. The Witness wants to be the winnower, but its actions betray its inability to behave as a perfect idealist. It's ironic that the Witness destroyed factions called the Nihilists and Solipsists, because the entire way it behaves suggests the only conscious mind it values input from is its collective, a very solipsistic perspective. Additionally, the Witness succumbs to fatalistic nihilism, fearing that the universe will experience great suffering without intervention to create meaning. It doesn't allow itself to hope for a better future, embracing the fatalistic view that the universe can only reach its perfect final shape through coercion and destruction. The collective thinks that the arrogance caused by the gardener's gifts means that the gardener must be destroyed completely, rather than finding the middle ground between the atrocities of the warlords after the collapse and the peace and kindness of the Golden Age. The Witness seeks consensus, perfection, and universal meaning, not by coalition building but by force. The Dissenters' remaining part of the Witness is more evidence for this theory. The collective is unable to find the unity it craves, and cannot even completely agree what final shape it should apply to the universe. People are taking the Witness's dialogue in the raid as direct confirmation of the winnower's existence as a literal being. However, this interpretation is not the only valid one. There are a variety of potential explanations for what it said. The reactions to
You call us winnower. We are not. But the first knife clutched in its hand. Gods forged us both. But they cannot tell the knife what it carved.
are a microcosm of the difficulty of media interpretation and analysis. We can't know for sure what exactly the Witness means without context. Are they implying the winnower is a physical entity? Are they implying the winnower is an idea? Is the winnower a faction? Everyone seems to think the winnower is a person within the Destiny universe, but what if the winnower is the darkness itself, or the veil, or an ideology, or a sentient AI, or a Boltzmann brain, or the universe, or Bungie? Any attempt to interpret the text reveals more about the person interpreting it than the text itself. Based on the way the winnower has appeared thus far in the text, I won't be willing to agree with complete certainty what the winnower is until it's explicitly stated, which again I think may be unlikely if the story is gonna move on. I think the more important question is what the winnower means to us, rather than what Bungie or the Witness intended. Interpretation of a text fundamentally constructs a unique narrative in your head to understand the story that won't be identical to anyone else's if you make a genuine attempt to engage with the text on your own terms. I'm not interested in explaining the lore to you. What I am interested in is filtering the text through my mind, processing it, creating meaning, dissecting emotions, and sharing what it evoked in me. The details of literal events in the story world are unimportant. If you want to respect a text, you should engage with it on your own and create your own meaning rather than looking for others to do that work for you. I understand this might sound a bit antagonistic coming at the end of a multi-hour lore analysis video, but that's not my intent. I enjoy essays about media I'm already familiar with because it can be illuminating to see how someone else's engagement and interpretation differs from my own, which reveals more about the text and about me. If I consume other people's analysis and perspective before truly engaging with it myself, it spoils the experience for me, making it difficult to form my own interpretations and dooming me to inherit the feelings of another. To be fair though, trying to fully experience the Light and Darkness saga as a text via unbiased means is fundamentally impossible due to Bungie's poor stewardship and lack of preservation of their historical game library. There are central story beats you can only experience by watching random footage on YouTube or Bungie's uploaded versions of cutscenes. Those are not a substitute for actually playing the game. I would literally pay Bungie for the opportunity to play some of that content, and would try to find a way to pay for my own travel to go in person and experience it under lock and key if they were offering. But it's ridiculous that they don't provide any option whatsoever. It's an utter tragedy that the Light and Darkness saga is a fractured and incomplete text that can't be enjoyed in totality by anyone. I'm sad that I couldn't prepare for the final shape the way I wanted to, replaying every story campaign in the franchise to get the entire cohesive narrative experience. This analysis still exists nonetheless, but probably would have been better if I could have a more complete picture of the entire story. I personally dislike the approach to media analysis purely viewing stories as a puzzle, a literal plot or series of events that needs to be solved. Don't get me wrong, it's a fun puzzle to interact with, but sometimes can cause us to lose sight of literary devices that seek to create greater meaning and say something about the real world. As Leo C. Shin puts it in Death's End, vagueness and ambiguity are at the heart of literary expression. The difficulty isn't that we can't get anything useful out of these three stories, but that there are too many plausible interpretations. Every detail could be interpreted in multiple ways, and each interpretation could find some support, but it was impossible to take any interpretation as strategic intelligence. Many stories contain metaphors and symbolism that don't make sense if you try to interpret them strictly literally or with a myopic focus on plot. The point is that there are numerous valid interpretations of events that are implied by a text, and none supersedes any other. Interpretation of a story is not straightforward. It itself is an art. I hope I've demonstrated the richness of Destiny as a narrative text in this essay, and that you shouldn't simply imagine what's happening in the story world, but look for greater horizons if you truly want to engage with it analytically. I'm much more motivated by connections to the real world, metaphor, symbolism, illusion, philosophy, characterization, and world building than literal plot. Bungie doesn't create Destiny in a vacuum. Like any creatives, they're inspired by the real world and other fictional texts. It's why I go on tangents about connections and meanings I've found in the text. Those connections are what I love and care most about when engaging with stories. Constructing plot is an exercise best left to individuals in my eyes. It's okay if you disagree with my philosophy though. I'm just one person and I don't dictate what art means to you. Video games are art. Like any story, to me, their value is the meaning they create that occurs during an individual's personal interactions with and interpretations of them. Finding community and engaging in thoughtful, respectful, and empathetic discussions about interpretation can also create meaning. The only thing I don't like is when some try to tear each other's meaning down without considering it empathetically. I understand the impulse. Believe me, when you're passionate about something, it's easy to get carried away and be overly dismissive of opinions you disagree with. Let's not forget that all media analysis and interpretation is inherently subjective and opinion-based. Summary includes a bunch of invisible choices about what gets included and what doesn't. I've been guilty in the past of dismissing other ideas offhand, but have also been on the receiving end and know how hurtful and invalidating it can be to have something you believe in shot down without regard to how meaningful it is to you. I try my best to not do that and be respectful about my opinions, but like the universe, nobody's perfect. Don't be the witness. Don't impose your meaning on other people without considering their views and feelings. Don't expect perfection, and keep an open mind. My final understanding is that the final shape is a fiction that doesn't exist. It's the desire to transform the universe under your own image and give it a single perfect winnowed meaning. With each failed attempt, the witness became more enraged and more bitter. It grew desperate to force the universe into a shape and meaning of its choosing. What it failed to realize is that the universe will never be perfect, and that's okay. There will always be flaws we can never correct. Things we wish would be different that are inviolate laws of nature, but that doesn't mean we cannot find meaning in that imperfection. That also doesn't mean that there is a single meaning that's correct. Different people can find different meanings in life that are equally valid. The tyranny of the witness was trying to force that single meaning upon others. We can explain our personal meanings to other people, but it's ultimately up to them whether they agree or disagree. The problem with the witness and precursors is that they desired total agreement with their philosophy, which can only happen through violence and intimidation. The universe will never be perfect, uniform, and orderly. It will never have a single meaning. The only thing we can do is try to cherish the meanings we find in our lives, and hope to find others who agree with us. But it's okay if we don't. You can still be like the Vanguard, and find meaning in your relationships with those who disagree. You will never destroy entropy and create perfection. You can only embrace the chaos and the meaning you create with the people around you. The true final shape is the many meanings we create in our lives. Hello, eforme here with 2 announcements. First, I've heard people wanting to interact with me a bit more socially, and I agree. YouTube is a terrible medium for informal communication, but I don't have other public social media accounts for mental health reasons. I'd like to interact with the community more, as I'm always looking for nice people to raid and do endgame activities with in Destiny. If that sounds interesting to you, a Discord link will be in the description. The server will be low-key for now, so please be kind. I don't want to get involved in interpersonal drama or have to ban anyone. I just want to play video games and talk with cool people. Second, these videos take a lot of time and effort for me to make. This one took 6 to 7 months. My goal is always to make them as high quality as possible, but that results in each video taking a substantial amount of resources for me to produce. I've been grappling with financial and medical issues which have slowed things down, particularly this video. My goal with making videos has never been financial and always has been creative fulfillment. I view monetizing this project as a necessary evil to sustain it and make putting resources back into it easier. If we lived in a perfect world, I would do this work for free. However, I need money to continue to exist. I make a little bit of money from ads on my videos at this point, but that's usually not enough to recoup the cost of making them. I've turned on channel memberships to help supplement the income from ads. If you enjoy the videos and want to help me devote more resources into making them, tossing a few dollars my way would be greatly appreciated. Channel members will receive early access to videos before they go live to everyone, their name in the credits of videos they were an active member during the production of, a little badge indicating that they support me, custom emojis, a Discord role, and access to behind-the-scenes content. I don't plan to put a ton of time into the behind-the-scenes stuff because I see it as a little way to say thank you and don't want to take too much time away from main videos. I plan to post companion videos every month or 2 explaining the creative process or talking about a related topic. These videos will be informal to make them easier to create quickly. I have no plans to place regular content that you currently see behind a paywall, so if you don't become a member, don't worry about that. 2 things I want to make very clear about memberships though: you are not purchasing editorial control or my friendship. Neither of those things will ever be for sale. Only become a channel member if you have the disposable income to send a little bit of money my way and think what I'm offering is worth it. If you don't want to become a channel member, that's okay. Just continuing to watch the videos and interact with them is enough support for me. If that membership pitch sounds good to you, you can become a channel member by clicking the join button below. The first behind the scenes video will go live alongside this one, along with a little welcome video saying thank you. Above all else, I feel very privileged to know that there are people who care about my essays, which motivates me to keep working on them, even when times are tough for me. Your support truly helps me during some rough moments, so I can't thank you enough for that.